issues will ensure the ability of GGGI to strengthen its position as well as its relevance by navigating the major global trends. With a vision of a low-carbon, resilient world of strong, inclusive, and sustainable growth, GGGI supports its members in the transformation of their economies to a green growth economic model. To successfully implement Strategy 2030, GGGI will deliver green growth results, secure international support, and ensure sustainable funding. By doing so, GGGI's members will have maximized their green growth outcomes, NDC implementations, and relevant SDG commitments. By 2030, GGGI will be a world-leading and agile intergovernmental organization that is financially sustainable, efficient, transparent, accountable, and considerate of its people. To achieve these goals, Strategy 2030 focuses on 8 global operational priorities divided into programmatic and non-programmatic goals. The 5 programmatic priorities set out our interventions at the country and global levels. Similarly, the 3 non-programmatic priorities set out the ways we will improve our services and run our business as a world-class international development organization. Strategy 2030 sets out our results and impact targets up to 2030. GGGI will grow to a $110 million a year operation by 2030 with programs in 50 countries. The first 5 years of the Strategy 2030 implementation will be guided by a roadmap to articulate the delivery of operational and programmatic priorities and necessary support to deliver the commitments.
2030 is of course picked to align with the NDC contributions to the Paris agreements of our members and the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal targets that they have. So we want to show how we can contribute to our members achieving the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals through our Strategy 2030. And indeed, it's quite ambitious, it's quite aspirational. We say we have a scenario that we can double in size if we manage to do that. If we manage to grow the organization to $100 million a year, we can be in the field in 50 to 60 countries. We are then able to mobilize $16 billion in green and climate finance. And if we're able to do that, that could lead to a gigaton in reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, to 2 million new green jobs, and to sustainable services in green cities for 300 million people.
GGGI, championing climate resilient green growth.
The global average temperature has increased by 0.74 degrees Celsius. This is due to the increased concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, which causes a disharmony with nature, affecting the Earth's ability to maintain stable climate. Humans are responsible for the main factors driving climate change. Economic expansion over the last 100 years, since the time of the Industrial Revolution, has led to a continued rise in greenhouse gas emissions. In order to mitigate and avoid the worst impacts of climate change and restore balance to nature, every country has committed itself to the objective of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. After years of negotiations, world leaders adopted the Paris Agreement in 2015, a new framework for countries to combat climate change. The Paris Agreement is a truly new step forward for the international community, which affirmed their commitment to address global warming by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Compared to the Kyoto Protocol, adopted in 1997, which places an obligation only on developed countries to reduce their emissions, the Paris Agreement requires all countries to equally undertake efforts to address climate change through nationally determined contributions. Mongolia is committed to take part and plans to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions up to 14% by 2030. How will Mongolia demonstrate its commitment towards achieving this goal? Approximately 50% of Mongolia's greenhouse gas emissions are produced solely by the country's energy sector. Therefore, Mongolia aims to increase share of renewable energy to 30% of energy supply in order to reduce its level of greenhouse gas emissions.
Existing international cooperation arrangements under the UNFCCC are not enough to address all issues.
세율의결정 메커니즘 커미티 гэхдээ олон улсын ийм олон талд хамт ажиллагааны
The government of Japan has initiated a new instrument for cooperation called the Joint Crediting Mechanism, or the JCM.
The Japanese government is committed to reduce its emissions by 26% by 2030. As part of its efforts, the government of Japan initiated the JCM, which aims to support the transfer of leading environmentally friendly, low-carbon technologies to developing countries with the greater goal of facilitating global mitigation actions. In 2013, Mongolia and Japan signed a bilateral agreement in Ulaanbaatar which marked the official launch of the JCM in Mongolia.
So the JCM, or the Joint Crediting Mechanism, is a cooperation between government of Japan and government of many partner countries around the world, including Mongolia. Currently, there are 17 partner countries in Asia, in Latin America, and in Africa. The JCM encourages investments between companies and also institutions in Mongolia and Japan. So Japanese entities are encouraged to bring investments into Mongolia to encourage more low-carbon development activities. IGS works with Mongolian stakeholders in implementing the JCM in the country. We help facilitate stakeholders, Japanese government and Mongolian government, and private companies and city governments from both countries to implement and realize low-carbon development projects in the country. We also work with the government of Mongolia in establishing an MRV, or measurement, reporting and verification programs in the country, and develop more capacity of many stakeholders, including private sector.
One of the projects is the 10-megawatt solar power project in Darkhnul province. Prior to launching this project, it was almost impossible to involve the private sector in energy sector activities. This was largely due to the fact that energy tariffs were set strictly by the government regulatory body, which did not offer enough incentives for private companies. Moreover, faced with high taxes, most private companies that were involved in the sector frequently operated at a loss. This challenge discouraged many companies from working in the energy sector, and many firms who also lack necessary startup capital avoided entering the market completely. The launch of the JCM created new opportunities for the private sector to be involved in the energy sector.
The first ever large-scale solar power plant for Mongolia has been constructed in Darkhnul province in cooperation with Sharp Corporation through the Joint Crediting Mechanism. The project is working to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by providing low-carbon technologies and generating know-how related to solar power, while also contributing towards the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in Mongolia.
The 10-megawatt solar power plant in Darkhan was designed to fit solar power conditions in Mongolia. It supplies around 14,000 megawatt-hour of electricity per year. It avoids 11,200 tons of coal consumption every year, which means 16,000 tons of carbon dioxide are avoided from being released into the atmosphere. At the same time, the project saves an estimate 145,000 tons of water per year. This is equivalent to the annual water consumption of almost 100,000 people.
Mongolia has rich resources of renewable energy, especially solar energy. Mongolia has a huge potential to become a net exporter of renewable energy in the future.
Another project that's being implemented under the JCM in Mongolia is the Monnaran project, a 10-megawatt solar power plant that provides energy for agricultural activities by Everyday Farm LLC. The solar power plant produces and supplies 17 to 18 million kilowatt-hour of electricity. The solar power plant project has been supported by the JCM and now connects to the electricity grid in Mongolia's central region. This project aims to facilitate the transfer of leading technologies from Japan's agricultural sector to Mongolia, helping to produce safe and ecologically grown fruits and vegetables.
By receiving the support from the joint crediting mechanism, cooperation between Mongolian and Japanese private entities have opportunities to be engaged in renewable energy projects which required high investment.
One of the factors that contributes to greenhouse gas emissions as well as local air pollution is the smoke caused by incomplete combustion of coal stoves. This has posed a constant issue for the country that the government of Mongolia found difficult to manage. However, the JCM is creating opportunities to overcome this problem. Auto Service Company has installed efficient heat-only boilers at Borno district of Tu province at school number 118 in Kharul district of Ulaanbaatar city.
The capacity of Borno district's central heating boiler is 1.8 megawatt, supplying facilities within the district such as the school, kindergarten, public organizations, households and shops fully connected to a unified heating system. The main advantage of our boiler is that it has a high coefficient of performance.
The main benefit of this bilateral cooperation between Mongolia and Japan under the joint crediting mechanism is its contribution to the initial investment made by private companies. It applies not only to solar power plants projects but also to the transfer of technologies that address energy efficiency in heat production and electricity transmission systems.
There are many more examples of private companies doing business in Mongolia's energy sector, particularly in the renewable energy market. Only a few of them are mentioned here. In order to realize green development and fulfill Mongolia's commitment to the world, not only public sector leadership but also participation of private sector are vital. Continued commitment of Mongolia's private sector as the main driving force behind the country's economic growth will be the key to this success. Recognizing this, the government supports collaboration between public and private stakeholders.
So in order to support the expansion of renewable energy projects and programs, the government of Mongolia recently approved a law that exempts customs and value-added taxes from products and equipment for renewable energy projects. Additionally, in order to encourage enterprises to use renewable energy, such as rooftop solar panel, the government is preparing regulations for purchasing excess energy generated by these businesses.
In 2015, the Parliament of Mongolia adopted strategic policy paper on energy and green development with target for increasing the country's share of renewable energy to 20% by 2020 and to 30% by 2030. Previously, it was unimaginable to set a goal of even a 10% increase, as only several years ago the rate was less than 2%. Today, share of renewable energy has reached 11.8%. This outcome was realized through effective government policies and measures, active bilateral cooperation, and courageous steps taken by private companies both in Mongolia and abroad.
By implementing climate change mitigations project, we don't only reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but we also bring more benefits to the people and to the society. Actions by private sectors, corporations, investors, cities, and individuals are very important in the climate change mitigation. We need more private sector initiatives, cooperation, technology, and eagerness to work together for the climate change mitigation in Mongolia in order to reap more benefits for the future of the Mongolia.
Renewable energy has been rapidly expanding across the world. Over the last 5 years alone, renewable energy capacity has increased from 15% to 25%. By 2030, this growth is projected to reach 45%, according to the International Renewable Energy Agency. The main drivers of this increase are policy incentives and also technological innovations, which has led to a dramatic drop in costs. Stakeholders in energy sector welcome these developments, as the fall in the price of renewable has opened a window of opportunity for more companies to enter into the market. Mongolia's nature, including its wealth of sunshine throughout the year and a strong wind, sets an ideal location for the promotion of renewable energy, and with it, a clear way forward for Mongolia to meet its climate commitments.
Where are the energy solutions of tomorrow a reality today? Which country is investing £2.5 billion into clean growth innovation and leading the world in offshore wind? We're the UK and we're ready to trade with you.
Who is driving the clean transport revolution on the road to zero emissions by 2050? With a £5 billion blueprint for cleaner, greener public transport. Which country is ending the sale of petrol and diesel cars by 2030? Invented the lithium-ion battery, is home to Europe's first mass-production battery factory for electric vehicles, and is developing the next generation power cells at the world's most advanced open access facility, acting as the global hub for innovation and collaboration in high performance engineering for planes, trains and automobiles. Where will you find 80% of the world's top motorsport engineers, 7 out of 10 F1 teams, the home of Formula E and Extreme E, and has the world's fastest rate of decarbonisation with Green Grid that powers the whole mobility supply chain? Who is creating the world's first pop-up airports for flying cars and is pioneering wind assistance to ship goods across the world's oceans, reducing fuel consumption of ferries by up to 90%, navigating the Atlantic using AI and autonomous vessels, sailing ahead with high-speed propulsion to net zero by 2050. Where can you find the world's first hydrogen digger, the first ever fleet of hydrogen double-decker buses, the world's first autonomous tractor, and is decarbonising food production with precision robots? Who is propelling the jet zero revolution with the world's first hydrogen aeroplane, and was Amazon's test bed for drone delivery? Where will you find the power behind the world's clean transport solutions? We're the UK and we're ready to trade with you.
Seminole.
Just a fantastic.
За та бүхэнд энэ өдрийн мэндийг хүргэе. За манай олон улсын шинэ эрчим хүчний чуулга уулзалт маань удахгүй эхлэхээр байгаа. Та бүгд оролцогчд маань микрофоноо бүгд хаагаад өгөөрэй. Хурал хоёр хэл дээр явагдана, англи, монгол хэл дээр. Англи хэлээр сонгох байх юм бол орчуулах хэсгээс англиснээ сонгоод үзэх боломжтой байгаа шүү.
Сайн байна уу? Монгол хэл бол ямар ч юм сонгохгүй байж ах юм байна те.
За монголоор сонсож байгаа хүмүүс байх юм бол орчуулах хэсгийг орс гэсэн дээр тааруулчих юм бол дан монголоор сонсогдож авах байгаа шүү.
Би бүр амраа гарч идчихлээ баг.
Сайн байна уу? Өдрийн мэнд. Болормоо зөвлөх та орж ирсэн үү? Саяных мөн үү? Болормоо.
За жоо уцарсан дуучлаарай. Засгийн хурал дуусаагүй байна.
За тэгвэл хурлаа эхлэе. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attending the International New Energy Summit, which is organized by Global Green Growth Institute and Mongolian Renewable Industries Association, and also co-organized by British Embassy in Ulaanbaatar, Climate Change Research Cooperation Center, and Business Council of Mongolia, Global Wind Energy Council, and the Mongolian Committee by World Energy Council. So it's time to start the summit. Today is the first day of International New Energy Summit. And we will be focusing the Northeast Asian power system interconnection. So I would like kindly invite the first honorary guest, Mrs. Bolormaa Engpa, Senior Advisor and Chief Staff to the Prime Minister of Mongolia. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and apologies everyone for being a few minutes late. There's a budget discussion at Cabinet, and it's quite a heated discussion, so I had to step out of that. Well, first of all, thank you all very much On behalf of the government of Mongolia, I'd like to extend my warm greetings to the participants and the organizers of today's summit. I'd like to thank particularly the main two organizers, GGGI and the Mongolian Renewable Association. So thank you, guys. Major momentum is being built, especially in the last 12 months, as we're all seeing, both in terms of political will building and public support growing for climate action. We've seen net zero pledges by China, the US, European countries, Japan, the Republic of Korea, another over 120 countries, equaling now at carbon credit allowance of 70% of the global economy and 65% of total greenhouse gas emissions. And we're definitely seeing the public support growing, especially from a younger generation. And we're all very excited to see this happening. However, all of these pledges must now be translated into roadmaps to reach net zero, translated into concrete actions by enhanced commitments in Glasgow COP26. And I believe today's summit is a key path for Mongolia on our road to Glasgow as well. In 2020, as you all know, Mongolia reaffirmed its national determined contributions to the implementation of the Paris Agreement, with aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 22.7% by 2030, with technological and financial support from the international community. The energy sector will play a key role in achieving this goal, accounting for half of the GHG reduction targets for Mongolia's updated NDCs. The government's energy policy aims to increase the share of renewable energy in total domestic energy sources to 20% by 2023 and 30% by 2030. As of 2021, the domestic power capacity is 1.5 gigawatts, of which about 18% is from renewable sources. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think there are a number of people that would like to get their words in. So renewable energy, as I was saying, is not only a source of energy, but also an important sector for attracting foreign investment, job creation, strengthening the capacity of domestic human resource, and introducing modern technologies. Between 2016 and 2018 alone, a total of $400 million was invested in solar and wind power projects, with a total capacity of about 200 megawatts. It's noteworthy to highlight that Mongolian domestic companies invested about 100 million to the implementation of these renewable energy projects. An example of this is the Irkutsk hydropower plant project, for which the government recently signed an agreement with the selected contractors. With an installed capacity of about 90 megawatts, Irkutsk hydropower plant will generate 366 million kilowatt hour electricity per year to meet the energy needs of the 5 AMEGs in the western region of Mongolia, and the possibility of implementing large renewable energy projects with an investment of 5 to 7 billion in the next 10 years, as well as a gradual increase in capacity. After 2030, the renewable energy sector in Mongolia will be as socioeconomically important as the mining sector, and we see an opportunity to export renewable energy to neighboring countries. And for this reason, I'm also very excited that today's summit is an international summit with participants. I'm fully confident that during the summit, we'll be able to discuss and address the challenges of Mongolia's energy sector and achieve tangible outcomes and recommendations. I was very excited to see very exciting new items in the agenda, particularly hydrogen. The recent report that came out, I was very glad to read this, and one of the key things that was highlighted in the main outcomes was Mongolia's competitive advantage in terms of pricing for green hydrogen. So it's very exciting to see that the summit is also highlighting new and modern technologies and potential for Mongolia beyond solar and wind as well. I'd like to invite the international issue area experts and the summit organizers to present the recommendations and outcomes from this summit to the government. And once again, I'd like to thank all the participants and organizers of today's summit and wish you a very successful dialogue over the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind speech and taking time. So our next honorary guest is Mr. David Moran, COP26 Regional Ambassador for Europe, Central Asia, Turkey, and Iran. He was sent us a video speech for this summit. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about why COP26 is so important. We're now just over a month away from the Glasgow summit, our best chance to agree collective action to keep the planet's temperature under control and build a more climate-resilient future. The recent report by the IPCC, the leading world body for assessing climate change, could not be clearer. Human activity is damaging the planet at an alarming rate, and climate change is already affecting every region. Prepared by scientists around the world and agreed by governments, the report is a stark warning that the world is warming faster than previously estimated, and immediate action is essential. The alternative is the risk of catastrophic damage, far worse than today's extreme heat, droughts, floods, and wildfires. And it's much cheaper to act now. The economic and human cost of delaying or not acting at all is much higher. We must do all we can to keep in reach the target of limiting average global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees centigrade by the end of the century. That will require us to achieve by 2050 a balance between the carbon put into and taken out of the atmosphere. To do that, we need to halve carbon emissions by 2030, just 9 years from now. Success in Glasgow means locking in a global path towards these goals. As COP26 presidency, the UK's job is to broker the strongest possible consensus. Our objective is nothing less than an ambitious, fair and inclusive outcome supported by every country and across society. We have 4 strategic goals: to preserve and secure commitments to cut emissions, protect nature and vulnerable people, unlock much more climate finance for developing countries, and bring the world together to make it happen. The international scrutiny is already intense, and expectations from countries, business, civil society, and individuals are high. Significant progress has been made in recent months, but not enough. More is required from governments and non-state actors, all of us, delivering together through shared leadership, and that is where Mongolia can play an invaluable role. What we need now is a combination of commitment, ambition, and delivery. We encourage all countries, particularly major emitters, including from the G20, to come forward with stretching short-term targets aligned with reaching net zero carbon by 2050 and accompanied by long-term strategies which explain how they will get there. They should be comprehensive across economic sectors, transparent with good data and measurable targets, deliverable, integrated into domestic policies, including for COVID recovery and gender perspectives. The collective targets must add up to what the latest science requires. Our ambition must match the need. And we should be delivering results now through immediate action and publication of clear long-term strategies. The UK will share our strategy before Glasgow, and we've already enshrined in law our commitment to cut emissions by 78% by 2035 compared to 1990. And we used our G7 presidency to secure stronger mitigation and adaptation commitments, as well as working through the Adaptation Action Coalition to help countries build resilience, find solution, and funding for responding to climate shocks. A key area for immediate action is the energy transition. To meet our net zero goals, the global transition to clean power needs to happen at least 4 times faster than at present. Your conference is very relevant and timely. Countries have to encourage investment in renewable energy, limit deforestation, switch to electric vehicles, reduce methane, and accelerate their phase out of coal. I understand that Mongolia's geography and weather make diversifying away from fossil fuels difficult, but it can be done. The UK's share of coal used for electricity fell from 40% in 2012 to around 1.5% now, and we plan for 0 by 2024. At the Climate Ambition Summit last December, the then President of Mongolia announced that Mongolia could increase its NDC mitigation target from 14% to 22.7% with a further conditional commitment of 27.2%. This is welcome, but I hope that Mongolia will now redouble its efforts to further reduce its carbon emissions. Mongolia has immense potential in renewables. Its unique geographic location and potential solar and wind resources could be used effectively both in Mongolia and in the proposed Northeast Asia supergrid. I believe that this is one of the reasons why we're here today at the International New Energy Summit, to strengthen regional collaboration in reducing carbon emissions from energy, to make a difference and to make it happen. We are already benefiting from the opportunities as green technology continues to evolve. The UK now has 400,000 low-carbon jobs, and our Prime Minister has announced a 10-point plan for green industrial revolution through a £12 billion government investment to support up to 250,000 low-carbon jobs and spur up to 3 times as much in private investment. The 10-year goal is 2 million green jobs. Increasing climate finance everywhere is key. We doubled our own commitment to £11.6 billion over 5 years and are working with developed countries to secure additional commitments to meet that $100 billion target. Multilateral institutions on ways to facilitate developing country access, and the private sector to unlock significantly larger sources of funding. Time is very short. National and international targets must translate into action, and quickly. The UK will continue to re-examine our commitments and urge others to do the same. In the coming weeks, we must use every event, every discussion, to encourage and support higher ambition. In my role as COP26 Regional Ambassador for Europe and Central Asia, I will continue to work with partners in Mongolia and elsewhere on our common goals to limit global temperature rises, protect nature and people, boost climate finance, and help all parts of society to play a role. There's so much that business, civil society, and individuals can do to contribute, both to the global climate discussion and through net zero targets and actions. Everyone is affected by climate change, and everyone should have the chance to contribute to the response. Your presence here today shows your commitment, and I wish you a productive discussion and effective collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will invite the next honorary guest, Mrs. Elaine Conkiewicz, President, Representative, United Nations Development Program in Mongolia. Thank you.
First, I would like to thank MRIA and GGI for having UNDP at this most important International Energy Summit. We are very pleased to be able to take part in this excellent conversation that is taking place now in Mongolia. It is an opportune time as the world leaders have just concluded the high-level dialogue on energy, the HLDE, last week in New York on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly. As one of the co-chairs of UN Energy, UNDP has played a lead role in this dialogue. The high-level dialogue on energy 2021 was indeed a historic moment. It was a dedicated discussion at the highest levels to accelerate action on clean, affordable energy for all, for achievement, in particular, of the Sustainable Development Goals. It was the first gathering of leaders in more than 40 years at the United Nations, solely dedicated to discuss clean energy imperatives. It accelerated energy action toward achieving SDGs 7, 8, and 11 in particular, and puts the world on track to meet better the goals of the Paris Agreement on climate change. The production and use of energy are the main causes of the climate crisis, as we know, accounting for about 75% of total greenhouse gas emissions and making decarbonization of the energy system essential. Closing the energy access gap and ending energy poverty are crucial to ensure that this energy revolution promotes equality, raises people out of poverty, and powers us forward toward the SDGs. In many countries, today's energy generation using coal is contributing to an environmental and climate crisis. Investment in clean and renewable energy would help us create green jobs that are needed for the COVID-19 recovery in particular, while at the same time averting the impending climate catastrophe. While this sounds very ambitious, it is important to note that the cost of doing the right thing is far less than the cost of inaction. The energy action in this country and across the globe must be inclusive. As such, we must not forget about the role of women also in the energy sector, as scientists, engineers, planners, and decision makers. Clean energy also creates 3 times more jobs than just dirty energy, and those jobs should also go to women as well as men. Decentralized renewable energy can create significant jobs also in rural communities. Photovoltaic technology has become increasingly cheaper and is regarded as one of the best sources of power in most countries. It can generate more jobs as well as compared to fossil fuels. Solar and wind energy together can add the much needed supply to Mongolia's renewable energy sector that can be exported through the proposed Northeast Asian supergrid, as Mongolia's geographic location and year-round supply of sunlight are ideal for this. Further, this could also help to earn much needed foreign exchange for Mongolia to improve its trade balances. Mongolia thus has an important role to play over the next years, including through regional actions such as the supergrid, as collective action is needed to achieve our common energy goals. By increasing a sustainable mix of renewable energy resources, Mongolia would contribute towards a reduction in emissions and achieve its zero emission targets in the energy sector by 2040. But this would need all cities, financial institutions, companies, and civil society and organizations in Mongolia to play a role to build the sustainable and equitable energy future for the country. Therefore, I ask everyone here to rise up to this moment and be bold in deciding to transition to clean energy for everyone. At the high-level dialogue on energy last week, over 150 entities have submitted an energy compact. These commitments include $400 billion from private sector and governments to support both the energy transition and energy access. UNDP's own energy compact pledges to mobilize partners from within the United Nations system, member states, private sector, and civil society to provide access to clean and affordable energy to 500 million additional people, focusing on the world's most vulnerable communities. Mongolia has yet to submit a compact, but it can still do so, coming up with clear goals for areas such as clean electricity connections, energy savings, clean transport systems, green jobs, access to new and improved clean cooking and heating methods, and newly installed renewable energy capacity. UNDP is here to assist Mongolia in drafting an energy compact in time for COP26. We are committed to provide support for clean and renewable energy in Mongolia, and we have done so in Mongolia from 2016 to 2020 by facilitating market transformation for energy efficiency through nationally appropriate actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the construction sector. And we will continue to help drive and nurture clean energy solutions for a better tomorrow in Mongolia and beyond. So let us all rise up to the task take action for clean, sustainable energy for the benefit of every Mongolian now and in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Lane. So, thank you very much to all of honorary speakers for your opening speech and taking the time. And so it's time to start the presentation time. And I would like to invite Dr. Batchargal Zamp, special envoy on climate change of Mongolia. He will be making the keynote speech for this summit. Thank you.
Одоо сонсож байна уу? Байна уу?
Сонсож байна. Сонсож байна.
Би хаацсан байсан байна.
Сонсож байна.
Энэ өдрийн арга хэмжээнд Монгол улсаас болон дэлхийн янз бүрийн өнцөг болонд байгаа олон улс орнуудаас оролцож байгаа нийт хүмүүст энэ өглөөний, энэ өдрийн, энэ орой мэндийг дэвшүүлье. За миний ярианы сэдэв бол энд гарцсан байгаа. Тэгэхээр сая бол Монгол улсын ерөнхий сайдын ахлах зөвлөлт цадагтаа инфотын болормаа урамсгалын суурь хянагчийн талуудын бахуурлын бүшийн ич ноён Дэвид Морн замана хөгжлийн хөтөлбөрийн суурин төлөөлөх цадагтаа Елена Конкевичнаар үндсэндээ миний ярих зүйлийн гол чиглэлийн юмнуудыг ярьчлаа. За дээр нь манай нарах хэмжээнд одоо манай чухал түншүүдийн оролцож байгаа Япон улсын байгуулагчны яамны газрын дарга Юзу Сугимото заман дэлхийн эрчим хүчний сүлжээний хөгжил хамтны ажиллагааны байгууллагын бүсийн захирал ноён Супин Чен нарын улсууд мөн урамсгалын нугаан сангийн гадаад хамтын ажиллагаа хариуцсан захирал доктор Санжай Сүрэн оюун тэр хүмүүс манай арга хэмжээнд оролцож одоо чухал сони мэдээлэл өгнө байхаа гэж найдаж байгаа учраас би яриагаа албахаар төвчлөхийг боддог. Ихтэй нэлээд олон слайд ирсэн учраас яхан цаг авч магадгүй учраас хэцүүлж байна. За тэгээд юуны өмнө энэ арга хэмжээг зохион байгуулж санаачсан зохион байгуулж байгаа Монголын сэргээх эрчимчний үйлдвэрлэлийн холбооны ерөнхийлөгч ноён Жамбажамцын Осхонбаатар Дайнтхийн ногоослын байгууллагын Монголд суурин төлөөлөх шатагтай Анака Петерсон нар бас зориуд талархал илэрхийлье гэж бодож байна. За ингээд одоо намайг энд ярьж хооронд миний ярих зүйлийн агуулга хартсан байх гэж бодож байна. Тэгмээс би шууд цааш нь явъя гэж бодож байна. За ингээд урамсгалын өөрчлөлийн нөхцөл байдал одоо ямар байдалтай байна вэ гэхээр саяхан болтол бидний ажуулгын явцлаас хойш урамсгалын агаар мандын температурын өсөлтнийг 0.85-аас хэтрээгүй байна гэсэн бол саяхан олон улсын засгийн хоорондын мэргэжлийн хорооны хурлаас гаргасан шинэ илтгэл аль хэдийн эн чинь одоо 1.1 градус болцсон байна шүү гэсэн ийм дүгнэлтийг гаргаад ирсэн байна. За тэгэхээр энэ өөрчлөлтийн улмаа асуудал дэлхийд арай юу болоод байна вэ гэхээр за ямар ч байсан агаарт хөрөмтсөн хөлөмжийн хэмжээ одоо нүүрс зөрчлийн давхарслын байдлаар аваад үзэхэд бол 2 сая жилд байгаа хэмжээнд хүрчээ. Далайн түвшний өсөлт бол 3000 жилд байгаа хэмжээнд хүрсэн байна. За хойдбосон далайн өсгөн бүрхөвчийн одоо хүмүүгдэж байгаа байдлаар 1000 жилд болоогүй хэмжээнд хүрчээ. За мөн одоо дэлхийн уулархын нутаг хөрөмтсөн мөнгөс мэсэн голын хэмжээ одоо 2000 жилд болов хэмжээнд томогдсон байна гэсэн ийм нэмэлтүүд гарчээ. За тэгэхээр энэ бүгдийн нөлөөгөөр юу болж байгаа нөхөр мэдээж хэрэг одоо байгаль аюулгүйчгийн давтамж эрч нэмэгдэж байгаа. За үер ус, гал төмөр, ган гачиг гээд маш олон зүйлүүд болж байгаа талаар одоо бид мэдж байгаа. Ингээд энэ байдал цаашаа үргэлжлэх юм бол өнөөгийн бидний яриад байгаа 1.5 градус гэдгээс аль хэдийн даваад 4-5 градус хүрэх нь байх шүү гэсэн ийм дүгнэлтийг гаргаж ирсэн байна. За ингээд үндсэндээ одоо агаар мандын температур 1.5 2 одоо 4 болох юм бол нөхцөл байдал ямар болох вэ гэдгийг харуулсан. Жишээлбэл одоо Монгол Улсын газар нутгийг одоо энэ эхний энэ юунд дараачийн юунд нэг харьцуулах юм бол үндсэндээ баг хүрэн өнгөтэй харагдаж байгаа гэдэг бол нэлээд тийм одоо төгших хэмжээний мэдээлэл гэж ингэж ойлгох хэрэгтэй юм. За тэгэхээр бид саяхан болтол ирээсээ урамцлалтын тухай ярихдаа хөлөмжийн хэл яриад байдаг байсан. Гэтэл одоо нэмж нагаад гарч байгаа тоос тогтхын тухай бас ярихаас барахгүй болж байгаа. Тэгэхээр энэ тоос тоосны хэмжээ бол яг хөлөмжийн эсрэг үйлчилгээтэй байдаг. Ийм учраас энэнийг одоо шинээр бас тооцож ярих цаг болсон гэж үзэж байгаа. Тийм учраас хэрвээ хүний үйл ажиллагаа оролцоогүй байсан бол одоо урамцлалын нөхцөл байдлын ногоон зурвсын адилхан байх ёстой байсан. Гэтэл хөлөмжийн хэв улмаас за тэгээд одоо тоосны буцааж сэрүүцүүлэх нөлөөний улмаас ерөнхийдөө одоо агаар мандын дүнцэн төрлийн хэмжээнд явж байна гэдгийг одоо энд тооцож гаргасан байна. За тэгэхээр энэний урчгаар юу болж байна вэ гэхлээр за мэдээж хэрэг хүйтэн дулаан, үер ус, ган гачиг, за сасмсын хайрал, хүчтэй салхи шуурга, далайн усын төвшний нэмэгдэл, далайн ус хүчлэлийг болж шүрэн арламжсанд одоо нингүүгээр хайж байгаа гэх мэтийн ийм хүндрэлтний хөлчих хэмжээнээс хөлчих босхийг давах хэмжээнд очиж шүү гэдгийг одоо сануулж байгааг энд хэлж байгаа хаа гэж бодож байна. За ингээд ганц нэг жишээ усны эргэлтэд ямар байдлаар нөлөөлөх вэ? Мэдээж хэрэг одоо хуурайчлалтын улмаас ууршилт хэрэгжиж байна. Хурд тундас хэрэгцэнтэй болж байна. За бидний бас нэг ярьдгүй байсан зүйл юм аа гэхээр зарим хүмүүс ярьдаг л да ингээд далайн усанд ууршилт нэмэгдэж байгаа юм бол Монгол өнцгтээс их хэмжээний хурцыг ирэх юм биш үү гэж. Гэтэл агаар мандал дулаарч маань чиг агуулгах чадвар нэмэгддэг учраас Атлантын далайгаас хойдмосын далайгаас овоо нэмэг чиг ирлээ гэсэн Монгол улсын нутгийн хурцыг болж буух магадлал нь одоо багасна гэсэн үг. За ингээд одоо зөвхөн энэ оны 7-8 дугаар сард дэлхийд даяар галт төмрийн байдлыг харахад одоо яахан бүдүүлэг ярих юм бол үндсэндээ бараг дэлхийд даяар галт төмөрт давтсан ийм байдалтай харагдаж байна. За хажуугаар нь үер ус. За үер ус маш олон гадар тохиолж олон хүний амьсыг автсан ийм одоо мэдээлэл бидэнд ирж байгаа. За тэгээ энэ одоо зарим улсууд тухайлбал Америк нэгдсэн улсын зарим мужид болсон үер. За энэ үерийн улмаас учирсан хохирлол одоо гарч байгаа энэ зүгээр салхины хүч хөтөл одоо 240 км/цаг буюу одоо бидний ярилцгаар бол 50-60 м шиг өдгөж байгаа. Тэгэхээр та бүхэн мэдж байгаа ш Монголд одоо салхины хүч 25-30 хүрэх юм бол сүйд болдог. Тэгэхээр энд одоо юу болж байна гэдэг одоо энд бас одоо тодорхой хэлэх зүйтэй байх болж байна. За ингээд энэ Америк нэгдсэн улс үерийн улмаас зарим мужууд онц байдал тогтоож байсан. За энэ манай өмнө хөршид катод гэхэд үерийн улмаас одоо энэ зөвхөн 7 дугаар сард болсон үерийн улмаас одоо 300 гаруй хүн амьнасаа алдаж сая 500 гаруй хүний нүүдгийн шилжүүлэх. За тэгээд дээр нь одоо 580 гаруй га газрын ургац шүйдэж нийтдээ 18 тэрбум доллар хохирол зөвшөөрсөн гэж байна. Тэгэхээр та бид мэдж байгаа энэ бол манай улсын дотоод нийт бүтээгдэхүүнээс хамаагүй давсан тоо зөвхөн 1 сарын одоо аюулгүйч хохирлоор одоо бий болж байна. За энэ үер ус бол одоо бусад орнд биш Монголд Монголын говьд одоо энэ өмнө говьд болсон үерийн зургийг харагдж байна. Тэгэхээр энэ жилийн үер усны улмаас Монголд бол одоо 37-8 хүн тэмдэглэр одоо 8 хүүхдийн амьнас ирсэн одоо ийм одоо харамсалтай мэдээ байж байгаа. За энэ урамчлалын өөрчлөлтийн улмаас Монгол улсын нутаг дээр байгалийн аюулгамшийн давтамж эрчим нэмэгдэж байгаа юуг энд харуулсан байна. За Монгол улсад мэдээж усны нөөц хамгийн чухал асуудал. Тэгэхээр энэ мөнх цус 9 голын хэлбэрээр мөнх цэвдгийн хэлбэрээр Монгол улсын нутгийн хадгалсан усны хэмжээ сүүлийн 40-50 жилийн дотор одоо бараг 2 дахин хямигдчихад байна. Энэ бол Алтай таван богдын одоо 9 голын байдал 100 жилийн өмнө одоо ямар байгааг хариуцсан энэ зургаас одоо тодорхойлогдож байна. За тэгэхээр мөнх цэвдгийн байдлаар хадгалсан усны хэмжээ энэ хугацаанд бараг 2 дахин буурсан энэ зураг энд харагдаж байгаа. За ингээд уур амьсгалын хуурайшилт, хүний үйл ажиллагааны дэөнөөс, малын тодлогын өсөлтөөс болоод чөлжилт манай газар нутгийн бараг 70 хэдэн хувийг одоо нэрвж байгаа энэ зураг энэ дээр харагдаж байгаа. Тэгэхээр сүүлийн 80 гаруй жилийн дотор Монгол улсын нутгаар агаарын дунд температур 224 градусаар нэмэгдээд хурдан тус нь одоо 6% одоо барагшгүй буурчаад байж идэг. Гэтэл манай улсын нутаг дээр хөлөмжийн хэмжээ одоо нөөц төрчийн давхар эсэл юм уу метан гэхтэл ойрын хэдхэн жилдэл одоо 8-аас 16% нэмэгдчихэд байж байна. Тэгэхээр энэ бүгдийн нөлөөгөөр Монгол улсын эдийн засгийн салбар байгалийн янз бүрийн нөөцөд хэр зэрэг нөлөөлөх вэ гэдэг ийм судалгааг манай мэргэжлийн бүр гаргасан байж байгаа. За эндээс нэг анзаармаар зүйл юу вэ гэхээр энэ за усны нөөц, ойн нөөц, манай тухай гадаад трейдинг гэхээс гадна нийгмийн эрүүл мэндэд нөлөөлөх нэлээд тийм онцгой одоо дүнлэлт гарч байгаа. Тэгэхээр энэ цар тахал гэдэг элдв юмнуудын сэжвэрмэн энд одоо цуглаж байгаа гэдгийг бас хэлэхэд зүйтэй бас явж байна. За ингээд хамрах газар нутгийн байдал одоо эрсдлийн эрчим яаж нэмэгдэх тухай нэг судалгаа гаргасан байгаа энэ зүүнээс үндэхэд. За ингээд дэлхийн төвөрийн байгууллагаас ойрын 4-5 жил дотор дэлхийн газар бүрхэгчийн температур яаж нэмэгдэх вэ? Энэ ерөнхий дундастай харьцуулахад ямар болох вэ гэдгийг гаргасан зүрх ингээд харахад одоо ингээд 4-5 жилийн дотор одоо бараг хүрэн болж харагдчихад Монгол улсын нутагч гэсэн одоо энэ дотор орцсон явж байна. За хурдан тусны хэмжээ ингээд аваад үзэх юм бол Монгол улсын нутагт адаг цог зарим газар үндсэн хуурайшигт зарим газар жаахан хурдан тус нэмээ болчих жишээтэй энд харагдаж байна. За гэтэл зүгээр ингээд ойрын хэдэн 3-4 жилинд бол одоо нэг 15-20 жилийн өмнөөсөнтэй харьцуулахад бол энэ галтын өмрийн аюул ус эрсдлийн хэмжээгээр бол онцгойлсон орнуудын тоонд Монгол онд ороод явчихсан харагдаж байна. За дээр нь байгаль аюул гамшигаас хамаатай хүн амын амьдас эрсдлийн хэмжээг бол Монгол улс нь энд одоо нэлээд анхаарал төрөх хэмжээнд хүрсэн байж байна. Тэгэхээр энэ бүгдийн шалтгаан болж байгаа хөлбөмбөгийн хийг бууруулалтаар бид одоо юу хийж чадж байна вэ? Тэгэхээр түрүүн одоо ноён Дэвид Мороны гүнд маш тодорхой гарлаа. Хөлбөмбөгийн хийг бууруулахаар Парисын хэлзээр нэгдсэн орнуудын авсан амлалтын хэмжээ тооцоод үсдээч гэсэн бид нь хэрвээ жишээлбэл 1.15 градус барий гэвэл даруй 15 гигатон. За юу 2 градус барий гэвэл 15 гигатон. 1.5 болгоё бол 32 гигатон нэмж бууруулах юм одоо шаардлагатай болж байгаа. За тэгэхээр энэ хөлбөмбөгийн хийг огт бууруулж болдгоо зүйлийг бол бас үгүй юм байна. Одоо ингээд энэ цар тахлын одоо 19 онд жишээлбэл дэлхийн хэмжээнд нийтдээ нэг 36 гигатон одоо хөлбөмбөгийн хийг ялгаруулж ирсэн бол 20 онд болоо явцсан бараг 5.6% буурсан энэ дүр зураг энд харагдаж байна. За тэгэхээр энэ хугацаанд цатгалын хугацаанд одоо эрчим хүчний үйлдвэр зам тээврээс хамаарч хөлбөмбөгийн хий ямар хэмжээгээр буурсан энэ дүр зураг энэ харагдаж байна. Гэхдээ энэ бол төр зүрийн эмзэгдэл юм аа. Ийм учраас дэлхийн улс орнууд энэ зуунууд унд ихэд хөлбөмбөгийн хий ялгарч шингээтэй ойртвол яа тэнцвэлээ. Энийг бол одоо сая одоо үхсэн улсууд одоо ноён морон хатгахын көвч юм энэ тухай дурсаж ярьсан. Тэгэхээр Монгол улс бас зүгээр шуугаагүй ямар нэгэн хэмжээгээр энэ рүү тэмүүлээ гэсэн байдлаар одоо энэ замын зураг гэж юм гаргаад явж байгаа. Энэ бол үндснээ алсаараа 2050 бичиг баримтанд ямар нэгэн хэмжээгээр туссан юм зүйл юм аа. За тэгэхээр та бид мэдж байгаа бид Парисын хэлцээрээ өмнө 14% гэсэн тоо ярьчаад усууд босоогоо шүүмжлүүлжсэн одоо нүүрснээс төлөх юм байхгүй бол ямар том зорилт дэвшүүлдэг юм бэ гэж. Тэгээ харин Парисын хэлцээрийн дараа бид бусад салбаруудаа нэмээд энэнийг бид нь 22.7 болгосон түрүүн одоо болормоос үйлхэн тухай бас онцолж хэлсэн байж байгаа. За ингээд энэний бууруулах хөрөг хүлээх гол салбар бол мэдээж хөдөлгөөний одоо ялгаруулалтын бараг 50% нь авч байгаа эрчим хүчний салбар байж байгаа. За тэгээд дээр нь хөдөөж чухал салбар. Тэгэхээр энэ хоёр салбар маань бас хөдөлгөөний ялгуурлахаас гадна тоос одоо тортог нэмдэг. За мөн ой гадрын нугаан бүрхвчгээд шингээд гэх мэт талаар хөдөлгөөний одоо бол хоёр тийшээ нөлөөлдөг ийм онцгой салбар байж байгаа. Тэгээ эцэст нь биднээс хэрвээ зориуд гаднаас технологийн шинжилэл болон бусад зүйлээр дэмжлэг авах юм бол бид 22.7-г $20 болох болцоотой энэ тухайг одоо сая нэгдсэн байдлын чуулган дээр Монгол Улсын ерөнхийлөгч одоо зарласан байж байгаа. За хэрвээ бидний цааш шингээтэй эрхжүүлээд яах юм бол энэ Монгол Улсын нутаг дээр байж байгаа хөдөлмөрийн хийг бол 44.5% бууруулах боломжтой байна гэсэн юм. Тэгэхээр энэний нэг гол зүйл нь Монгол Улсын гадар нутгийн нугаан бүрхвчийг нэмэгдүүлэх. Энэ талаар бас Монгол Улсын ерөнхийлөгч нэгэн чуулган дээр одоо гадар нутгийн нугаан бүрхвчийг тэлэх, дэмжих зорилгоор одоо тэр бүм хүртэл мод тарихын хөдөлгөөний өрнөлөх тухай одоо зарласан байж байгаа. Энэ бол бас л одоо бодлогын нэг том алхам гэж ойлгох ёстой. Гэтэл Монгол Улс өнөөдөр одоо эрчим хүч үйлдвэрлэх, за мөн эрсдэлтэй олбоорлох энэ бүхэт гарч байгаа хөдөлмөрийн хээвэр зилээжилт нэмэгдээд байгаа. Гисэн хэрнээ одоо сэрэгт эрчим хүчний эзлэх хувийг нэмэгдүүлэх бид жишээд 2030 он гэхэд бараг одоогийн бараг гаргаж байгаа үйлдвэрлэх эрчим хүчний эрчим хүчтэй тэмцэх хэмжээний эрчим хүчийг сэрэгт эрчим хүч үйлдвэрлэх их мэтийн том зорилт тавьчихад явж байна. За хажуугаар нь түрүүн Атагта Конкевич сонцсон дорднол энэ эрчим хүчний үйлдвэрлэл за түгээл ашиглалтын үр ашиг гэдэг юм дээр бид онцгойчлуулах зайлшгүй шаардлага байж байгаа. За Монгол Улсын нутгаар өнөөдөр болонцондоо нар салж усны эрчим хүчийг ашиглаж байгаа одоо байдлыг харуулсан слайд байна. За энд олон улсын болон хөрөлтлийн хамтлагын механизм яаж ашиглаваа гэхээр өнгөрсөн хугацаанд урамсгал нугаан сангийн дэмжлэгтэйгээр одоо сүмбэрт нарны станц байгууллаа. За хамтарсан кредитлох механизмын хүрээнд Японы улсын засгийн газрын дэмжлэгээр үндсэндээ 3 нарны станцыг одоо өнөөдөр байгуулж чад байна. Энэ тухай бас ноён сегментоо нэмж хэлэх байхаа гэж бодож байна. За ингээд бидний энэ одоо тодорхой суммаар нэмэлт авсан энэ зорилтууд миний нэг барихад яахан одоо тэр хэмжээний ambitious болж чадаагүй. За энэ даруухан зорилготой хүрч чадахгүй гэдэг дээр бас яахан эргэлзээ байгаа. За Эрдэнэ бүрэнгийн усан цахилгаан станц одоо үндсэндээ асуудал шийдэглээ гэдэг боломжтой зүйл хэлчихлээ. За эгийн болон усан цахилгаан станц гэдэг одоо энэ хүнд байдал орцсон байж байгаа. Тэгэхээр энэ юмыг чинь одоо бид яаж орлуулах юм бэ? Ямар альтернатив байна гэдэг юм дээр чинь одоо бид өнөөдрийн ярианы одоо сэдв болгож авч ирж байгаа гэж хэлж болно. Тэгэхээр би ярьсан зүйл одоо товчхон ингээд дүгнээд хэлэхэд за ингээд $80,000 тэмдэгт эрчимжиж байна. За дээр нь энэ цар тахал гэж үндсэндээ одоо нийт хүн төрөлхтнийг одоо улс орнуудыг хөгжсөн хөгжиж байгаа ялгахгүй одоо маш хүнд дарамтанд учруулж байгаа гэдгийг одоо бид мэдж байгаа. Тэгэхээр харин урамсгалын чиглэлээр олон улсын хэмжээний бодлогын түвшинд бас өөрчлөлт гарч байна. Одоо саяхан Парисын хэлцээрээс гарч байсан дэлхийн эдийн засгийн тэргүүлэх бүрэн төдийгүй хөдөлмөрийн хялгалтаараа тэргүүлдэг Америкийн нэгдсэн улс буцаж Парисын хэлцээр эргэж ороод харин ч урамсгалын асуудлаар бол одоо тийм мандаалах байр суурь эзэлж байгаа нь бол маш их чухал ийм эргэлтийн одоо мөч гэж бид одоо ойлгох хэрэгтэй юм аа. За энэ нөхцөл байдалд Монгол юу хийж байна вэ? Тэгэхээр манай авсан нөгөө тодорхойлсон зорилт байна. Үнэхээр тийм одоо хүмүүсийн бодоод байгаа ambitious байж чадж байна уу гэхлээр за Монгол улсын байгаа нөхцөл байдлын хэмжээнд одоо ямар нэг хэмжээгээр ингэ одоо дэвшүүлсэн зорилт гэж үзэж болно. Гэтэл яг олон улсын түвшинд бус орнуудтай харьцуулбал юм тийм одоо том ambitious байж чадаагүй гэж одоо бид хүлээн зөвшөөрөх ёстой. За энэ одоогийн байдлаар авчгаад одоо төлөвлөж байгаа юмдаа бас бүрч чадахгүй гэдэг нь бас л эргэлж ятай юмнууд байна. Би дөнгөж саяын регион болонсын захиргааны тухай товч дурдлаа. Тэгэхээр бид бодлогын талаар, үйл ажиллагааны талаар одоо тийм тодорхой өөрчлөлт хийхгүй болохгүй болоод байна. За хамгийн энгийн жишээ гэхтэл засгийн газрын одоо төлөвлөгөөгөөр ойрын хугацаанд дулааны захиргааны станцууд нэмж барьна гэдэг тэнд гаднаас дэмжлэг авах тухай ярьж байсан. Гэтэл одоо манай өмнө хөрших гэтэл үндсэндээ нүүрсний үйлдвэр дэмжихгүй гэдэг ингээ гараад ирлээ. Тэгэхээр хөрөнгө оруулалтын асуудал өөр болж байгаа учраас бид Монгол улс дулаан захиргааны яаж үйлдвэрлэхээ, цааш нь яаж нэмэгдүүлэх гэдэг асуудал ярьж байна. Харин Монгол улсын ерөнхийлөгч ингээд одоо урамсгалын өөрчлөлтийн нэмэр болох зорилгоор хөлбөмбөгийн шингээх, газрын одоо ногоон бүрхөвчийг чадварыг нэмэгдүүлэх талаар ингээд том хөдөлгөөн өрнүүлж байгаа. Энийг бид одоо маш их халуунаар дэмжиж энэ талаар бүх мэргэжлийн байгууллагууд дэвтэрээ ажиллаж яаж энэ зорилгыг биелүүлэх вэ? Энэ санаачлалыг дэмжих вэ гэдэг талаар ажиллах хэрэгтэй болж байгаа. За ингээд өнөөдрийн сэдв энэ одоо шинэ эрчим хүчтэй энэ юу хэлж байна вэ? Энэ бол одоо энэ урамсгалын өөрчлөлийг сааруулж басан зөвхөд ямар хамаатай зүйл вэ? Энэ бол зөвхөн нэг эрчим хүчийн шинэ төрлийн тухай яриад байна уу? Эсвэл яриасаа эрчим хүчийг үйлдвэрлэх, түгээх, ашиглах бүх шатанд одоо шинэ хандлага, шинэ арга одоо техник нэвтрүүлэгч нэг үү гэдэг ийм асуулт юусаар гарч ирж байгаа. Тэгэхээр энэ чиглэлээр энэ ойрын хугацаанд гэрлэгээтэй зүйл бидэнд харагдаж байна уу? Одоо бидний ярьдаг Монголын үйлдвэрт ногоон гэрэл байна уу үгүй юу? Энэ тухайд бид өнөөдөр ярих гэж одоо татгалзаж суулж байгаа учраас ингээд та бүхнийг энэ талаар маш үнэтэй санаа нэмэрлэж ингээд Монгол улс урамсгалын өөрчлөлийг сааруулах, за мөн одоо ард иргэдийн амьдралд хүнд бэрхшээл учруулахгүйгээр дасан зохицох энэ асуудал шийдэхэд дэм тус болох санал зөвлөмж гаргахыг уриалж би үүгээр өөрийнхөө яриаг өндөрлөө. За баярлалаа.
За баярлалаа. Бачаргал докторт сонирхолтой илтгэл танилцуулсан маш их баярлалаа. За ингээд өнөөдрийн бидний 1-р хуралдаан буюу Зүүн Хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний хамтын ажиллагааны чиглэлээр танилцуулагдах Зүүн Хойд Азийн Парисын гэрээдэг Зүүн Хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний өнөөгийн төлөв байдлын талаар хуралдаан явагдах байгаа. Энэ хуралдааныг Монголын бизнесийн зөвлөлийн дэд ерөнхийлөгч ноён Бямсаахан модератороор ажиллана гэдэг Бямсаахан захирлыг урьж байна. За энэ сешн эхлэхийн өмнө юуны чимэдэрч дарга Монголын Гайдко гэдэг энэ байгууллагын Монголын үндэсний хорооны тэргүүн чимэдэрч дарга бас идэвхтэнд мэдээлэх юм байна. За баярлалаа.
Ano, сонсож байна уу? Ямар ч сонсож байна. За өнөөдрийн сешны эхлэлийн үгийг хэлэх боломжийг олгосон эрхэм ноёд хатагта та нарт та бүхэнд баярлж байна. Сонгоёо сэргийгч хэрэгцүүлсэн үйлдвэрчдийн холбооны ерөнхийлөгч Осгон Баатартан тусгаалan баярлалаа. За ингээд хурлын энэ хэсэгт бол би зүгээр Зүүн Хойд Азийн нэгдсэн сүлжээг бий болгох энэ асуудлаар хэлцэгдэх учраас үүнтэй холбогдуулаад бас тодорхой санал мэдээлэл өгөөд бас энэ хэлэлцүүлэхт энэ талаар бас авч хэлэлцүү зүгээр юм болов уу гэсэн энэ талын мэдээлэл өгье гэж бодсон байгаа. За би бол Эрдэнэс Монгол гэж компанид ажиллаж байгаа. За сая Мегмарт орчин хэлснээр Эрдэнэс Монгол компани бол бас Бүгд Хятад улсын тэр Гейтко компани төлөөлөл болж ажиллаж байгаа учраас бас Гейтко компани зүгээс хийж хэрэгжүүлсэн энэ Зүүн Хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний нэгдсэн сүлжээг бий болгох талаар авч хэрэгжүүлсэн арга хэмжээний талаар бас товч мэдээлэл өгье гэж ингэж бодсон юм байна. За яг бачаргалгаа хэлж байна. Өөрөлдмөл сэргийгч эрчим хүчнийхээ зорилтын талаар бол Монгол улс зорилт төвшөндөө бол хүрээгүй явж байгаа гэж. Энэ бол одоо үнэн өөрөлдөх юм бол 20% хүрэх 23 он гэхэд нийт эрчим хүчнийхээ 30% хүрэх энэ зорилт бол хэрэгжихэд бол бас яхан төвөгтэй байдалтай байна. Тэгэхээр энэ зорилтыг хэрэгжүүлэхэд бол ер нь бол бид нар сэргийгч эрчим хүч гэдгийг их том утгаар нь бүс нутгийн хэмжээнд хэрхэн хөгжүүлэх вэ? Зүүн Хойд Азийн нэгдсэн сүлжээ гэдэгт ингэж холбогдож тэнд одоо сэргийгч эрчим хүчнийхээ гол нөөцийг тэр сүлжээнд оруулж тэгээд тэр сүлжээний гол зохицуулагч, оролцогч, тоглогч болж ингэж ажилласан тохиолдолд Монгол улсын сэргийлэгч хүмүүстний зорилт бол хэрэгжнэ. Түүнээс биш дотооддоо байгаа ганц гигаваттын хэрэглэн дээр суурлагдсан хүчин чадалтаар одоо 30-40% сэргийлэгч хэрэгчмөчтэй хангана гэх юм бол бидний сэргийлэгч хэрэгчмөчний зорилт бол хэрэгжихгүй гэсэн ийм ерөнхий дүр зураг харагдаад байна. Тэгэхээр Эрдэс Монгол компани бол ер нь засгийн газрын тогтоолоор Эрдэс Монгол компани дотор байгаа манай шивэ энержи төсөл гэж байгаа. Энэ шивэ энержи төсөл бол бас засгийн газрын тогтоолын дагуу тусгай үүрэг зорилтыг хэрэгжүүлэхээр ингээд байгуулагдчихсан. Энэ үүрэг зорилт нь бол шивэгийн уурхай дээр 5280 мегаваттын том цахилгаан станц барих. Тэгээд энэ үйлдвэрсэн эрчим хүчийг бол бүгд найрамд хятад улсад экспортлох ийм зорилттой яваад байна. Тэгэхээр энэ бол яг бас нүүрсний төсөл гэдгийг бол даах анхаарах хэрэгтэй. Тэгэхдээ зүүн хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний систем Монгол улс холбогдож ажиллахад гол одоо тийм төлхөө төсөл болж хэрэгжих учиртай ийм төсөл болчиход байгаа. Тэгэхээр энэ төслийг бол бас урагшлуулах тал дээр бол засгийн газрын зүгээс эрчим хүчний яам Эрдэс Монголын зүгээс бол анхаарал бол ажиллаж байгаа. Гэхдээ төсөл жоохон удаашралтай явж байгаа. Гэхдээ Эрдэс Монголын зүгээс сүүлийн 3 жилд бас нэг 2 ажил дээр их тодорхой ахиц гаргаж судалгаа тооцоо хийгээд явж байгаа. За энэ нь бол хамгийн нэгдүгээр 2019 онд Осын албаны улсын Россети компанитай хамтран ажиллах санал бичих байгуулад энэ санал бичгийн хүрээнд хийх хамгийн чухал ажлуудын зүүн хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний нэгдсэн сүлжээг байгуулахын тулд судалгааны ажлыг хамтарч хийя гэдэг ингээд энэ судалгааны ажлын хүрээнд Монгол улсын эрчим хүчний системийн одоогийн байдал дүн шинжилгээ өгөх, зүүн хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний системд холбогдохын тулд Оросын албаны улстай хэрхэн хамтарч ажиллах вэ гэдэг энэ чиглэлийг гол болгоод энэ судалгааны ажлыг хийж байгаа. За энэ судалгааны ажилд бол эрчим хүчний яам, спичийн үндэсний төв, цахилгаан намжуулах үндэсний сүлжээ Эрдэс Монгол ороод ингээд ажиллаж байгаа. Ер нь бол энэ судалгааны ажил 2022 онд дуусах бөгөөд зүүн хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний нэгдсэн системийн замын зураглалыг гаргаж холболтын ерөнхий нөхцөлийг хоёр засгийн газарт танилцуулъя гэж ингэж одоо төлөвлөгөөтэй явж байгаа. Энэ судалгааны ажил явагдаж байгаа. Ер нь бол Монгол улс зүүн хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний сүлжээнд холбогдохын тулд хамгийн түрүүнд Оросын холбооны улстай ямар хүчлийн төвшөнд ямар шугамар аль зэгээрээ яаж холбогдох вэ гэдэг энэ чиглэлийг бол хамгийн түрүүнд тодорхой болгох юм бол үүний дараа бол бид нар зүүн хойд Азийн бусад улс орнуудтай Монгол улс харилцах хамтран ажиллах хамгийн боломж үйл хаалга нээгднэ гэж ингэж үзэж байгаа учраас Оросын албаны улстай хийж байгаа энэ судалгаа бол их чухал ажил бодолтой юм аа гэж ингэж хэлэх гэсэн. Нөгөө нэг ажлууд сая дөрөв хэлсэн хятадын тэр Gatco гэж байгууллага байгаа. Дэлхийн эрчим хүчний нэгдсэн сүлжээг бий болгох, хөгжүүлэх Gatco байгууллага бол ерөнхийдөө дэлхийд даяар эрчим хүчний доктортой хөгжлийг дэмжих зорилготой ашигын бус байгууллага. Эрдэс Монгол компани бол энэ Gatco-д бол гишүүнчлэлээр хийсэн. За 2021 онд Gatco-г Монгол дахь төлөөллийг хэрэгжүүлэх ийм байгууллага бол ингээд ажиллаж байгаа. За миний бие бол энэ төлөөллийг хэрэгжүүлэх ажлыг бол ахлаад ингээд хариуцсан явж байгаамаа. За ингээд Gatco Эрдэс Монгол 2021 онд юу хийх вэ гэхээр Монгол хятадын эрчим хүчний хамтын ажиллагаа зүүн хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний сүлжээний холбоотой судалгаа хийгээд засгийн газартаа тайлангаа хүлээлгэж өгөө гэдэг ингээд ажиллаж байгаа. За зүүн хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний нэгдсэн сүлжээний холболтыг бий болгохын тулд Чойр сайн шанд замын үд 5-7 оюутлогоо гашуун сухад гэдэг энэ одоо байгаа хил огтлж гарсан энэ замуудын дагуу цахилгаан намжуулах агаарын шугамыг барьж байгуулах боломж байна уу? Энэ нь одоо зүүн хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний нэгдсэн сүлжээний холболтын нэг гарц байж болох уу гэдэг энэ чиглэл дээр бол судалгаа хийж байгаа. За энэ нь бол ийм хоёр хөрштөгөө зүүн хойд Азийн нэгдсэн сүлжээний холболтыг бий болгох талаар хоёр судалгааны ажилтнууд бол Эрдэс Монгол ингээд ажиллаж байгаа. Тэгэхээр энэ хоёр судалгааны ажил нь бол цаашдаа энэ Монгол улсын хувьд бол зүүн хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний нэгдсэн сүлжээ бий болгох стратеги судалгаанд бол нэлээд их тийм ач холбогдол өгнө гэж ингэж найдаж байгаа учраас өнөөдрийн энэ хилцүүлэг бас энэ хөршүүдтэй хамтран ажиллах энэ чиглэлийг бол илүү бас их авч үзээсэй гэсэн зорилгоор би бас энэ зүг хэлье гэж ингэж бодож ирсэн юм. Ер нь бол энэ Монгол улсын гадаад бодлогын үйлчлэл баримтал үүний дотор шинжлэх ухааны технологийн гадаад харилцааны бодлогод бол эдийн засаг нийгмийн салбарт инновацийг нэмэгдүүлэх, сэргээгт эрчим хүчийг ашиглах төсөл хөтөлбөрийг хэрэгжүүлэхэд тус дэмжлэг үзүүлэх, хөрш орнуудаа сайн хөршийн ёсоор өргөн хүрээнд хамтын ажиллагааг хөгжүүлэх, эдийн засгийн салбарууд тэргүүний технологи менежмент нэвтрүүлэх, түлш эрчим хүч зам тавир харилцаа холбоотой зэд төсвийг салбарыг хөгжүүлэхэд өмнө үзүүлнэ гэдэг ингээд заачсан байна. Тэгэхээр гадаад бодлогын энэ үйлс баримтлалыг хөгжүүлэхэд хувийн хэвшлийг хэрхэн ашиглах вэ? Үндэсний томоохон компаниуд энд ямар оролцоог хангаж өгөх юм бэ гэдгийг, төр засгийн зүгээс ямар арга хэмжээ авах юм бэ гэдгийг талаар одоо өнөөдрийн энэ Зүүн Хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний сүлжээний талаар авч хэлж байгаа хэлэлцүүлэг бас авч хэлэлцээсэй гэж би одоо ингэж хүсэж байгаа. Яагаад гэвэл Эрдэс Монгол компанидар бас тодорхой хэмжээний судалгааны ажлуудыг эхлүүлээд энэ ажлын гарц гаргалгыг бий болгоход бол тодорхой анхаарлаа хандуулаад ажиллаж байгаа учраас энийг бол бас хэлэлцүүлэлт анхаарлаа хандуулах гэж ингэж бодсон юм байна. Сая бачруулга хэлсэн тэр нүүб ерөнхий чуулган дээр бол хятадын дарга хэлэхдээ нүүрсээр ажиллах эрчим хүчний төслийг хэрэгжүүлэхэд дэмжих үзүүлэхгүй гэдэг ингээд зарлжлаа. Гэхдээ бид рүү хэлсэн бид нар бол сэргээгт эрчим хүчийг Монголд хөгжүүлэхдээ бүс нутгийн хэмжээнд хөгжүүлэх нь илүү үр дүнд төрж үр ашгаа бидэнд өгнө. Зөвхөн дотоодын эрчим хүчний зах зээл дээр бол бид нар ямар нэгэн өрсөлдөөн гаргахад бол хүнд байна. Тийм учраас хятад улстай юуны төрөө одоо энэ өмнө хийж хэрэгжүүлж байсан төсөл хөтөлбөрүүдэд өргөжлүүлж ажиллах талаар хамгийн түрүү яриа хэлцээ хийх ийм шаардлага байгааг болохос энэ хэлцүүлэг авч хэлцээсэй гэж үзчихээ. Ингээд хятад улстай юуны төрөө эрчим хүчний салбарт хамтран ажиллах хэлцээр байгуулах, импорт экспортын урт хугацааны хэлцээр байгуулах, нүүрсний урхаг түшгэлсэн станц байгуулах, сэргээгт эрчим хүчний нөөцийн талаар хамтарсан судалгаа хийх, нар салхи, усны шинэ их үүсвэр барих, хамтарсан төслүүдийг хэрэгжүүлэх, за эдгээр салбарт хэрэгжүүлэх хөрөнгө оруулалтыг хөгжүүлэн дэмжих, хамгаалах тухай энэ хамтын ажиллагааны хэлэлцээрийг бий болгох илүү үр дүнд хүрнэ гэж ингэж бас би хараад байгаамаа. За засгийн газрын 20-21 оны үйл ажиллагааны хөтөлбөрт бол гадаадын хөрөнгө оруулагчдын ашиг тууштай хамгаалах, за энэ дэд үтс эрчим хүчний дээр хэрэгжиж байгаа мега төслүүдэд гадаадын хөрөнгө оруулалтыг татах, хөнгөлөлтөд зээл босдгоо тусламж авах дэмжлэг үзүүлнэ гэдэг ингээд заасан байгаа. Тэгэхээр өөрөөр хэлбэл Зүүн Хойд Азийн нэгдсэн сүлжээний хувьд бол Монголын нүүрсдийч болон энэ сэргээгт эрчим хүчний томоохон төслүүдийн мега төслүүд болох томоохон төслүүд дээр дэмжлэг авах, хамтран ажиллах талаар Монгол хятадын эрчим хүчний хамтын ажиллагааны хөтөлбөрт тусах ийм зайлшгүй шаардлага байна гэж ингэж бол хэлмээр байгаа. Тэгэхээр түрүүн үг хэлсэн хүмүүс бол хэлж байна. Өөрөөр хэлбэл ер нь бол энэ нэг Зүүн Хойд Азийн нэгдсэн сүлжээ бий болгох гэдгийг нь бол энэ санаачлах нь бол ер нь 2011 оноос хойш эхлээд ингээд явж байгаа. Гэхдээ энэний хэрэгжилт бол үнэхээр бас хангалтгүй байгаа. Хэдийгээр эрчим хүчний талаар баримтлах бодлого засгийн газрын үйл ажиллагааны мөрөн хөтөлбөрт тусгаад ажиллаж байгаа боловч энд бол ахиц урагшлуулах талаар бол илүү их ач холбогдол өгч ажиллах ёстой байгаа. Тэгэхээр бол Эрдэнэс Монгол за болон зэрэг энэ үндэсний томоохон компани за бусад хувийн хвшлийн оролцоог энэ Зүүн Хойд Азийн эрчим хүчний нэгдсэн сүлжээг хөгжүүлэх, за тэр дундаа энэ сэргээгт эрчим хүчний том төслийг хэрэгжүүлэхэд энэ төр хувийн хвшлийн оролцоо түншлэлийг илүү их гаргаж өгөх нь зүйтэй байна гэсэн энэ санааг бол бас энэ хэлэлцүүлэг дээр авч хэлцээсэй гэж ингэж хүсэж би товч өгөхийг хүссэн юм аа. За анхаарал тавьсанд баярлалаа.
За чимдэрж дараад баярлалаа. Сонсогдож байна уу? Сонсогдож байна. За баярлалаа.
Сонсогдож байна.
Okay. I'm happy to start the session one. As the organizer mentioned, we're going to be talking about the Northeast Asian supergrid or the Northeast Asian power interconnection. And there are various terms on this very large regional concept that has been studied for many years by many parties. So what I would like to do now is, since we are behind schedule, As you see, the session was supposed to start at exactly 30 minutes ago, but we are 30 minutes behind schedule and we need to end the session at 4:05. Therefore, I'd like to cut my introductory words short, but I would like to mention a few points, and then I'll introduce our speakers, who will also be panelists at the end. So the reason why I've been asked to chair this session is I've been involved in the Northeast Asia power system interconnection efforts for the past good 10 years or even more. And I've been involved from building renewable energy projects in Mongolia, but also I've been involved in the various studies that have been done by regional organizations, including the Asian Development Bank, which will be a speaker today. And I've also worked as a special envoy of the Mongolian president for a few years, trying to continue the dialogue, particularly the political dialogue on this subject between the Northeast Asian countries. So why Northeast Asia? Just to give you some facts. Again, it's a quarter of the world's economy, quarter of the world's GDP. And then you have the world's largest energy users. 4 of the top 10 energy users are in this region, the top user being in China, of course. And then this region also has, what, quarter of the world's population. And then 40% of the global CO2 emissions. So it is a very critical region from our topics perspective, right? And I mentioned earlier that there has been multiple studies that have been done over the past 20 years on this subject, and that's true. And so most of the studies ended up basically saying, look, energy trade between these Northeast Asian countries is valuable, has benefits to everyone, especially from an economic perspective, plus from a climate change perspective as well. So it will result in price reductions from the customer perspective. So again, customers will be able to use cheaper energy, and the utility costs will be also lower. And also it will bring flexibility, as you know, because it will compensate for the variability of the solar and wind, and also it will allow for less curtailment or no curtailment at all, and then of course replace the need for backup generation, which is quite expensive, as we know. Also, the studies have indicated that system safety will be improved through this grid interconnection, and that's something that is very technical, and this has been also one of the topics that the ADB study has looked into a few years back. So the cheap solar energy was solar and wind energy that was mentioned earlier by all the speakers that Mongolia has in terms of resources can again be economically beneficial to all the customers in Northeast Asia. So with this, I'd just like to go to our speakers, right? And as you have seen, from Ms. Bodlorma to David Moran to Ms. Komkiewicz and Dr. Bachcharhan, and of course Mr. Chimitorj, we all talked about the facts, and the facts are there, and the rhetoric is also there, as you can see, right? So now we're gonna be talking about, as encouraged by our previous speakers, the actions and that will turn into projects and investments, right? And I think that's the path that is the most difficult at the moment, but at the same time, I think it's also the most interesting one. So with this, I'd like to ask Shannon Colan, who's with the Asian Development Bank, and Shannon is currently based in Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia, and she has a very rich history and career in the clean energy space, and She worked for the U.S. National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and then she worked on various bilateral and multilateral clean energy efforts and programs in the past. And she's a graduate of UC Berkeley, and she's been working in India for the Asian Development Bank. And now she's handling the programs for Mongolia, as well as she has responsibilities about with the cross-sector initiatives on air quality improvement and climate change in the Asian Development Bank. So Shannon will be talking about the Northeast Asia supergrid impact on climate change mitigation. And as I mentioned earlier, the Asian Development Bank has done a massive study a few years back, and this was used as background in a lot of the political dialogues that have happened between the countries, including Mongolia, for example, Mongolia, Russia, and China in the trilateral summits when the presidents of these countries met several years back. So Northeast Asia power trade was an agenda item for that summit as well. So with this, I'd like to ask Shannon to open her mic and tell us her views.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thanks very much to the Mongolian Renewable Industries Association as well as GGGI for inviting ADB to participate in this really important forum today. So I'm going to see if I can manage the technology. I hope you are all seeing this in full screen presenter mode. If not, somebody please let me know. All right, so as has already been mentioned, my name is Shannon. I work at the Asian Development Bank, and I am going to talk about some work that we've done on this important initiative, which we call the Northeast Asia Power System Interconnection, as well as some work that we're looking to support going forward. For us, NAPSI, Northeast Asia Power System Interconnection, is synonymous with the Northeast Asia Supergrid. The concepts are one and the same, but an important part of how we define it is that Mongolian renewable energy plays a really central role. Right. So just
please close your mic.
Okay, I think I'm back. So ADB is a multilateral development bank, and I think just a couple of things that I want to emphasize about ADB is that our focus is the Asia Pacific region. That is the area where we work exclusively. We're actually headquartered in the region in Manila, Philippines. These are two pictures of our headquarters. And we have 40 field offices, including the one that I'm sitting in today in Ulaanbaatar. We like to be close to our clients and understanding our clients' needs because our mission, despite being a bank, is to help our developing member countries reduce poverty and improve their quality of life. So that is the mission behind everything that we do through our lending and technical assistance activities. So as has already been mentioned, the reason that the Northeast Asia supergrid concept, or NAPSI, is important is because of the outsized emission profile of the region. So 40% of global greenhouse gas emissions and 25% of global GDP. And countries in the region are recognizing their role in contributing to the alarming rate of climate change that we are experiencing. And we have net zero targets that have been announced by many of the regional countries. And of course, power systems are going to play an important role in achieving any net zero trajectory, but some of these countries are really constrained in terms of their geography and their renewable resources. And so regional grid integration is seen as a way to help facilitate a faster adoption of clean technologies, clean energy technologies. We approved a $1.75 million technical assistance project back in 2015, and this is the study that Byamba just referenced. And what this really looked at was scenario analysis, right? So exploring the difference between a base case scenario where each country develops its power system largely independent of its neighbors, compared to those where the region is more interconnected, and particularly looking at the role that development of wind and solar resource in the South Gobi region can play across the region. And then looking at those different scenarios and comparing them against cost and emissions. So this picture here is just to demonstrate what we looked at in that study, right? So, you know, there are scenarios that looked at just a modest amount of renewable energy development in the South Gobi and a few interconnections across the regions, all the way up to this scenario here, where we modeled 100 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity in the South Gobi and extensive interconnections across all of the countries. And so all of the countries are really optimizing their power systems based on this really cost-effective renewable energy coming out of Mongolia's South Gobi region. So this just summarizes some of the key findings from that study. And the first part of that study really was to do a renewable resource analysis, like a really rigorous analysis that looked, okay, well, if we limit ourselves to only the really high quality wind and solar resource, so high solar irradiation, high average wind speeds, and contiguous land area, so you can have a minimum size plant. So if we look at those areas, well, and then we first limit ourselves to that's within 50 kilometers of existing transmission infrastructure, there is still an enormous amount of high quality resource that can be developed. So 22 gigawatts of wind potential, 484 gigawatts of solar PV potential. But recognizing that you're very quickly going to exceed your existing transmission capacity anyway, and so you would have to build new transmission capacity to really capitalize on this resource. If we move that constraint of being close to existing substations, the high quality resource is even greater. So 192 gigawatts of wind and over 1,000 gigawatts of solar PV. And so using this resource, really high quality resource, means really low cost renewable power. And so if that's fed into a regional grid, as was modeled in the scenarios that I just showed you, what the study demonstrated was that compared to isolated system expansion, there was cost savings of around $10 billion annually. And there are substantial CO2 emission reductions as well. So this has huge benefits across the region, as well as the renewable energy industry activities or industrial growth potential that was discussed earlier. So, you know, as we just heard from you know, both previous speakers, so Biamba and Chimidorj, we have to start somewhere. So there have been a lot of studies done, and the benefits aren't realized unless we actually have investments. And that is really where ADB focuses our efforts. We are about action, development that actually results in benefits. And so for what we're now doing is we're now focusing on what was recognized as a really important first step in building out an eventual fully integrated regional grid, right? So starting with development of 5 gigawatts of wind and solar in the South Gobi region, an interconnection between that renewable power hub and the People's Republic of China, and then an undersea interconnection between China and the Republic of Korea. So there were 3 key areas that were identified in the last study as in need of attention to really move this effort forward. So first of all, an interim secretariat that can handle some of the coordination and planning among the various governments and institutions like GEDCO and State Grid and KEPCO and all of the other parties that would need to play a role here, as well as the governments, and to really guide and lead that process forward. The UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific has an office in South Korea, and they're doing a lot of work in this area, engaging with all of the governments, some of whom are actually not ADB member countries, and so we don't actually have a formal channel of engagement with them. So it's great to be able to partner with UNESCAP on this effort. The middle part is where ADB thinks that we can provide the most value for Mongolia and the region. It's really on advancing the investment readiness of that first step. So how do we build out that South Gobi renewable base? What are the institutional and regulatory requirements? What are the types of commercial agreements that would need to be in place for this to actually go forward? And then in terms of the interconnection with China, what are the options for that? And then we need to make sure that it's also aligned with the interconnection between China and the Republic of Korea. So that particular interconnection is already in advanced discussions on a bilateral basis, but we want to make sure that there's an opportunity to link Mongolian generated renewable power with power import to the Republic of Korea, because that is what would realize the most benefits. And there's a strong pull from the Korean people and the Korean government to have their imported power be green power. And then there also is a need to set up a more permanent authority that's represented by the governments, and that really makes sure that all of the investments that have to do with this regional interconnection initiative are really aligned with the broader vision. So for our side, we are planning to extend our support to the government of Mongolia on the NAPC concept. We have considered the options or the needs as discussed in the previous slide, and our draft scope focuses on 4 areas. So the first is on the build out of the wind and solar in the South Gobi. So 5 gigawatts is still a lot of wind and solar. And so coming up with a feasibility plan for building that out that looks at optimal ratios between wind and solar, the capacities and in what phases those should be developed, how they should be located, and then also what the transmission network should look like in order to pool that for export. We also intend to look at the Mongolia-China interconnection. This will be a conceptual study, but it will look at the options for various landing points. So whether that should be in the Inner Mongolia region or further east in Shandong, closer to the export point to Republic of Korea, and then also look at what commercial structuring options there might be. And then we also want to consider alternatives for renewable power generated in the South Gobi. A lot of power interconnections are impeded for non-technical reasons, geopolitical reasons, instead of any technical constraints. And in the case that that happens, there still may be opportunity for other products that are derived from renewable power that's built out in the South Gobi. So we want to look at the potential for ammonia, green hydrogen, and synthetic hydrocarbons, and their potential for export based on renewable power in that region. But we also need to consider other resource requirements like water and CO2 for the synthetic hydrocarbons. So this will be a high-level analysis to really say, should we look into this any further? And then finally, we want to provide a lot of support to the government for continued participation in multilateral dialogue, and also bring the regional stakeholders into the process of this analysis so that they're bought into the approach and the outcomes and the conclusions. This, I won't linger here. I know we're late on time, but this is just to say that we've already secured an additional $850,000 for this study. And so the next step is for us to get our final approvals, and we're targeting getting those by November of this year so we can really resume the activities and start to move this next phase of work ahead. And then my last slide here, I actually just wanted to end on something that has nothing to do with Northeast Asia, but this is something I came across on Monday morning that I thought was really interesting, because sometimes you hear skepticism about the idea of generating power in some far off location and transporting it over long distance, especially undersea interconnections, which can be really costly. And so seeing this announcement about a 10 gigawatt clean power development in Morocco that will have 3,800 kilometers of undersea cable to provide 20 hours of firm power to the UK is really quite something. And I think it really speaks to the value of developing really high quality renewable resources where they are, where you can develop lower cost power and driving that to the demand centers from there. So I will end there with thanks, not least to the funding organizations, but also the Ministry of Energy, who is our partner in this work. And I also wanted to provide a link to our website where we have all of the studies available from the last technical assistance project. And I'll go ahead and stop there. Thank you.
Shannon, thank you very much. This was very quick summary of the great study that the ADB has done together with the Mongolian government on the promotion of the Northeast Asia power system interconnection. Now I'd like to ask our next speaker, Vibhushree Hamirwasya. Vibhushree is a projects and community manager at REN21, the Renewable Energy Policy Network for the 21st century, as we all know. She is responsible for managing and developing and strengthening REN21's international community of experts, along with REN21's work on Asia and strategic intelligence activities. And she focuses on the Asia Pacific Renewable Energy Status Report, which is an important piece. And prior to that, she was with Business Sweden, where she managed the cooperation between Sweden and India for over trade and cooperation between India and Sweden for over 5 years, mainly on the renewable and clean energy space. And she is a graduate of the Paris School of International Affairs, and I'm happy that she's here with us. Vibhushree?
Thank you so much. That's a very kind introduction, and thank you also to everybody, the organizers, for having me here. I'm going to switch straight away to my presentation, and yes, and then we can take it from there. Just a second. So thank you once again, and I represent REN21. The Renewable Energy Policy Network, as was mentioned already, and we do a lot of work globally. That's our main focus, but also in certain regions. And Asia Pacific was the last one that we worked on, and it was quite an interesting study because, you know, of course, Asia Pacific is quite a large region, so we had to narrow down the focus a little bit. But my presentation will focus on some input from the Asia Pacific study, but also from the global status, and I'm going to get started. So REN21 is the only renewable energy multi-stakeholder community. We have members with formal membership, about 90 of them, from governments, intergovernmental organizations, industry associations, science, academia, and NGOs. The main mandate that we work with is to make the shift to renewables happen now. And we do this by, focusing on some knowledge products. As mentioned, we do a global status report annually, which is the renewables global status report. We do one on cities, and then we do some regional and thematic reports. We also do, organize debates, events, and some other, large format conferences. But all of this is done through a community, which is not just the members you saw in the previous slide, but also, individuals and experts from around the world who contribute to our products. I think several of you are also in the, listening in today, so you would probably recognize this model. I wanted to start with this slide, which is from our recent global status report. And this is to say that, the last decade has seen a clear increase in, energy demand. It's also seen some increase in renewables. There's definitely We see that there's an increase in modern renewables from 8.7% to 11.2%. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot. And there have been obstacles that have prevented the growth of renewable energy in the past years, including lack of integrated strategies, sufficient policy and enforcement, and of course, the most important bit was the persistent support for fossil fuels. So while energy demand was increasing and renewables, especially in the electricity sector, was faring quite well, the overall, the overall renewable energy share has barely moved in the last 10 years. It's not all bad news, obviously, because all of us here have been doing a lot of good work, and you can see that there were more than 250 gigawatt of renewable power added globally. And this was particularly through the pandemic in 2020, because even though the early phases was difficult, new power capacity hit a record increase globally. And in fact, renewables were the only source of electricity generation to experience a net increase. And installations were well above 2019 levels, growing by almost 10%. And by technology, most capacity additions were of solar PV, followed by wind. So what does this mean? 29% of global electricity is now renewable. Renewable supplied, electricity production by the end of and this is by the end of 2020. And for the second consecutive year, electricity production from fossil fuels declined, driven mainly by 2% decrease in coal power generation. The pandemic helped a lot over there. Variable renewables, which are solar PV and wind, reached a combined 9%. So there was strong growth in renewable generation, but of course, rising electricity demand makes it challenging to achieve larger shares. So all we talked about until now was electricity. But I think this is something that we see a lot with our studies at REN21, but also, this is really important to consider, is that only about 17% of total final energy consumption is in the power sector or is in electricity. And we have a strong renewable energy share when it comes to the power sector because of supporting policy and focus by governments and policymakers. However, more than 80% of energy is consumed in heating, cooling, and transport sectors. And there, the kind of the situation is more grim than it is in the power sector. So in heating and cooling, we see that we only have about 10.2, and heating and cooling, of course, this is mainly driven by buildings and industry sectors. We see that we only have a 10.2% renewable share. In the transport sector, it's a mere 3.4% renewable energy share. So the most focus is definitely on the power sector, but the greatest urgency lies in heating and transport. So this is something that is really important to consider as we continue to progress with policy, with support for renewables, to make sure that the uptake is more uniform. And of course, sector coupling supports integration of renewables. So when we look at the previous slide to this one, it's also really important, to consider that heat pumps, electric vehicles, energy storage are important technologies. They support the integration of renewables, contribute to greater flexibility in power systems. These technologies all increased sales in 2020, despite the pandemic. But of course, the level of uptake remains really low compared to their potential. So for example, heat pumps are widely present in new residential buildings in several countries, yet this will represent less than 5% of the global market for heating appliances. Same with EVs. Even though there's been a lot of buzz around electric vehicles, they only occupy a small share of the vehicle market. And of course, when it comes to EVs as well, it's really important that they're powered by renewable power. Otherwise, all we see is a reduction in emissions in the cities. So now if we move on to the Asia and the Pacific side, as mentioned, we worked on a renewable energy status report for the Asia and the Pacific region in 2019. 18 countries were covered in this across 5 sub-regions, including Mongolia for Northeast Asia. Here, when we looked at the regional side of things, about 29% of total final energy consumption in average was driven by renewables. Now, it's really important to mention 2 things here. One, that Southeast Asia had the highest average share, while Northeast Asia, which includes China, Japan, Mongolia, Korea, had the lowest. Now, this figure also includes traditional biomass. And in our global reports, we try to exclude this because that represents the true share of renewable energy. However, in the more regional context, if we remove traditional biomass, for some countries, we're left with practically nothing. So this figure does include traditional biomass. It's also important to note that absolutely, total final energy consumption rose, but the share of renewables decreased. So traditional biomass in certain countries was gradually replaced by fossil fuels. And of course, the industry sector has the highest share of consumption, or consumes the highest, more than close to 50%, but the renewable share in industry remains rather low. Just as it is globally, in Asia as well, power generation capacity is really, really strong. So renewable powered capacity in these countries. And you can see that in the last 20 years or 18 years, renewable electricity grew nearly 6-fold. But it most significantly grew in the last 4 years or the last 6 years now. What's also encouraging is that as time wears on, more solar and wind capacity was added, not just hydropower, which is where it started. So policy support for renewable power is also the strongest in the region. I think Mongolia, other Northeast Asian countries, but also the entire, all 18 countries here have very strong policy support for power sector, but only about 5 countries had heating and cooling policies, and only 8 countries had biofuel blending mandates. So this goes to show that the slide I showed you earlier, where we showed the sectoral disconnect, goes really hand in hand with policy support, which is really important to progress with the sectors. What's also, I think, so I know this figure is rather small. I'll leave you with links at the end of the presentation so you can see the report. But I think what's also important is that in certain countries which have rich fossil fuel resources or dependencies, there's a lot, I think in most countries around the world, there's a lot of subsidies for fossil fuels, which also contributes to lower uptake. Then when we look at, distributed renewables, when we look at a more specific subsector, these are really key solutions to provide energy access. And in fact, Mongolia is, amongst the top 7, is actually the 3rd country with the highest electricity access rate from distributed solutions. And most of this is solar, as we can see from this chart. It's also, mini grids, renewables-based mini grids are expanding in energy access, mostly driven by solar, which, from previous speakers, we also understood is, great for Mongolia with all the resource potential that it has. And of course, in Asia, particularly, access to electricity greatly expanded over the last couple of decades. So in most, almost 3/4 of the 570 million people who were within the 18 countries gained access to electricity, but 219 million still lack electricity access. There is a few percent in Mongolia. I think, it might have been updated now because the study is a few years old, but also there's some last mile electrification, in some other countries, including the Philippines, the Pacific, and a couple of others. Power reliability, however, is an issue as well as, last mile electrification. So we're talking about grids, and major transmission projects have advanced in 2020. We hear a lot today about the Northeast Asia supergrid, and there's a lot of transmission projects which are advancing. So I think there's digital technologies which are increasing, and increasing the efficiency of transmission infrastructure. The example that I think Shannon mentioned in the previous presentation was really valid, because indeed this has been a piece of news which has at least occupied a part of this week, with the connections between the UK and Morocco. So there's a lot of transmission projects which are advancing. And so, I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I think, the answer definitely is that, when we look at supergrids and the one for Northeast Asia, there's a lot of potential. I mean, I read somewhere that the Mongolia wind power potential is 2 times the current global installed capacity. And of course, this would ensure stability, security. It could work with a hybrid model to provide access to more off-grid communities. But also, of course, create a real exchange of power from renewable sources. So I'm going to finish this presentation with a couple of slides, which is more to encourage some food for thought. There is a real need to create a structural shift to renewable energy. We're making good strides with power, as already mentioned. I think there's good intention in the region, which is also really important. However, we do need a rapid transition from fossil fuels to a renewables-based system in all societal and economic activities. We need to measure progress towards global climate and sustainable goals, and use renewable energy as the indicator to measure progress. And in fact, integrate the renewable energy share as a KPI at every level of decision making. So what does this mean? This means making renewables mainstream and involving decision makers outside the energy bubble to create, market acceptance, socio-political, as well as community acceptance. Because many of these projects are driven by these 3 forces, and this will potentially help drive investment. So it means, building bridges outside the renewable energy bubble to address energy in a systemic way. So I'm going to conclude with these 2 images, which is the Renewables Global Status Report, and the Asia Pacific Status Report. I'll drop the links in the chat, so you can explore a bit more. And of course, I'm always happy to take more questions. Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity, and yeah, I look forward to the discussions later. I believe you're on mute.
Hello? Yeah.
Yes.
Again, thank you for giving us a first-hand introduction to the REN 21 report. And again, from one side, I'm happy to see that, for example, in 2020, 250 gigawatts of additional RE capacity came online, which is, as you said, a net increase, right? And that's very good. And now we are going to take this conversation further, and we're going to be talking about the net zero target of China. And Minister Bhattachargal, in his keynote speech, I believe, mentioned about President Xi's announcement at the UN General Assembly speech about the fact that China is not going to, for example, finance or China is stepping away from overseas coal. So now we have Mr. Ang Zhao, who is the co-founder of the Rock Environment and Energy Institute. And Mr. Zhao focuses on climate policy, energy transition, and he's published many important papers and essays in the China Environment Series, International Journal of Applied Logistics, as well as Environmental Resource and Energy Review. So he's a graduate of the London School of Economics, and Again, he will talk about this very important subject regarding the world's top user of energy, which I mentioned earlier, which happens to be in our region, and also from Mongolia's perspective, our southern neighbor. So, Mr. Zhao, please open your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Bayan Jaga, and for your very kind introduction. Please allow me to share my screen. And okay. I'm very glad to join this online meeting. Thank you, Mongolia Renewables Industries Association and the GGGI for inviting me. I'm co-founder of the REI, Rock Environment and Energy Institute. It's a Beijing-based independent think tank. So we focus on climate change and energy transition policies. As we know, we are watching the momentum of global climate actions that many big economies are building up in the recent time. Today, I talk about China's long-term climate policy targets and the challenges facing China to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. According to Climate Action Tracker, a group assessing the governmental climate actions across the world compared to the early years of Paris Agreement NDCs, by 24 September 2021, just last week, China is among a handful of countries proposed stronger NDC targets. Those in light green color, you can see. China is not in the 17 countries who have already submitted stronger targets. Now let's see how sufficient this new proposed and submitted NDCs based on the global temperature control target. Yeah, it's very clear, no big carbon emitters are in the sufficient groups. EU, Japan, the US are in the insufficient category. China, Brazil, South Korea, Indonesia, those big emitters are regarded as the highly insufficient. Let's focus on China. The current policy actions leave a big gap by 2030 between China's commitment and a fair share on the 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario. When China's national carbon emission peaks around 2030, China's total carbon emission is probably up to 14 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. While under the 1.5 degree scenario, China shall not go over 8 billion tons. So that's a big, big difference within the 10 years time frame. So another research shows a range of carbon emissions by 2030 with a mix of major sectors like energy, industries, agriculture, and others. The range is from 8 billion to 5 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. By 2050, that is 2030, by 2050, the range is from 5 billion to 1 billion. To project China's carbon emission trajectory, we may have to ask these three questions. First one, how high can China's carbon emissions peak? Second, how fast will China's carbon emissions reduce to net zero? Third one, which pathway is more affordable? Maybe the third one is the most significant to policymakers. Before we touch the cost issue, let's step back a little bit to see the evolution of China's climate policy. I suggest we understand China's climate policy from the context of global climate governance, international relationship, and domestic development. As we know, climate change is both the domestic and the international challenges. Before 2014, 2015, China emphasizes the common but differentiated responsibilities and the respective capacities. Because China really prioritized the rapid economic growth. However, after 2015, China adds development model shift into the strategic agenda. On the one hand, it's good to build up China's US relationship, this G2 relationship. On the other hand, the quality of growth and addressing environmental degradations, particularly air pollution, require China to take more active actions in climate change. Because China realized reducing carbon emissions can bring both climate benefit and environmental qualities and the economic growth through the more industrial development and also the creation of new jobs. In the past 2 years, what's happened, both announcement of the carbon neutrality in last year, September, and suspending overseas coal power investment a couple weeks ago, show China's grand strategy of making balance between sustaining a quality domestic economic growth and keeping a manageable international relations in which climate change is one of the top issues. EU and the UK's leadership in climate change and the US resuming its engagement in global climate negotiation after Mr. Biden took office have been forming a new kind of climate governance model, risk to top through competition. This trend may provide less room for China to make more preferable climate policy in the future. As I mentioned, achieving a balanced policy between domestic development and international climate commitment is not an easy job. Will China succeed in shifting its economic growth model? Let's see. Here is a comparison. The old model is successful because of these conditions: demographic dividend, rapid urbanization, growth based on industrialization. Those can be called low-hanging fruits. But the new model, which is supposed to help China become an industrialized and high-income country in the future, faces a range of challenges, from aging population to interaction of a government and the market, from growth driven by innovation and entrepreneurship to more and tightened regulations. Facing a unique societal and economic conditions, China's pursuit of a model shift is unprecedented. China's challenge is largely because its energy mix is still heavily dependent on fossil fuels, particularly coal. The next slide shows this picture very clearly. This is data from the Energy Information Administration in US. The big problem is coal. In the next 3 to 4 decades, phasing out coal consumption is definitely the top job. Hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, battery storage, decentralized energy system will all play a role in the process. To decarbonize China's energy system, how much will it cost? Let's see a study by researchers of Tsinghua University. The figure on the left shows 4 scenarios. As the study was done a couple years ago, it does not put the carbon neutrality target by 2060 into the analysis. However, we can see this study pretty much aligns with what China commits nowadays. Under 2-degree scenarios, by 2050, China has to reduce its carbon emission to around 2.7 billion tons. In 1.5-degree scenario, the emission will be around 1.2 billion tons. In either situation, the investment of a decarbonizing energy system is over Chinese yuan 3.5 to 4 trillion from now to 2050. So is it affordable? I think it could be. In the next 10 years, by 2030, hydrogen, CCS, and other low carbon technologies may become more cost effective and applied in the big commercial scale, the wind power and the solar energy will become even more affordable than now. I suggest China is capable of double its energy investment from annual 800 billion Chinese yuan to 1.6 trillion. In recent years, China's annual national investment in fixed assets, of course, in energy system included, is Chinese yuan 56 trillion. It's the annual investment. So Chinese government is putting out some overarching policy frame to mobilize all kinds of resources, private and public, to support the net zero strategy. For example, I show here renewables, green finance, circular economy. But more detailed policy measures will not come out very soon, because that will take a lot of time to figure it out. Please allow me to summarize. When we see China's climate ambitions, we will need to compare it with global carbon emissions gap, underlined by 1.5 degree or 2 degrees Celsius requirement. China's climate policy evolution may help us to estimate what China will do to strengthen its NDC target in the future. The cost benefit is the key issue when we talk about China's carbon net zero strategy. There is definitely a huge investment gap, but it's still possible to achieve annual Chinese yuan like 3.5 to 4 trillion of energy system investment. I think it's strategic investment for China. It will be very important for China to materialize its development model shift. Last but not least, China has to find the balance, in the global climate governance, as we may see a formation of climate club, which mentioned by, firstly prescribed by economist William Nordhaus. So let's keep an eye on the outcome of COP26 in Glasgow next month. And I just stop here, and thank you very much again. And I look forward to the discussion later.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhao. Again, this is a very quick but comprehensive analysis of the targets that China has set. And again, huge investment needs. We're talking about, as we can see, 3.5 to 4 trillion yuan worth of investments that are required in the energy sector. And that is a lot. So we only have 10 minutes left, or 9 minutes exactly left. Let me just ask you a quick question. Right? When President Xi made that announcement several days ago, no investments, what does that exactly mean? Because there are many questions that are being raised. Does it mean financing only? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Does it mean financing only, or does it also mean that, for example, China has very capable EPC capacities, right, in building these plants, for example? So does that also cover construction as well, or just the financing aspect? Can you please elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, I just make it as quick as possible. I think this is a complex package. Doesn't touch only financing, but also technology transfer or exportation or the construction. Because usually when Chinese banks invest in some overseas coal power and Chinese state-owned company or other company will join that operations and projects. I think this is an interesting, very promising effort, but the elephant in the room is the domestic coal power. It's not about overseas. In the recent years, China's overseas coal power investment already declined so much. And due to the COVID pandemic, even further. So I think the cost of the other alternatives, renewables, has become more competitive. And for the recipient countries, they have some other choices. So it's the right timing to say, okay, we don't want to invest it more in coal power overseas. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. And if Shannon is still with us, I have a very quick question that has been asked many times previously, right? Whenever we have the events and conferences and presentations on Northeast Asia Power System interconnection, people always ask, so when do we start seeing the actual project construction, right? So I know it's a difficult question, but again, from the perspective that ADB is doing the continuation of the technical assistance to study into specific projects, do you have any time frame in mind?
Thanks. That's a really tough one. So that's beyond the control of ADB for sure, because you would have to have agreements between, your off-taker in China if you were to integrate there, or in Korea if you were to have a back-to-back agreement. And of course, we want to support the continued dialogue of that, right? But I think one of the things that we were looking at when we looked at what was done is that, okay, we've demonstrated that at a regional level, this has a ton of value, but this isn't quite actionable yet, right? So once we do a feasibility study, we're honing in a little bit more on the costs. We're looking at the localized benefits from just that first phase, rather than the aggregated benefits of a program that would obviously span more than a decade. So if we focus in on that very first investment and can demonstrate tangible benefits for all of the participants, right? And we have a feasibility study, and we've defined viable commercial arrangements and regulatory impediments that can be surmounted, then we're hoping that gets us closer, because it's really important that the projects happen. Otherwise, we're just studying for study's sake, and that doesn't actually lead to anything beneficial. So in other words, I can't answer your question, but we are trying to do everything that we can to get us closer to that point.
Thank you, Shannon. And yes, it is going to take multiple levels of effort in order for us to get there. But I think the developments over the last couple of years, particularly, again, these strong targets that the various governments are pushing on climate change are going to help us. So again, I'm going to stick with this topic of Northeast Asia Power System interconnection for many years to come. So I'm happy to hear that you are positive as well. And I have one last question for Hushri, if you are still there. We've heard that Glasgow has been mentioned by almost each of the speakers who spoke this afternoon here in Ulaanbaatar. Right? I'm talking about the Ulaanbaatar time. And so from REN 21's perspective, what do you expect coming out of Glasgow? I mean, is there anything that is specific that you want the governments to agree to?
Sure, thanks so much. Yeah, I think, with COPs in the past, but also the upcoming one, I think what we are expecting to see is greater ambition, but not just in terms of, not just looking at renewables from a climate standpoint, but really looking at it as the key, from decarbonizing our energy system as a pathway to all socioeconomic activities. And I think, what we're looking for is actually, I think, two things. One is greater ambition, but also a change in mindset in the way renewables are perceived, which is not just answering to, first of all, that energy doesn't equal electricity, and second, that it's really the key indicator to advance all socioeconomic, political, all of these activities that governments are so focused on, whether it's development, it's climate, it's sustainability, it's, that this is really the pathway to achieving all of these objectives. and a truly decarbonized energy system is the way to go. So a lot of our activities will focus on discussions around these topics, especially, you know, we're focusing a lot on this narrative also about the sectoral disconnect, which I focused on a few times in my presentation, which is, you know, the energy is beyond electricity. So these are kind of the discussions we're hoping to have. And of course, you know, then looking at how fossil fuels, you know, support for fossil fuels can reduce, because, I mean, while it's great about power, but, you know, governments continue to support fossil fuels. So I think there's a few different expectations. I think it's a really important event for the world, but these are some of our expectations as REN21 and what we're pushing.
Well, thank you very much. And just quickly, will you be going to Glasgow?
We're still figuring that out because, you know, I don't know if it's entirely fixed about the hybrid versus, you know, in-person event. So it's a very good question. I think this week and, you know, this week is when we're sort of sitting down and looking at, you know, what are the opportunities, who can be there. Yeah, it's a bit complicated with this pandemic situation to think about, you know, in-person conferences and what happens there. But there will be definitely presence, you know, REN21 presence. There's a few events that we're, you know, planning to participate in a few of these zones. So you'll see a lot of us around the event, but yeah, exactly who will be there is yet to be determined.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And
thank you.
Again, I do wish you good luck if you do happen to go there. And again, as we mentioned earlier, there's huge expectations, and we heard from David Moran earlier as well. So our session is ending, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have about 143 people in attendance at the moment. And I would like to ask, well, apologize for not being able to give the floor to you to ask questions from our panel, but we started a little bit late, and I want to end on time so that the next speaker, Minister Oyun, can start her session on time. But we talked about the facts, and we talked about, as I said, the rhetoric on the need for Northeast Asia power system interconnection. And we can see that many organizations, particularly the development banks, regional development banks, are focusing on again, moving from rhetoric to actions to projects. And we hope that we will be able to get there very soon. And we are also very glad that the push for more renewables globally is happening as we speak, despite the difficulties from the pandemic. But also we are happy that the targets have been announced by the large countries and economies, and and as Mongolia, I think we're sitting in actually the most opportune time if you compare it to the last 2 decades in terms of progressing forward with the Northeast Asia power system interconnection agenda. So with this, I'd like to thank our organizers, GGGI, and of course Mr. Osman Batur and Megmat and the MRIA. So thank you very much, and let's head over to the next session.
Good afternoon, сайн байцгаана уу? Ягмар дорч одоо ингээд шууд даваа явчих уу? Дундуур нь бас За.
Тааш шууд явж бол.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Сайн байцгаана уу? Тэр нь хурал англи дээр явж байгаа юм шиг байна. Тэгэхээр англи руу шилжээ. So my name is Oyun Sanjasuren. Greetings from the Green Climate Fund. We're here in Songdo, Korea. Very happy to join the summit, and thank you again for the organizers. The session 2 here is about promoting investments in Northeast Asian regional energy market, and we have 3 presentations. Then we have a panel of 4 panelists, and hopefully we'll have about 50 minutes left for question and answers as well. So without actually going further with much of the introduction, I would like to introduce 3 speakers. It will be Mr. Ryuzo Sugimoto, from Ministry of Environment, Japan. Then we have Anaka Pettersson, GGGI's Mongolia country representative. And the third person will be Yasin Yanjua, economist at UNDP Mongolia. And if Mr. Sugimoto-san is there, can I introduce you very briefly? Thank you very much for also contributing. Mr. Sugimoto is Director of International Cooperation and Sustainable Infrastructure Office at the Global Environmental Bureau of Ministry of Environment in Japan. He's in charge of MOEG strategy for international cooperation, especially in Asian and African region, and promotion of environmental infrastructure. I also noted that on top of having 13 years of experience in environmental and sustainable development since he joined Ministry of Environment in Japan, he also had a stint at the ADB, very importantly, to set up a new trust fund, Japan Fund for Joint Crediting Mechanism. And of course, in Mongolia, we're quite familiar with JCM as well. And of course, supporting ADB's project to introduce advanced low carbon technology. He was also in charge of environmental impact assessment of ADB projects and adaptation to climate change, among other things. So maybe I would like to ask you, Mr. Sugimoto, to start with your presentation, and then I'll introduce the next ones afterwards. And then of course, question answers will follow after all the presentations. Thank you, over to you.
Thank you, Oyu-san. Can you hear us?
Yes,
can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you well. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm very glad to see you and also the many presenters. It's very exciting event. Okay, I'd like to share my screen.
Yes, we can see your presentation as well.
Okay. Just a moment.
If you want to, you can also enhance the screen if you want to make it full, but otherwise we can see it quite well.
Okay, just a moment. I think that just a moment. Once I check presentation mode, and then again, sorry, just a moment. Okay. Is it okay? Thank you very much for your time. I'd like to present a transition to decarbonized society through the diffusion of the environmental infrastructure and technologies. First of all, our ministry has supported to introductions and also promotion of the environmental infrastructure in the last decade. And recently, Japanese government itself also commit the contribution for carbon neutrality and SDGs, including environment, in infrastructure system promotion strategies. So Japanese government as a whole, we support the SDGs contribution and the carbon neutrality in overseas infrastructures promotions. But environmental infrastructure, this keyword is quite new. This is not only the infrastructure for environmental improvement, like waste energy or wastewater treatment facilities, but also the quality infrastructures like renewable energy or energy saving technologies. So overall, we promote such kind of the quality infrastructures in a world to realize such kind of the environmental infrastructure in the world, especially in Asia and the Pacific regions. We need to support a comprehensive approach from the policy dialogue, support for making strategy and planning, and also regulations, and the formulation of each project and the funding. So we provide such kind of the comprehensive approach for the international corporations. Mongolia is one of the key partner countries for such comprehensive approach. We have a environmental policy dialogue with Mongolia. This is last year, this is the 13th policy dialogue, which is one of the most historical policy dialogue in my ministries. In the discussion of the policy dialogue, so we have a variety of the topics like air pollutions and usage of the satellite, the GOSAT for the climate change, transparency, and the joint crediting mechanism, and the fluorocarbons initiative and flora, etc. And also we promote city-to-city collaborations. Ulaanbaatar city and Sapporo cities. Sapporo cities is also has a similar called climate conditions with Ulaanbaatar, and then they can share its experience and know-how called climate technologies, and also the decarbonized housing model in a cold area. So we support such kind of the city-to-city collaborations. For the technology diffusions, we support the joint crediting mechanisms. As the previous presenters already mentioned about JCM, and also keynote speech, Mr. Bhattacharya, Mr. Zamba also explained about the JCM, but we promote such bilateral carbon market mechanism with partner countries. In short, this carbon market mechanism, through these mechanisms, we support financing and also technology provision in the partner countries to develop the JCM project. And as a result, we see the creation of the GHG emission reductions as a credits, and these credits can be shared between the two countries. By this JCM scheme, we have a lot of the technologies diffusion or introduction in many partner countries, in industry area with heat recovery or cogeneration system, in the transport area, hybrid public bus, and also for renewable energies, hydropower and solar power, and also as a city development, LED street lighting, or other city development, like water pumps, also that has been supported by the JCM. Such technology diffusions realized. As of now, we have 17 partner countries. Mongolia is the first country as a partner for JCM. In these 17 countries, now we launch and also support more than 200 projects. In Mongolia, we have 8 projects has been supported, and also other Asian countries has a lot of the projects financed by this JCM scheme. This JCM project is not only for the GHG emission reductions, but also contribution for the SDGs. For example, this solar power plant for power supply in the Ulaanbaatar suburb project. This project provides a solar power plant in Ulaanbaatar suburb farm. By these installations, stabilize the power supply and also the mitigation of the air pollutions by the reduction of the usage of the boilers, and support the farm by the revenue of this solar electricity to more stabilize the management. To develop the JCM project, we provide the guidance for for enhancing the multi-benefit of the SDGs. It aims to clarify how the JCM contribute to the SDGs. So you can see that this guideline to develop the JCM with the creation of the such multi-benefit. And also the best practice report can summarize such good case of the JCM contribution to the SDGs achievement. So this kind of the such project also not only for the JCM emission reductions, but for the development of the such partner countries. This data is also shown in a presentation by the Mr. Tamba. As of the 2019, almost 40% of the solar power in Mongolia has been supported by the JCM scheme. So, of course, the technology itself and also the financing for each project is also very important. But this international carbon market mechanism, this scheme itself can create the opportunity for diffusion of the such technologies, and also the opportunity for the new technologies. Then we also have a JCM business matching site. You can find new technologies or experience technologies by JCM, and also technology provider or partners to create a pipeline of the JCM project. So if you have also the any interest on project development for JCM, I think you can check this site to find your business partners. Last but not least, this is also the project in the Mongolia. We also has a contribution to ADB to develop the trust fund, Japan Fund for the Joint Crediting Mechanism, so-called JFJCM. This upscaling renewable energy sector project, which is administered by the ADB and also finance. In these projects, JFJCM financing support to introduce energy management system, EMS, and also the new battery scheme. This component can create a flat supply during the daytime to charge surplus power from the hydropower plant, and also peak shaving from the surplus power from the PV. So overall, this component can enhance the capacity of the grid to introduce more renewable energies. This project can contribute to the energy sector or energy grid system for the new renewable energies installment. So this JFJCM and also JCM scheme itself can contribute to the Mongolia's energy sector's improvement, also installment of the renewable energies for decarbonizations. I think the overall this in the Paris Agreement, we have a negotiation, also discussion of the Article 6. This is a market mechanism. On the Glasgow, if we agree on this rule book of the this Article 6, we hope that this JCM experience can be replicated and also used to the other market mechanism as well, and also the create a new opportunity for the market mechanism, and also for the opportunity for such technologies diffusions in other countries as well. Thank you very much.
Sugimoto-san, thank you so much. With very concrete examples, and of course, around the world, we all commend Japan for being a leader internationally, of course, not only for contributing to climate finance, and you are one of the top contributors on international climate finance, and then JCM is one of the also good examples of that, but also domestically, Japan announcing the carbon neutrality by 2050, reaching that's also showing major great leadership globally on climate action. So very happy to hear about concrete examples, and I'm sure there will be questions later on, and I understand you're also kindly agreed to join the panel as well. I would like to introduce the next speaker, who is Anaka Pettersson, GGGI's Mongolia country representative. And I understand, Anaka, you will be speaking about most of the financing part of the energy transition. Anaka prior joining GGGI, I understand you are the climate change policy lead for Oxfam International based in Washington, and also managed within Oxfam regional agriculture and climate change programs in Southeast Asia. Anaka also has experience working and living in many countries, and that also included work on technical support to a range of countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Over to you, Anaka, and I'm very happy to see also GGGI work progressing in Mongolia. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, everyone. I'm really happy to be here today and to discuss this important topic with all of you. My name is Anaka Pettersson. I am the country representative for the Global Green Growth Institute here in Mongolia. I'm trying.
Yes, we can hear you, and also your
yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to switch the slide. Sorry.
No, slides are running well. Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. So there's two sort of mega trends in the energy sector, and some of the earlier speakers also touched upon these two things. One is on the supply side. So the shift away from fossil fuels towards clean and renewable energy. The second trend, and perhaps the one that is lagging behind a little bit, but I think also slowly picking up steam, is more on the demand side, and the switch from fossil fuels and the consumption, final energy consumption, and the electrification of some key sectors like transportation, for example. I think a lot of people have already talked about this, but the Paris Agreement is really helping to accelerate and fuel these two trends. Many countries in the last year have started to talk about net zero emissions in 2050. And similarly, many public financial institutions have made commitments to stop funding fossil fuels and coal in the coming years as well. And so this is starting to contribute to increased momentum in the renewable energy sector. It's still not quite enough to achieve the objectives of the Paris Agreement, but definitely moving in the right direction. Many people have often asked whether or not the goals of the Paris Agreement are still in reach. And earlier this year, some scenarios were developed to say, look, it is still possible to keep emissions within the stated goal of below 2 degrees of warming and keep the goal of 1.5 degrees of warming within sight if we act really quickly and don't waste any time. And so I think that's the importance of Glasgow, really, to scale up the ambition and commitments and actions of all the countries to keep the goals of the Paris Agreement alive. And in this scenario, I wanted to share this scenario because it gives a sense of some of the key milestones along the way in this transition. And in the next slide, it talks about the shifts in financing required as well in order to support this longer term energy transformation. So there's a few key milestones here just to give you a flavor of what's required. Currently, immediately, we have to sort of stop new additional coal plants from being developed. In 2030, we need to have increased sale of electric cars, like 60% of cars should be electric. And then also a lot of innovations, I think, in heavy industry to develop new technologies. And then if you look out, towards 2035 and 2040, you also start to see some of the other milestones that are required to really achieve net zero emissions and limit global warming to well below 2 degrees. In 2035, you see no more sales of new conventional internal combustion engine cars. All new vehicles would be electric. The electricity systems would be net zero in all advanced economies, etc. So all of these are key milestones in the transition towards low emissions development. And in order to achieve that, major increases and shifts are required in the financing of energy systems as well. And so you can see by 2030, current investments in renewable energy need to increase threefold and stay at that level of around $4 trillion from 2030 to 2050 to really fuel and finance the energy transformation. In addition to just increasing the amount of energy, it also implies some shifts in terms of energy technologies and investments in different sectors as well. And so overall, in order to achieve these longer term objectives, a lot of resources need to be spent on electricity generation and then shifting towards new technologies in industry and other areas of our lives. So if we look in Northeast Asia, a similar transition is really required as well. And so you can see in the pathway here, shared here from IRENA for Northeast Asia, we need to see electrification in end-use consumption and also shift to other away from fossil fuels to reach almost 40% by 2030 and nearly 60% by 2050. Similarly, there needs to be a major shift in the generation of power in the next 10 years. 60% of electricity should be from renewable energy and moving towards 90% in 2050. Currently, globally, there's around $300 billion of renewable energy investments each year, and 45% of those investments occur in China. So I think this is also a really important point since we're talking about mobilizing investments in Northeast Asia for renewable energy. The leader globally is Mongolia's neighbor, and a part of the region. And so I think there's lots of lessons and experience about investing in renewable energy just accessible here to us in the region that we can build on. So if we look at more specifically at developing the Northeast Asia regional renewable energy market, earlier colleagues talked about some of the priority investment areas as well in terms of investments in renewable energy generation, especially here in Mongolia, in terms of adding solar and wind resources in the Gobi, and then some priority investments in terms of interconnection. Overall, one of the estimates suggests that $2.7 trillion would be required to achieve the longer term goals of the Northeast Asia regional interconnection. And so that's quite a lot of money. And so if we think about what are some of the actions that we all need to think about in order to mobilize the investments required to achieve these goals, I think there's a few important things that I wanted to highlight. As many speakers have also highlighted, it's really important to send a clearer signal to the market. Although many countries have made these bigger commitments to net zero emissions in 2050, some of the detailed policies and regulations don't necessarily align with that longer term trajectory, and indeed send mixed signals to the market in terms of the direction of travel and what the priorities are for investments in the renewable energy market. And so working on developing clearer policies, removing subsidies, and for fossil fuels and things like that are really important part of preparing to mobilize the scale of investments that are required to achieve the goals that countries are setting out. The second, I think this is also something other speakers have highlighted as well. I mean, you don't have to wait necessarily for all the multilateral agreements and to be in place to start investing in the market. Bilateral agreements can help pave the way for developing the broader regional cooperation in the future, and kind of build trust to move towards a multilateral agreement in the future. It's really important, I think, as well, when we're talking about mobilizing investment in renewable energy market, that 86% of capital for renewable energy comes from the private sector. And someone who works on public climate finance a lot, you know, I can't underscore enough how important the role of the private sector is, and to kind of put that in policymakers' mind as well, that only a tiny fraction of the current investment in renewable energy comes from the public sector, primarily from development finance institutions like multilateral development banks. But the private sector is really where all the investments, a majority of the investments for renewable energy are coming from. And so strategically using the public finance that is available, because it's not enough, obviously, to deliver on the ambitions, we need to mobilize private finance. It's really important to think about the role of public finance to mitigate the risks in order to scale up private sector investments. The cost of renewable energy really go down when off-taker risk is low. I think that's one of the lessons from recent years of experience in energy auctions. For example, the prices that are provided go dramatically down when the off-taker risk is lower. And so thinking about how to use public finance in ways to mitigate various risks so that the private sector feels confident in that they can get a return on their investment, I think is an important use for public finance. Since we are talking about also big investments in interconnection, I think this is one area that perhaps we don't talk about enough as well. There's lots of different business models for transmission and interconnection, but they're a bit more complicated and something that doesn't get as much attention globally. And in many countries, state-owned enterprises have historically dominated investments in the grid. And with the current economic pressures, I think this is also challenging in some places where there aren't a lot of resources for state-owned enterprises to continue to make the necessary investments in the grid and transmission and interconnection. I think others have also already highlighted this, but I think it's really important to think about the benefits of renewable energy development as well. As we're talking about big sums of money required to invest, but the benefits are quite clear, right? You have a lot of benefits in terms of job creation. One study estimated that 24 million new jobs would be created. It lowers the cost of energy significantly. And then it also can reduce greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution. In this region, air pollution is also quite a serious challenge, and it's an area where countries in the region are increasingly starting to collaborate or strengthen their ongoing collaboration on air pollution in the region. And so investment in the renewable energy market in the region can also contribute to other broader objectives to improve health and economic productivity. And then I think other speakers have also highlighted this quite a lot, that developing the regional energy market can also increase efficiency overall in the economy. Mongolia has a comparative advantage in the production of renewables, and this can bring greater economic efficiency in the marketplace as well, overall in the region. If we look a little bit more specifically at Mongolia, I think others have also highlighted this, and Dr. Bachargal raised it, are the current plans in Mongolia ambitious enough? And I think in some ways it is ambitious, the targets, but in the longer term, I think setting the sights on the transformation in the energy sector that is starting and building in momentum is really important. And so I think longer term planning for the energy transformation in the energy sector is really an important way forward for Mongolia. And I think this would also help signal to the market and investors that this is the direction Mongolia wants to go, and sort of provide a platform for organizing and planning different investments required in the grid, in human resources, in renewable energy resources as well. So I think developing a longer term plan for energy transformation is really important. I think another important thing for Mongolia as well, and is, in last year, renewable energy clearly became more affordable than the cheapest fossil fuels, actually. In more than 60% of the projects that were developed last year, renewables were cheaper than fossil fuels. And in the last 10 years, the price of solar, utility scale solar PV, for example, has dropped 85%. So we're no longer in the situation where renewables are super expensive and they need a lot of subsidies and support to compete with conventional fuels. Actually, the private sector, the renewable energy technologies are cost effective, both in terms of upfront costs as well as operational costs in the longer term as well. And so creating the better market conditions for renewable energy investments can really unleash the power of the private sector to contribute to these goals. So as I mentioned, sending a longer term clearer signal and aligning the policies and longer term goals. In Mongolia, I think we all know that tariff and subsidy reforms are key challenges in terms of mobilizing the investments needed to upgrade the energy system and gradually increase the share of renewable energies in the energy system. And there's lots of opportunities, I think, to develop short-term incentives and then phase these out over the longer term as reform agenda progresses on key policy issues. There's tons of investments that are required to improve the grid in Mongolia to be able to take up variable renewable energy domestically, but then also to take advantage of export opportunities. And these are really important to prioritize. And just generally, I think for all countries, not just Mongolia, I think it's really important that we start thinking about the externalities in our planning and decision making. We've talked a lot about the different types of benefits in terms of job creation, air pollution reduction, which has spillover effects into public health and things like that. And so really thinking about these potential positive externalities or the negative externalities in the planning and decision making can help kind of justify and strengthen the case for scaling up investments in renewable energy. And if this sort of long-term dream of Mongolia being a key player to export renewable energy in the region is to come true, and I think the conditions are improving to make that turn that into a reality, really investing in energy trade and diplomacy discussions in the region should be a high priority. So I will stop here and just thank you all for joining today and look forward to discussing this further.
Thank you so much, Anaka. Very comprehensive, and of course your key points on government sending the clear signal to the markets, but also especially for renewable energy and mitigation, more and more private sector being a key investor, but then of course just don't leaving everything to the private sector. I think it's still very important for the public dollar to de-risk still some of the investments and then leverage the private sector investment. And we will return back to these questions during our panel. But then I would like to invite now Yasin Janjua. Hi, Yasin, who is an economist at the UNDP Mongolia. I understand, Yasin, you joined just 3 months ago. Welcome to Mongolia. And then you're bringing 15 years of experience in program management and economic research and international development, both public and private sector. Yasin also worked as a macroeconomics consultant with the World Bank, European Union, GIZ, and DFID, but also he worked with the government of Canada and primarily involved in net zero emissions in the energy sector, especially in coal power generation, and wrote policy paper, for example, among others, on net zero emissions in transportation sector in Canada as well. So we're very much looking forward to your presentation. And I understand that you will be more focusing on investing in Mongolia's renewable future, which is a path to prosperity. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me see if this displays correctly.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe if you can just enhance it, if it's still possible.
I wish I can.
Yeah, it's okay.
I was informed at the last minute that I would need, if I can bring in a presentation, that would be great. Otherwise, I prepared a speech.
Yeah, it's fine. You can see it very well.
Thank you so much for Dr. Ayan, Annika, and other sponsors of the INES. The investment in renewable energy future and electrification is imperative because emissions from energy account for almost 75% of total greenhouse gas emissions. At the UN high-level dialogue on energy that recently concluded, development partners, IFIs, have committed that they are stepping up their commitment for climate finance. For instance, the World Bank is committed to help countries achieve SDG 7 by financing distributed energy solutions, mini grids, to bring energy access to remote last mile communities. And also UNDP is also committed to make that possible. To this date, over 150 commitments have been received at United Nations Development Program by both private sector and governments, which amount to US $400 billion to support both the energy transition and energy access. These commitments aim to increase the installed capacity of renewable energy around the world, which would translate into hundreds of new renewable energy generation and storage facilities, which will lead to creation of new green jobs. I'm sure that more commitments and compacts are in pipeline. However, just looking at this US $400 billion, I can envision that it will leverage trillions of dollars of investment in the economy and related sectors in the value chain, which will create decent livelihood opportunities for people, especially during COVID-19 recovery. So in Mongolia, less than 10% of energy comes from renewable resources. Over the next decade, Mongolia has the opportunity to act fast in increasing a sustainable mix of renewable energy resources and not only capture fair share of investment, but also contribute towards the reduction in the emissions by 2050. So investment opportunities are available in installing energy generation capacity, energy storage, battery stations, carbon capture technologies, distribution grids, smart energy devices which can communicate with the grid in two-way fashion, making buildings and infrastructure compatible, installing new energy equipment, which also means upgrading building and infrastructure codes, upgrading skills, teaching new skills, future skills to the youth, which present an immense opportunity. The challenges, I believe there are challenges in 5 important areas which need to be addressed. Enabling policy and regulatory frameworks that help to attract investment from both local and global investors. Develop a strategic foresight for renewable energy future and undertake strategic planning for risk assessment and action to achieve renewable energy transition. Resolve concerns of communities and stakeholders over renewable energy projects as they have sunk costs from people who already have entrenched assets and resources in non-renewable energy sector. Revise tariff structures to ensure private investments are viable, and upgrade energy grid and distribution infrastructure to support renewable energy integration, because that requires a lot of smart infrastructure. So there is also an opportunity to attract carbon finance. An important aspect of investing in renewable future is attracting carbon finance business opportunities, which allow governments and companies in advanced economies to purchase projects, project-based greenhouse gas emissions reductions in countries with economies in transition, which is, I would say, country like Mongolia is very well placed. And let me be blunt, there was a time when advanced economies were transferring their dirty manufacturing business to developing countries, but now they are interested in clean opportunities, and there is an opportunity to take advantage of clean energy opportunity at home and sell the greenhouse gas emission to advanced economies. Hence, it's a win-win for Mongolia to create an enabling environment for investment in its renewable future. There is no doubt that investing in Mongolia's renewable future is in fact a path to prosperity for its citizens. It is important to understand that in order to benefit from these investments, energy compacts are key to unlock clean energy investments. An opportunity is knocking, and Mongolia can benefit from these investments by developing and acting on energy compacts. These compacts can be made by both public and private sector. Compacts require clear and achievable goals for clean electricity connections, energy savings, green jobs, access to new and improved clean cooking methods, new installed renewable capacity, clean transport systems, number of clean buses, vehicles, and trains, and other opportunities. So that explains how big the investment landscape is from which Mongolia can benefit. And private sector can definitely play an important role. And it is today actually it's very exciting to see that private sector is taking the lead in Mongolia, and it has set the precedence and organized such an important event with the help of GGGI, Lenovo, MRIC, and UPC Renewables. I reiterate UNDP's support for Mongolia's renewable energy revolution, and thank you again for inviting me to speak on this occasion. Thank you.
Many thanks for your presentation, and also UNDP's commitment to supporting more sustainable, greener development as well, Mr. Janjua. Now I would like to move, with your permission, to our panel, and organizers told me that we will have 4 panelists, Feng Zhao, Sugimoto-san, Orkhon, and Shupen Chen. And if you can all turn your mics and videos on, let me very briefly introduce those 4 speakers, our panelists. Of course, I introduced Sugimoto-san already from Ministry of Environment, Japan. Orkhon Orchlan, he's also very well known in Mongolia, our Chief Executive Officer of the Trade and Development Bank. He also has 20 years of banking experience, played an important role in TDB's issuance of 5 bonds on the international financial markets, and especially recently, of course, with the drive towards more sustainable finance, Orkhon has been successfully leading Trade and Development Bank of Mongolia into first obtaining accreditation of the Green Climate Fund, also joining a signatory to the Green Investment Principles for Belt and Road Initiative, implementing also bank's Climate 30+ initiative, the first private sector-led climate initiative, and with commitments to provide $2 billion towards sustainable finance by 2030, and developing TDB's sustainability framework in compliance with ICMA principles. Welcome, Orkhon. Also on the panel, we have Shupen Chen, who comes from the international cooperation background. I understand he worked for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China, both at the embassies of Kyrgyzstan, but also in Russian People's Republic of China's embassy in Russian Federation, also as a Council for Trade and Economic Affairs of China in Irkutsk region as well, our neighbor. And since 2017, Mr. Chen is leading International Cooperation Department of GAITCO, which is Global Energy Interconnection Development and Cooperation Organization in China, and an official representative of GAITCO for Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Welcome. I would like also to introduce the 4th panelist, Feng Zhao, who's the head of the Strategy and Market Intelligence at Global Wind Energy Council. Prior to joining GWEC, Feng was Senior Director and the Head of Wind Energy at FTI Consulting, Economics and Financial Consulting Practice. Also, importantly, was a Research Director at the leading wind energy consultancy, BTM Consult, and thus has a very extensive experience in wind market analysis, has been a leading expert in various publications, related consulting engagements, and has been really with the industry for more than 15 years, very often quoted by all leading media on the issues of wind and renewable energy. So welcome, Feng Zhao, Sugimoto-san again, Orkhon, and Mr. Chen. I will have maybe 3-4 questions posed to you, and then maybe you can grab any of the questions or all of the questions. I think we're relatively on time, but I still want to leave some time for question answers from the audience. So the key questions I would like to pose would be, although the renewable energy sector globally still have challenges in Mongolia, but globally it's sort of considered, with all the costs going down, also with a lot of support, policy support in many countries, less and less risky, and but still there are risks. So what are still the main risks, and what needs to be addressed to scale up the investments in renewable energy what are the key support or de-risking mechanisms that you would like to see from governments, from public sector, but also from international organizations? And thus, how is the climate finance and low carbon finance can be still deployed in energy markets, in investment and energy markets? What are the opportunities and challenges still with financing? How do we get private sector in? Where are the leverage points? Where are the places to intervene if we would like to do the blended finance with private sector? And how do we structure those investments? And what is the government key role if private sector wants to invest in renewable energy? Sorry, it's 3, 4, 5 questions piled up, but please feel free to take up any of the questions. But and then, although we have 2 panelists, I would like also to ask those who gave presentations as well, Anaka, but also Jenjoa, to also come in if you would like to. Okay, so who will volunteer first? Maybe Mr. Jha? No, sorry. So maybe Orkhan.
Well, of course, because our previous speakers already gave us lots of information about global, regional, and situation in Mongolia. But I'm not really an expert, to be honest with you, in this area. We're very new. And we're just trying to be really in front of the very new initiative in our country, especially within the private sector, about the sustainable development, green development, green energy, sustainable finance, and green finance. Of course, internally, the investments or financing is almost non-accessible. I mean, as you understand, we still have a very high interest rate environment, and dedicated financing is not available for sustainable finance or energy finance or renewable energy finance. So the only source of financing would be external, especially thanks to this accreditation from the Green Climate Fund. We have become available to raise funding for projects in Mongolia. Not only us. In Mongolia, we have also Asian Development Bank, EBRD, World Bank, also Has Bank, and us. So we are probably in the region. We would be on the top levels of support that we are getting from Green Climate Fund. So this is a great opportunity for Mongolia. Also, we're trying to raise financing from private sector funds, but still, it's not that great at the moment, and there would be many risks that already mentioned that preventing these funds to come out. In my opinion, I will just probably say 1 or 2. Is that first of all, the scales of these projects would be quite large of these investments. Considering the bank's capacities and the level of projects that we were participating in the past, those would be quite significant. Funding is requested, and the associated risks would be higher. So local banks and financial institutions and the government we're unable to afford financing these projects. And why I said the associated risks are higher, because it's difficult for us to let's say to look at these risks, and in the kind of project financing practice that exists in Mongolia today, it's really difficult for us to finance this kind of projects.
Thank you, Orkon. Since Sugimoto-san also presented, may I invite maybe now Chen, Mr. Chen? Chupen, I think you're on mute. Yes, we can hear you now.
I'm sorry, I can little English because for Chinese, to you Russian language.
Yeah, I think there is an interpretation. So I understand. Ямар доржо, ямар хэлээр ярьж болох юм? Хятад орсоор ярьж болох юм уу? Ano dere? Хятад дээр орчуулга байгаа мó? Mr. Chen, would you prefer to speak in Russian or in Chinese, did you say?
Yeah. In Russian, in Chinese.
Yeah, or sorry, yeah, in Russian it's good because there is an interpreter. Yes, go ahead. And hopefully we still remember our Russian very well.
Yeah. Не знаю, но с чего начать мое выступление? То я по-русски, да, пару слов?
Да, можно по-русски.
Да, спасибо. Ага. Ну, прежде всего, разрешите мне искренне от всей души поблагодарить за приглашение для участия в этой истории значимой международной конференции. И при этом воспользуюсь моментом, чтобы выделили своего рода уважение организатору за их работу и за то, чтобы они обратили во внимание на нашу нелегкую работу. И прежде всего, при всех я должен коротко, хотя не намного времени, рассказывать о нашей организации. То есть наша организация по кооперации и развитию в области глобального энергетического объединения, который был основан 23 июля 2016 года по инициативе председателя Китайской Народной Республики товарища Си Цзиньпина. И основном организация, действующая именно в области чисто энергетические направления. И основном по функции она постепенно занимается поэтапным, межрегиональным и всемировым электроэнергетическим объединением. С учетом того, что у нас по Китаю уже имеет при себе яркий и столь успешный пример при построении столь гигантских электроэнергетических сетей на основе так называемой то есть более современной технологии типа ультравысокого напряжения сетей. И при этом наши на основе уже технических имевшихся при себе запасов и приступил по инициативе с одной стороны правительства нашей страны, с другой именно организация, то есть организация именно, то есть ООН, короче говоря. К тому же у нас с ООН тоже имеет подписанные соглашения о совместном действии для поддержки стратегического программы динамичного развития человечества при ООН до 2030 года. Вы уж извините, меня слышите, да? Все понятно? Прошу прощения.
Да, мы слушаем. Переводчик тоже переводит, так что...
Да, понятно.
Все нормально. Ага.
Да, отлично. Но к тому же наша организация уже 5 лет почти подряд исполняется. Скорее бы в этом году, где-то в конце года, круглая дата будет отмечать со дня образования, основания нашей организации. Насчет действующих членов при нашей организации и начиная с момента самого основания 2016 года у нас только отмечено менее 100 действующих членов, в основном именно китайские учреждения, то есть где-то 88 с лишним. И в течение 4-летнего интенсивного развития при нашей организации и под общим усилием нашего руководства теперь общее количество численности действующих членов при нашей организации уже более 1000, точнее, то есть 1326 действующих членов, среди которых есть 30 с лишним, то есть более 30 ведущих международных компаний, в основном действующих именно в области электроэнергетики. И помимо того, немало таких ведущих высших вузов, да, и другие. Именно с Монголией, конечно, у нас искреннее намерение, видимо, что мы по функции тоже занимаемся поэтапным электроэнергетическим объединением, особенно для объединения межрегионального электроэнергетического сетей. Монголия служит при этом важным и столь незаменяющим мостом, звеном, особенно в плане электроэнергетического объединения между Китаем, Монголией, Россией, а также Южной Кореей и Японией. Мы смотрим, что этот план столь амбициозный, конечно, не скрывая ни от кого, но зато он сам по себе вполне реализуемый, с учетом того, что в Китае имеет при себе столь высокие, более современные технологии, а также искреннее намерение и финансовые возможности к этому плану. В Монголии более стратегические географические положения, как с одной стороны страна соединяется по суше, да, с Китаем, с другой именно с Россией. А Россия имеет при себе огромное пространство, особенно там Антарктика, да, то есть Северный полюс, где богата ветровыми ресурсами, а также имеет при себе дальневосточный регион, который тоже служит для России целиком, а также для Китая и Монголии форпостом, окном к Тихоокеанскому региону и в первую очередь к Южной Корее и Японии. А тут смотрится, что Южная Корея и Японию можно принимать за потенциальный рынок для регулярного, постоянного приема выработанных электроэнергии с Россией, с одной стороны, и с Китаем. Но вы знаете, что в последнее время Россия, конечно, богата своими электроэнергетическими ресурсами, а в Китае, с учетом того, что в последний момент немножко было, особенно в северных регионах, провинциях, испытан некий дефицит по выработке электричества. Это связано с тем, что наши председатели Си Цзиньпин уже объявил всему миру о том, что до 2030 года Китай всеми усилиями будет достигнуть так называемого максимального либо пик запуска углеродов, да, и до 2060 года достигнут будет так называемая именно полного нейтрализация углеродного запуска. И при этом, конечно, у нас в Китае уменьшено общее количество цифровых электростанций. И, соответственно, чему тоже было уменьшено общее количество добываемых именно углей. Особенно те угли по видам, которые специально предназначены для генерации, теплогенерации. Но я бы подумал, что это вообще как временное явление, и тем не менее такой проблемой уж ненадолго будет чем-то связано с дальнейшим более стратегическим развитием китайской энергетики. И теперь тоже следуя за этим ситуацией, моментами, и наша организация тоже всеми усилиями приступим к общему изучению подобного рода неловких обстоятельств, а также исследованием за тем, чтобы выйти из неловкой ситуации и перейти на более эффективные пути для осуществления этих целей, типа то есть нейтрализация углеродных запусков до 2060 года. И наши тоже могли бы выступать в роли либо в качестве приоритетных научных институтов, которые могли бы под собственными усилиями предлагать нашему правительству идеальный проект для осуществления этих то есть важных стратегических целей для дальнейшего развития нашего государства, а также в целом для всего мира. Ну, с учетом того, что сегодня видно, что для каждого выступающего, особенно на панельной части сетей, предусмотрены некие ограничения по времени, я бы с вашим разрешением закончить вот свою речь. И если у других участников будет какой-либо вопрос, чем-то связанный с Китаем, я могу с большим удовольствием на них ответить. Спасибо всем за внимание.
Спасибо большое, господин Chen. Thank you so much. And yeah, the organizers were saying that although there was a translation from Russian into Mongolian, I think there was some challenges into English, so there was some apologies, but I think most of us have understood most of the points, and thank you so much. Mr. Sugimoto-san, can I just come back to you on some of the questions as a panelist? What are the still risks, main risks that needs to be addressed to scaling up the investment in renewable energy? Some people are saying, well, especially international climate finance, probably don't need to go into vanilla renewable type of projects. We need to go into more sort of innovative and then renewable energy already in a private sector. With a bit of government support, they can go forward. But I think majority of the speakers were saying there are still challenges. So Sugimoto-san.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I think yeah, we agree. I agree on the other speakers saying, especially from the our experience, we see the two type of the challenge about the introduction of the renewable energies. First one is technology or fiscal conditions, and also second one is financing. In terms of the technology and the fiscal conditions, for example, in Japan, we, as you mentioned, we commit the carbon neutrality by 2050. And also recently we developed a draft plan for climate change mitigations for meeting the 46% reductions from by 2030. This is quite challenging. So we estimate 36 or 38% more than the such degree of the percentage for the renewable energy, but quite challenging because of the fiscal condition in Japan. First one, of course, for renewable energies, we need a lot of the space for solar power. And also for wind power, we need to have such conditions, good conditions for the stable wind. But in Japan, due to the conditions, the land is very limited. So currently we promote a rooftop type or even the innovations of the wall type solar power for the building. We need to consider such kind of innovations to increase renewable energies. And also for wind power, floating type offshore wind power is very expected to enhance the capacity of the renewable energy in Japan for the carbon neutrality. I think another technological condition is a grid. As in Japan also, and also in Mongolia as well, grid condition is not so ready to introduce renewable energies. So we need to enhance the capacity of the grid to increase ratio of the renewable energies. That is also the kind challenging. To overcome this type of the problem, we can also support island countries in like Maldives or Palau as a JCM, and we introduce some off-grid systems. So this kind of the off-grid system can enhance the capacity of the renewable energies, and also the need to enhance the all grid. So that kind of the one technology solution. And also, like as I mentioned, some EMS and also the battery system can also enhance capacity of the renewable energy. That is one potential solution for the technology and the physical conditions issues. And for the financing, as I mentioned, the JCM is kind of the market mechanism bilaterally. This is also piloting and also the kind of the innovative scheme. And then this is we can start as a bilateral, but some experts estimated implementing the market mechanism by the Paris Agreement Article 6. This promote efficient and additional emission reduction, which could reduce additional 9 billion tons of CO2 emission annually in 2030. So multilateral agreement can enhance such bilateral best practices market to other area. That's also make a possibility for the further financing. That's I think the challenging and also the some potential solution or approach for financing. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sugimoto-san. So I asked the audience to type in any questions if you have in the chat. Since we haven't received any concrete questions, if Anaka or Janjua, if you have any further comments, especially on how, on some of the questions, how do we leverage private sector, public sector, government signal? Do we still need further policies?
Thank you, Dr. Ion. I think countries all over the world are actually competing to attract private sector investment. And that's where the government plays an important role. And similarly, in Mongolia, public sector can play a similar role in this regard. And that will be regarding the legislative frameworks and ensuring that private sector is able to recover its investment if they are investing in these mega projects regarding renewable energy. So that's my perspective, that there was a time when the government would invest in everything, but now the private sector is the prime mover, but they need an enabling environment, and enabling environment can be provided by the government. Okay.
Thank you. Anything to add, Anaka? If not, that's also fine, Anaka. You're on mute.
Yeah, thanks. I think a lot of the points I wanted to raise have been said already, but I think especially in the case of Mongolia, there's definitely still a role for the government to play. I think as other speakers have pointed out, the enabling environment still needs further improvement. The cost of financing domestically is quite high, and in the renewable energy sector, a lot of the investments tend to be domestic, actually. And so creating the conditions where private sector investors from domestically, but also abroad, that can bring in lower cost financing, creating the conditions so they feel confident to enter the Mongolian market, I think is really important. And there's lots of innovative, I think, financial instruments that can be used in terms of different types of risk guarantees, that the government and development finance institutions and climate finance can provide in order to improve the overall sort of bankability of investments in renewable energy.
Again, thank you very much, Anaka. Since I see Sukhpat raising hand.
Just everyone. Just сайн байцгаана уу монголчуудаа, and just I'm very happy to see the old and gold friends during the conference, and I try to reply on behalf of speakers what was the problems on the renewable energy investment, and then at the end I have a question. Especially Anaka mentioned about this burden of air pollution, or just something like this. First, for the very important condition of investment is the international commitment of the countries, especially the government, and then the government policy. Just we were able to invest to renewable energy after the Mongolia's renewable energy law 2007 stated the tariffs clearly, and then based on the law we did investment, and means that is kind of the commitment of the Mongolian government, and exemption of taxes, all the imports of renewable energy equipment. That was very good support, especially we invested the first wind farm in Mongolia, the largest, it was the largest renewable energy project. On the second very important item is we have to make kind of public awareness, because in Mongolia mostly the power sector is public, and just conventionally we traditionally we produce electricity only by coal burning. The people think that is only way to produce electricity, and the people think renewable energy is very expensive, and when demand is high, can be no wind, no solar, sun, such kind of things is, you know, we have to change the people's mind. And in this stage, I would like ask the Anaka and other speakers, you know, just why we couldn't make a kind of estimation or a calculation, what can be burden of air pollution? Nobody understands this. And 2008, it was a World Bank's study about Ulaanbaatar's air pollution. What can be the impact? They calculated a dozen of million US dollars, you know, impacting mostly the human health and then the environment, especially the water, soil, the polluting. If we burn further the coal, we have some problems. Nowadays in China, in public media mentioned about this pollution in Northeast China, especially in Beijing area. Therefore, we have to introduce about what can be the impact of the air pollution of environment based on this dirty production of electricity. And there are two large barriers to renewable energy investment in Mongolia. One is the tariff. And we have a strong cross-subsidy to the tariffs. Even Mongolian tariff is twice cheaper than the Russian, and even 60 or 70% of China's end-user tariff. Means, we importing everything, it's expensive production. Actually, the power production is natural. Even just that tariff setting or keeping cheaper tariff, that is kind of wrong policy of the government, but we have to change. We have to make kind of tariff reform. Without such kind of reform, it is very difficult to invest to renewable energy in the future. And another big problem is the technical problem in Mongolia. And if we increase the capacity, wind power generation or solar power generation, we need kind of regulation capacity. We need runoff hydropower plant or pump storage or battery storage, or such kind of things need. That is the technical problem in Mongolia we have to solve. In the future, if we would like increase the portion of renewable energy, we have to invest such kind to establish such kind of storages. Just, I'm very happy recently the Mongolia is very keen and very active to develop renewable energy. Just last week I was in West Mongolia. Most western part of Mongolia, this Altai-Sum-Kavaltai province near to China-Mongolia border, building very large solar plant. And next to this stage, I was in Hovd province, Myangatsum, they constructing very huge 15 megawatt solar plant. That is a kind of initiative, kind of international support. Those two projects is financed from SREP project. SREP is a kind of international financing project, just scaling up renewable energy investment. That is the kind of example with the promotion of renewable energy investment, or just this kind of public support promotion of renewable energy. And my last question, just why GGI or UNDP or just can make some study about this, just the air pollution cost in Mongolia. Again, we have to update this. What can be this, just the burden of air pollution? Yes, exactly. Anaka told about just why we put some kind of a small bit dollar and then we have to make some figures and facts, and then that can be some kind of public material we can introduce to the people why we need renewable energy in the future. That's very important. Therefore, we will discuss about this. We will think about this. Thank you for your time.
Challenges, the key challenges on reforming the tariffs, but also technical regulation capacity. But then the concrete question, Anaka, and to UNDP as well. I'm sure there have been some reports previously, but how can you actually do some calculations, cost estimates, taking externalities of air pollution and other externalities into account, and then raising the public awareness, government awareness, and saying, okay, it's not just moving from coal to renewable, but it's also externalities, air pollution, health, and other costs. Thank you, Suhatra. Anaka, very briefly, I think we're running out of time.
Yeah,
so yeah.
Just to say that that's definitely possible. There's been some there's methodologies for doing that. So, and there's been some efforts to quantify the impacts on public health, especially here in Mongolia. So definitely can follow up on that. And I think tomorrow we will have a discussion about the air pollution, the reduction of air pollutants from implementing the NDC commitments in Mongolia as well. And so it kind of quantifies as well, not just the greenhouse gas reductions, but the reduction in air pollutants as well. And so I think this is a way for us to help communicate and put a value on those efforts to reduce air pollution.
Thank you, Anaka. Yasin, maybe very briefly.
Yes, I actually shared the UNDP study on air pollution in Mongolia in the links, in the chat links, and also our high-level dialogue and energy page where you can find more information. And definitely we are working on these issues. The thing that you mentioned about that we need to, with the renewable energy, the country has to increase energy storage capacity as well. There is an interesting thing about this. These energy storage capacity are really wonderful because I was at President's initiative a couple of weeks ago. He invited private sector, and over there, Prime Minister mentioned that in 20 years from now, Mongolia may run out of coal and need to invest in renewable energy. And he also mentioned, and this is very important, he also mentioned when temperature drops below 30, we have difficulty in meeting the energy needs. Now, these energy storage capacities, they create an infrastructure that is very smart, and it automatically kicks in. In other countries, you would have seen where you rely on traditional thermal or other energy sources. When the energy demand increases, the system would crash and there will be power outage. But these capacities, they kick in automatically and boost the energy supply whenever it's needed. So these kind of, and not only these can benefit it to Mongolia, but it can supply to the northeastern grid to other countries, and these will be very useful. That's what I believe in. There's an immense potential.
Thank you very much. So I will not make any concluding remarks because we're late, but I think it's very clear that this major transformation is on the way with net zero announcement from China, from Japan, but also European Union, US, another 120 countries. 70% of the global economy is covered by these announcements. And of course, they have to be translated into concrete. Those pledges have to be translated into concrete actions. But we can imagine the major transformational opportunities that are coming in the next decade. Of course, these are also huge, not only opportunities, but also huge sort of undertakings and the challenges as well. But I think it's a very exciting time for renewables in the next decade. So I'll hand it over to the next session, which is on hydrogen. Thank you. And thank you very much to all the speakers and panelists.
Hello, this is Neil Young speaking. If you can hear me, I am the moderator of the hydrogen section.
Yes, we are here.
Okay, thank you. I'm also a speaker at this section in the second presentation, so I'll introduce myself when I get to that. I think hydrogen is an integral part of this overall Clean Energy Summit. Green hydrogen, at least, is a subset of renewable energy, and we will go into that more as we come to the individual presentations. But first, let me introduce the first speaker, She is Anna Nielsen. She is a climate policy analyst for the New Climate Institute. She has worked there for 2 years with a particular focus on emissions pathway modeling and climate policy analysis. She holds a BSc in Energy and Environmental Engineering and an MSc in Energy Systems Analysis. In the past year, she has contributed to a project investigating the potential for green hydrogen in Mongolia, financed by GIZ on behalf of the German government. That report was issued recently. I managed to read it, and I think it's an excellent document, and no doubt Anna will enunciate some of its key points in her presentation. So Anna, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for that, Neil. I'm happy to be here and to be able to present the key results of this study on green hydrogen potential in Mongolia. So let me share my screen with you. Let's see here. One second. Just need, sorry. Sorry, 1 second. And there we go. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so yes, my name is Anna Nielsen. I'm a climate policy analyst as Neil mentioned, at New Climate Institute, and have been part of the team contributing to the study on green hydrogen applications in the Mongolian context. So today I will present to you the kind of key results of that study, which was conducted together with Fraunhofer ISI, us at New Climate Institute, and the GIZ. So just first a quick look at the agenda. I will start by giving a brief introduction, giving some background to the project and its objective. We will then have a look at the role and implications of hydrogen as a decarbonization option in Mongolia, including here the demand and supply sides, the impacts of technology implementation in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, and finally, the role and importance of policies. So just to start here by kind of clarifying why we conducted this study and why hydrogen might be relevant in Mongolia. So under here, the increasing impact of the ongoing climate crisis, in addition to policy implementation, we still kind of seek technological solutions to fully decarbonize some sectors. And this is something that will be critical to deliver the Paris Agreement and reaching net zero emissions by mid-century. So for many sectors, net zero technologies are readily available, but for others, such as heavy-duty transport and space heating in cold climates, that remains largely unsolved. And this is mainly as a direct electrification is not technically feasible. So we will therefore need ways to store renewable energy that can be dispatched on demand in order to decarbonize those sectors. And one way of doing so is through green hydrogen, which is produced by splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen molecules using renewable electricity. So the hydrogen can then be dispatched in fuel cells to generate clean electricity on demand, for instance, in vehicles or in buildings. So we recognize this as an opportunity in Mongolia, particularly as the country is endowed with rich renewable energy resources, so mainly here in terms of wind and solar. Then, in addition to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution, shifting from diesel to green hydrogen in heavy-duty transport, for instance, can improve energy security by reducing the dependence on diesel imports. Another aspect is that there is a growing demand for low-carbon mining products globally, which could give Mongolian mining products advantage at the global market if produced with less emissions-intensive vehicles. And this is also relevant in the light of carbon border adjustment mechanisms, which are increasingly being considered in various parts of the world, as we can see now in the EU, but also in the US. So based on that, the objective of this study was to make an assessment on the techno-economic feasibility of green hydrogen production in the Mongolian context, but also its application through 3 case studies here on heavy-duty transport in the Oyu Tolgoi copper mine, public buses in Ulaanbaatar, and decentralized heating in Ger districts. Then, based on those results, we then estimated the greenhouse gas emission reduction potential and also conducted an analysis on policy options for hydrogen introduction. But before going into the details of the study, I would also like to give some background on hydrogen as an energy carrier. So we typically here categorize hydrogen into 3 key categories, including gray, blue, and green hydrogen. Gray hydrogen is produced from fossil fuels and thus also releases carbon dioxide into the atmosphere during the production process. So therefore, this is not considered a clean fuel nor a useful alternative to diesel or other fossil fuels. Blue hydrogen is also produced using fossil fuels, but the process is equipped with carbon capture and storage, or CCS. This allows for parts of the carbon dioxide released in the production process to be captured and stored, so thus avoiding its release into the atmosphere. But since CCS technology is still under development, it's quite costly, and also it doesn't allow for emissions or all the emissions to be captured. So blue hydrogen can therefore also not be considered a fully clean fuel. Then green hydrogen, as mentioned, is produced by splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen, facilitated by an electrolyzer. The electrolyzer is run by renewable electricity. So in that way, the energy in the renewable electricity can be stored, let's say, in the hydrogen and dispatched in fuel cells when needed. So in that way, it's also not, let's say, directly limited by the intermittency of wind and solar. So just to also go through or define the scope of the study, the quantitative analysis here is limited to the supply and demand sides, and thus therefore not take into account infrastructure needs in terms of transportation and storage. As the purpose of the study is to analyze the potential role of green hydrogen in decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors in Mongolia, we do not look at the potential of exporting hydrogen. So then in the supply side analysis, we looked quantitatively and qualitatively at renewable energy power potential, water availability and costs, green hydrogen production, and the role and importance of policies. On the demand side, we looked at the identification of suitable end uses, costs in terms of delivered energy, mitigation potential, and also the role and importance of policies. And also just to mention here that in addition to green hydrogen, the study also looked at the production of synthetic fossil fuels, which are produced from green hydrogen and captured carbon dioxide, but we won't really go into much detail of those results in this presentation. But the analysis is available in the reports. So then, starting with the supply side, I will, in the interest of time here, just jump straight to the results. So looking here at renewable electricity generation costs, the study was divided into 4 main regions, as you can see in the map here in the upper right corner of this slide. And here we then looked on the geospatial potential for wind and solar power. The results suggest that both wind and solar can be generated below the global average generation costs today. So in terms of wind here, the lowest electricity costs was found in the southern region at 3.7 cents per kilowatt hour. For solar, the geospatial difference is kind of less significant, with a cost as low as 4.9 cents per kilowatt hour. So these results are important as they kind of verify the significant potential for renewable electricity generation in Mongolia, which actually is the main or key driver of green hydrogen production costs. So these results are then used as inputs for the hydrogen cost estimates. Then moving on to the green hydrogen production costs analysis, the results here suggest that green hydrogen could be produced at comparatively low cost already today within a cost range of 3.3 to 4.7 US dollars per kilogram. This is lower than the global average, which is around 4.8 per kilogram. And as you can see also here in this table, the geospatial difference is quite significant. As we could expect, the lowest production costs are observed in the southeast region of the country, where the costs are actually quite much lower than you would see at the global average level. Then moving on to the demand side analysis. We here applied the output from the supply side modeling and did analysis on 3 different case studies, including here, as mentioned, heavy duty transport in the mining sector, specifically here looking at the Oyu Tolgoi copper mine, public transportation in the case of buses in Ulaanbaatar, and decentralized heating in Gur districts. Starting here with the mining sector analysis, if we compare energy delivered to the wheel, this resulted in hydrogen trucks being only 12% more expensive than diesel trucks. So the price margin here is rather narrow. When also assuming a carbon dioxide tax of $100 per ton of the carbon dioxide equivalent, hydrogen trucks become about 9% cheaper than diesel trucks. In the bus analysis, we compared the costs in terms of delivered energy as well as including operating costs. Looking here at delivered energy, hydrogen is about 28% more expensive than diesel, but only 15% more expensive when also including operating costs. When also assuming a carbon dioxide tax here, hydrogen buses become almost cost competitive to diesel buses. So from these analysis on the mining and public transport sectors, we can see that green hydrogen is actually not far from competitiveness, which is a very encouraging sign. And then to get an even better idea on the costs with regards to mitigation, we also estimated the abatement cost for these respective studies, which we will look more closely at in the next few slides. But first, to briefly also show the results here from the heating analysis, where the results suggest that green hydrogen would at present not be economically feasible in Mongolia. So if we compare here in terms of delivered energy using LPG as a benchmark fuel, hydrogen boilers would be 148% more expensive than LPG. And one of the main reasons for this is because there is a rather low energy density in hydrogen compared to LPG. So based on those results, green hydrogen is not further investigated here. But I think important also to mention here that that doesn't mean that it should be completely ruled out as a potential future option. And this is a topic that is further discussed in the reports. Then continuing with the greenhouse gas emission reduction potential. So the results here show that there is a limited mitigation potential in the case of public transportation. Replacing here the complete bus fleet in Ulaanbaatar could mitigate about 39 kilotons of carbon dioxide equivalent annually, and that at an abatement cost somewhere above $100 per ton of carbon dioxide equivalents. But also, I think important to mention here that as there are no kind of significant bus fleets in urban areas outside of Ulaanbaatar, the scalability here is quite limited. The most substantial mitigation potential is seen in the mining sector for heavy duty transport. So if you consider here the already large and still growing mining industry in Mongolia, the scalability here is large. The case study here, including 6 mining trucks, could mitigate 32 kilotons per year, while if we would replace the complete national copper production and also parts of the iron ore production in the country, emissions in the magnitude of about 1.2 megatons annually could be mitigated. So this corresponds to about 3.5% of national emissions. So this is quite significant, and there could be even further potential in the complete mining industry. And in addition to that, the estimated abatement cost is very low at approximately $10 per ton of carbon dioxide equivalents. So these results for the mining sector are very encouraging. So those were kind of the main quantitative results. And based on those, we did then an assessment on the role and importance of policies in the Mongolian context. given here the very early stages still of green hydrogen, particularly in Mongolia, its introduction would be dependent on policy support, just as any other new carriers have been in the past. The process of producing green hydrogen comes with significant energy losses, and the direct electrification will in most cases be the most efficient option. So therefore, as a first step, that should be to answer the question whether hydrogen could bring any additional value, and if so, where would that value be generated? So a first attempt in such assessment is made in this study, which suggests that hydrogen could be affordably produced in Mongolia and that it could become feasible in the mining and in the public transportation sectors. But then the economic aspect is not the only aspect to consider here. So what we actually want to look at is the available options for decarbonization. So hydrogen should not only be compared to incumbent fuels, but it should also be compared to other decarbonization options. So when designing policies here, one should therefore consider the question of where green hydrogen will be the only technical decarbonization solution and where there might be other alternatives. So this can then serve as a basis for the development of a hydrogen vision, let's say, which then further can be developed into a hydrogen strategy, which more concretely can define specific policies. Then I will have a brief look at energy-specific policy approaches here. So looking at the mining and public transport sectors, we suggest here different policy approaches. In the case of heavy-duty transport in the mining sector, we not only see high potential in terms of economic feasibility and emission reduction potential, but there are also, as mentioned before, few other potential decarbonization options. So, and we also need to consider here the strategic advantages that we can take into account, such as energy security, as mentioned, and also providing the global market with low carbon mining products. So given here the nascent state of this technology, initial focus should be put on piloting and demonstration, and also the establishment of public-private partnerships to involve the private sector at an early stage. Such projects are already actually ongoing in other major mining nations such as South Africa and Chile. And this is something that Mongolia could be inspired from. Then for public transportation, the situation is slightly different, as there are other feasible decarbonization of alternatives, and particularly here I'm thinking of EVs. So policymakers could instead here adopt a more technology neutral approach to let the market decide which technology is more feasible by implementing policies which promote low carbon vehicles equally. So such policies could include low carbon vehicle purchase subsidies, emission standards, low carbon emission zones, or target setting. Should then hydrogen prove successful through such exercise, additional supportive policies, including on the supply side, could also be considered. Then in conclusion, so we can see here that Mongolia offers rich renewable resources which are optimal for green hydrogen production with current production costs that are lower than the global average. The results show that green hydrogen could be feasible options for decarbonization of trucks in the mining sector and also buses in the public transport sector. And this could bring significant emission reductions, particularly in the case of the mining sector, and that's at a very low abatement cost. So policies here should focus on piloting and R&D to further kind of test technologies at small scale, and should also involve public-private partnerships. In the heating sector, the results show that hydrogen is at least at present economically unattractive, but further research is requested in this area to find the optimal pathways, let's say. In terms of future areas of research, a few of those that we have identified include quantitative geospatial water availability analysis. We also look at the water availability in the report, which I haven't really mentioned here today, but that analysis is available in the report. Further comparisons with other decarbonization options, then the preparation of specific projects, so particularly here pilot studies in the mining sector, and the analysis of long-term decarbonization options for the heating sector and the decoupling of the power and heat sectors. And I think that's all I wanted to cover. Thanks a lot for listening, and I'm happy to react to any comments or feedback. Thanks.
Thanks, Anna. That was great. I got a message that you have to go shortly, so there was Q&A scheduled for later. But if anyone's got a question for Anna now, please put it in quick. Otherwise, we'll move on. Of course, time is running slightly behind. Okay, Anna, if you don't mind, and I'll go to my presentation. Not that I'm pushing you out, but
sounds good. Thanks.
I'll try the difficult screen sharing aspect here. Okay, so my name's Neil Young. I'm the managing director of an Australian listed company called Elixir Energy, and I think I'm one of a few in the private sector talking on hydrogen here now. So it shows that it's moving beyond, I think, government theory into private sector interest, which I think should be greatly welcomed. Elixir was formed in its predecessor company nearly 10 years ago to explore for methane in Mongolia, and we've been pursuing that in recent years with some success. However, my background encompasses electricity generation and renewable energy, and accordingly, we've had our eye on the hydrogen potential of Mongolia for a year or so, and we're now very, very keen to go more public with it with this presentation. Okay, so the highlights of the presentation, as I said, our Mongolian subsidiary has been pursuing various initiatives to look at hydrogen opportunities in Mongolia, and earlier this year, for instance, we've deployed a SODAR, which I'll talk more about later, to measure renewable energy resources to a bankable standard. Now, we consider Mongolia is one of the actually the best locations in the world to produce green hydrogen. It's adjacent to the very large potential Chinese markets for hydrogen, of which steel is an excellent example. And in Inner Mongolia alone, which is a small part of China's steel industry, it actually produces 6 times Australia's total steel production. Location goes to ultra low cost of delivery by pipeline rather than by boat, such as other nations like Australia are looking at. The renewables in the country are world-class, and there's very few competing land uses. Mongolia is famously the least population density country in the world. Now, the skills we have in running a natural gas exploration business, we consider highly complementary to our new venture. We're progressively engaging with stakeholders, including the government, to build up this position in what we consider to be this strongly advantaged location. So I'll go through this quickly. This is a bit of a hydrogen introduction, which Anna has gone over some of the points with, but I'll just go through it quickly again. So firstly, hydrogen is the most common element in the universe, but on Earth in isolation, it's very rare. It is common as a constituent of molecules such as water and methane. So hydrogen can be separated through the electrolysis process for water, or through steam reforming for methane, for instance. What that means is it's not a primary fuel source. Rather, it's a means of carrying energy over distance or over time through storage. Now, when you've got hydrogen, you can combust it to produce heat. You can use that heat to generate electricity. It can also be used to render iron out of iron ore in processes such as steel making. The key feature of hydrogen as an energy source is that its combustion produces water, not carbon dioxide, into the atmosphere. However, at present, in the absence of government policies to reduce greenhouse emissions, hydrogen's only got a niche role in various businesses such as oil refining. But widespread international targets to meet net zero by 2050 or 2060 require hydrogen to take a very significant role in the global economy. And those reports from the likes of the IEA make that very clear. So the colors of hydrogen, again, I'll go over this quickly. Green is the cleanest type, as Anna mentioned. It uses renewable energy to split water into hydrogen and oxygen. That's quite expensive at present, but costs are expected to come down dramatically in the decades to come, particularly as renewable energy costs reduce. Blue continues to use natural gas, but it is clean in that the CO2 is sequestered underground. Now, CCS is a process that the oil and gas industry has been using for many decades. It works, and it works at scale. However, it requires reservoirs which are well known, well explored, and have suitable physical characteristics for storing CO2. Now, those exist, for instance, in the central part of Australia or in many parts of America, but unfortunately, they don't yet exist in Mongolia. So grey hydrogen is what is produced just now from methane and from coal that's used in the industrial processes I mentioned earlier. So what are the hydrogen uses? There are many, but they move from what it's currently used for to other areas at the end of this ladder here, which are considered to be uncompetitive, such as, for instance, cars, where the consensus scientific view is that electric vehicles are strongly advantaged over hydrogen-fueled vehicles, although clearly some people have a different view on that. Now, what we have picked here is a target we think relevant for Mongolia, and that is Inner Mongolian steel mills. That's not the only target, but it's one that's highly credible, and it's at the easier end of the scale for hydrogen substitution. So Chinese hydrogen market opportunities, we're looking at export here. The Mongolian economy is small, the Chinese economy is massive, and that size leads to interest from the private sector in seeing projects that could be massively scaled up. Now, our rationale as a company to go to Mongolia in the first place was that its location next to China gave it strong advantages in moving methane to that market compared to, for instance, Australia, which has to move methane by boat to China, and moving it by land, generally by pipeline, is much cheaper. Now, the picture here of China in red came from a report last year from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, which concluded that China would have to import renewables in the longer term through the likes of the Asian Supergrid project we heard about earlier, or through hydrogen. Its population size, its geography means that even areas like Inner Mongolia and Xinjiang, which have land, that land can't support China's ultimate renewable size. Mongolia can. So here is the key competitive point that is relevant and which is the key inspiration for us to seek to develop a hydrogen business in Mongolia, and that is delivery costs. Now, firstly, 2/3 of the cost of actually producing green hydrogen on a site are the cost of renewables. So great renewables means low costs, and that's a key advantage for Mongolia. But other countries have great renewables as well. And a lot of reports on hydrogen, for instance, pick out Chile or the Gulf countries, or indeed Australia, as having great renewables and hence advantages in producing hydrogen. But what this graph here shows, that moving hydrogen to markets such as China is very expensive by boat. Now, this chart here renders costs in gigajoules, i.e. a measure of energy, not mass. I think it's somewhat outdated to talk about hydrogen in kilograms as an industrial product rather than an energy product, but people do. Now, what this chart shows is that moving hydrogen by boat, which requires liquefaction, which under the laws of physics is much tougher for hydrogen than it is for methane, costs about $20 a gigajoule. To move methane costs about $5 a gigajoule, so it's 4 times worse. We can therefore conclude that the delivered cost of hydrogen is all about, firstly, the cost of renewable energy, but there's quite a number of places in the world that are competitive. Secondly, the cost of delivery. If you're near to market, you're going to be the lowest cost producer. And in commodity markets, the lowest cost producer is always the most advantaged. Here we can see the pipeline costs, which are the line dotted in red. From southern Mongolia to, for instance, Inner Mongolia is a few hundred kilometers. The delivery costs are $2 or $3 a gigajoule, not $20 a gigajoule. It's a 10 times difference advantage, which is very, very significant. So this map here shows that. We see the country of Mongolia to the north. In green is our gas license area, an area that we are familiar operating in. The Tavan Tolgoi is there, Oyo Tolgoi is there. The earlier presentation spoke about the potential market there for hydrogen, and I've got absolutely no doubt that in the years to come, Rio will be installing green hydrogen trucks as the technology makes them viable, which I don't think is that many years away. What we see here in the immediate south in China, natural gas pipelines, which is attractive to us. We also see the Inner Mongolian cities such as Baotao, which hosts steel mills. That's on a road and a very simple pipeline route. We also see here in a dotted blue line the proposed Gazprom Power of Siberia 2 pipeline that could go all the way from northern Siberia to eastern China if that project proceeds. Now, if it does, I would expect as a host nation, Mongolia would have the right to inject hydrogen to mix with methane in that pipeline as well. So I mentioned complementary capabilities, and what begs the question, well, what's drilling with gas got to do with renewable energy and producing green hydrogen? And I think the key points are that in any resource business, you have to work with multiple levels of government. You have to work effectively with regulators and ministries, and we do that on an energy side. Now, what's critical in any country, particularly democracies, is that you have to work with local communities. You have to address their needs, go above and beyond your legal obligations. And that's something we believe we've done quite well. We've got a few pictures here to illustrate how we've helped, albeit on a small scale, with communities managing COVID. We've received a prize from the mining ministry for our efforts last year and the first year of COVID. We therefore think our knowledge and ability to work in the country, our strong and excellent local staff give us a growth platform to look beyond methane to hydrogen as well. And another couple of points. So water is a key input into hydrogen production. It's a relatively small cost, but it tends to be a political issue more than an economic issue. And that's something that we can address, and we could address it in the medium term through water, which tends to be produced in association with coal bed methane production. But in the longer term, we're well aware that the aquifer potential, unused aquifer potential for humans in the Gobi, as barely touched upon by OT, is very substantial and could support a very, very large green hydrogen industry. Then ultimately, if CCS proves viable in coal seams, which I'm aware a few companies are looking at, then blue hydrogen could be feasible here too. I'll touch upon this as SODAR. I mentioned it earlier. It's a piece of equipment we've imported from Australia at the start of this year. It measures wind and solar resources to a bankable level. That's important because although in theory, Mongolia's got great wind and solar resources, until you measure it, you won't get finance. And that's what we've started to do. And even over the last month or so, we've seen some pretty strong results coming in. And our view is that the wind resources in Mongolia are exceptionally good. And for the latitude, the solar resources are very good too. And the latitude to the Europeans there, where we tend to think Mongolia is in Siberia, is proximate to Barcelona and Rome. So it's not that bad. So we've deployed the SODAR. It's actually proximate to an existing transmission line, which goes from China to OT. And certainly we've got the view that in the future, that direction of that line could be reversed. And so our SODAR isn't deployed only to look at hydrogen, but could look at exporting renewables as well, directly as electricity. So we've commenced engagement with stakeholders. We're talking to governments at a few levels. We will seek to engage with suppliers and customers as we mature the project. Finance is key. We're equity financed just now as an explorer, but we consider that there will be interest from the sorts of IFIs that we've heard about earlier to look at supporting projects like this in Mongolia. Anna mentioned earlier the types of support that governments could give. In countries like Australia, which are blessed by being relatively wealthy, governments give support through fiscal means, and in Australia already that's about $1 billion Australian in committed funds to hydrogen projects. An advantage from Mongolia is that the learnings generated from that can be transmitted by companies like us at nominal, if any, cost to the local host government. Now, for instance, we've commissioned a study with Western Australian lawyers recently. Western Australia is one of the key locations in Australia for hydrogen export projects, to look at how laws might need to be finessed, and I don't think it's much more than that, to deal with hydrogen. And once we get that report, we will input a Mongolian legal input into it and share that with the government. So, to summarize, most credible international energy experts see hydrogen as playing a very, very large role in the decades to come in the future decarbonization of the global energy system. I have to say, as a gas producer, a gas explorer and aspirant producer, we see our role for methane in many decades to come as well. But ultimately, there will be a crossover as net zero targets are met. And we think our skills on the two here are highly complementary. Now, hydrogen is not a fuel materially available on Earth. It's got to be produced from other energy sources. It's therefore a vector and a carrier. That means the physics of how it moves an energy point to an energy demand node is critical. And moving it by pipeline is 10 times cheaper than moving it by boat. That means a country next door to an energy importer is enormously advantaged. If that country also has great renewable resources, it's doubly advantaged. So we think that in recognition of these factors and the skills and people we have in the country, we're expanding now into a wind blowing behind us in more ways than one. That wind is being measured to a bankable level by SODAR. We're engaging with other stakeholders, and we've got further news flow to come on this in due course. So that's my presentation. I'll quickly move to the others now. We're probably slightly running out of time, and I'll go to introduce the next presenter. His name is David Paul. He, like me, is the leader of an ASX company focused on Mongolia. It's called Aspar Mining. He's currently the chairman. He previously was the managing director. David has a degree from Western Australian University and also, impressively, an MBA with distinction from Cornell. In addition to his Aspar activities, he's established a company to look at moving hydrogen, which has relevance not only to Australia, but to Mongolia as well. So, David, over to you.
Thanks, Neil. And thanks for your presentation. That was very interesting. Although I'm one of those people that Neil just mentions crosses over from Australia to Mongolia. I've been in Mongolia about 10 years, but this presentation is actually relating to my other interests now, which are in the actually development of a couple of projects. One in particular in the Western Australia, which is I thought might be useful to discuss here, which may have application in the future in Mongolia. So I'm a director of a company called Green LOHC Pty Ltd, and I'll probably be concurring with many of the let's get this going. Yep, many of the comments that we've just heard from. Here we go. There we go. The earlier speakers gave a good picture of what hydrogen is, how it's produced, how it's moved, and how it's used. This is quite a useful graphic, puts it all together into the three components. We're jumping straight. I'm be straight into the renewable form green hydrogen produced with what they call a PEM electrolyzer. So that's what I'll be talking about. But once you do that, there are, as Neil mentioned, there are many options in moving it, and moving is at times more expensive than actually producing it. So it's an absolutely critical strategic issue to think about. And then talking about the uses, and it's about marrying up, of course, demand growth starting from a very low level to match it with supply growth, and then how do you get it between supplier and customer in a sensible fashion. This chart here, I think, is produced by the IEA, International Energy Agency, in their recent Net Zero by 2050 report. And as the previous speakers mentioned, hydrogen is a part of a lot broader picture. And the IEA considered that hydrogen was a very important part for particularly hard to decarbonize industries. And on that chart on the left-hand side, it shows growth from around 90 million tonnes out to over 500 million tonnes by 2050 globally in terms of what's required, and the different colour characteristics talk about all the different applications, and it's a broad level of classifications. But the biggest users and consumers potentially for hydrogen, and we're talking about green hydrogen here and or blue hydrogen, are in the chemicals, steel and cement sectors. They're what's considered to be large, hard to decarbonise sectors. And on the right-hand side, that gives a view in that chart there as to what we do now, and the light green is actually the amount of hydrogen that would be consumed in the future in each of those processes, including steel. So as you can see, in all of those industries, chemicals, steel and cement, it's 2030 plus is the time where those start to have an impact, because it will take time for some of those technologies to be put into place. UBS last month came out with a very strong view that they believe that the APAC, Asia Pacific region, will actually require up to 300 million tonnes of hydrogen by 2060. That's an enormous market that requires a lot of renewable hydrogen to be produced. And I think it's very important and relevant to Mongolia because Mongolia's largest export at the moment is coking coal. So as you saw on that previous slide, the amount of coking coal will be required in the future, as expected by the IEA, the IPCC and the other NGOs in this area, is that it will reduce. So it becomes an existential threat, not now, but 10 to 20 years, it'll start to have an impact. So as a way to consider desensitizing or immunizing the Mongolian economy from it, moving into a green hydrogen pathway makes excellent sense. And just on this slide here, I just think it's relevant to note that all those little green dots there are steel mills. So there is a substantial quantity. In fact, about half the entire world steel industry is largely in that slide to the right. So again, confirming Neil's comment that Mongolia is exceptionally well placed geographically for being able to deal with this. And so we've been looking at, we started a company up with called Green LOHC Pty Ltd. And our aim is to develop competitive H2 supply chains, not just hydrogen, but actually getting them from customer A to B. I'm a director and founder, along with Dr. Oliver Schnorr, who some of you may be aware of as executive chairman of Eurocan. And we've included technical partners, including Siemens, Bruxen Engineering, a large Korean engineering group who specialise in electrification and fuel cells, electrolyzers and hydrogen reticulation. And a company which has this technology called Hydrogenious, which actually embeds and is able to use that hydrogen in a liquid form, but not a cold liquid, but in basically putting it into a type of diesel to be able to then utilize as a carrier of the hydrogen and then be reused again. So that nothing happens to the what they call a liquid organic hydrogen carrier. It's simply reused and is simply a path to move the hydrogen. And with Mongolia, apart from having this great geographical advantage, it has this wonderful advantage which previous commentators have talked about, having this fantastic wind and solar resource. And putting in the context of the Asian supergrid, and looking at load factors, which is a critical aspect to work out whether you can be a low-cost producer of hydrogen and green hydrogen. Mongolia wins hands down in terms of wind in relation to any other markets for the Asian supergrid, and also in solar as well. Very important having a combination of both, because a combination of both results in high yields for electrolyzers. And that's, again, another important point. The higher the yield of an electrolyzer use, the lower the cost. And that's important. And this location factor has not been lost on China and Inner Mongolia. On August 20th, China announced that it had given the green light to a very large 2.2 gigawatt wind and solar farm, specifically to be applied to a massive green hydrogen project. This is there's no cost dollars involved in this at the moment. There was a target of being in production by 2023, but that's just happening across the border, the southern border, and they're using the same solar and wind resources that Neil was talking about. But to put it in context, and this is very important, this is a 2.2 gigawatt wind and solar farm. They believe that it will need something of the order of 465 megawatts of electrolyzers will be required in order to convert that renewable energy into approximately 67,000 tonnes of hydrogen annually. Now, that 67,000 tonnes would only produce about 1 million tonnes of steel in any 1 year. And as we all know, the world needs about 1 billion tonnes of steel per annum at current rates. So it just shows you the challenge to decarbonise the steel industry, which is the low-hanging fruit, if you like. It's the most clear path for a large consumer of hydrogen, but it will require massive investment on a huge scale, and there's huge opportunity for Mongolia in that. And so therefore, as was spoken by previous speakers about the Asian supergrid, maybe this is as much about an Asian electrical supergrid as it is a supply chain of hydrogen between the parties here, between the ability, the countries that are able to export and the companies that desperately need the green renewables to sustain their existing economies. And there is a compelling business model, I think, for this, as some of the other speakers have also mentioned. The recently released green hydrogen applications in Mongolia report that Anna mentioned noted that by 2030, they have forecast that Mongolia could be producing power at about $2.80 US, hydrogen at about $2.80 a kilogram. That is a very competitive cost for 2030. But that's based on some calculations for renewables that if you look at the IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency's estimates of renewables going forward, $20 to $30 a megawatt hour are possible based on continued reductions in capital costs. But the thing where Mongolia will really benefit from is if you look at these two charts here, and you look at the bottom axis, operating hours. So this is where high-yielding wind, high-yielding solar relates to a high yield and therefore high operating hours. And this is where it becomes very low cost. So, both a $2 a kilogram target for producing hydrogen in Mongolia is well within the range of estimates between 2025 and 2040. So that at $2 a kilogram, people understand that makes you very competitive with all the fossil fuel alternatives, and even putting it within the blue hydrogen cost range, which makes that interesting. But as important as it is to get a low cost for your hydrogen production, it actually has to be considered, how do you move it to your end customer, and what does that cost? And as just going through the different methods of doing it, compressed hydrogen is a way to do it, but that has a limited range because it's very low density of hydrogen. You can put, obviously, pipelines are there. Pipelines are obviously a large capital cost. So if you have a very large production capability, very large customer base where it's directed into, that works, but that requires a large large supply and large demand to be created at once. Ammonia is held out as being one of the key areas to move hydrogen around the world as an export or internally for internal users. But it is as the UN notes, a class 2 toxic gas. It needs to be cooled to minus 33 degrees. It's quite dense. It's NH3, so it's quite dense in terms of hydrogen, but it has to be handled very carefully, as you'd expect. So that's something to be considered. And then there's liquefied hydrogen, which has its own issues. Cooling hydrogen gas down to minus 253 degrees is no easy task. Very capital intensive, as is converting hydrogen to ammonia as well. And then, of course, you have to then, with ammonia at least, you then have to actually reconvert it out again. With another alternative here is actually LOHC, and LOHC contains about 57 kilograms of hydrogen for every ton of this LOHC product that you utilise, and I said it's utilised as a in a closed loop, so you don't lose any LOHC in the process, but it can be moved at whatever the temperature and pressure is. It's non-flammable, non-toxic, all those sorts of things. And existing diesel infrastructure can actually be utilised for it. And I think it has a role to play, especially in a startup situation, because it doesn't have the large capital numbers. You don't have to have a really big industry. It's not billions of dollars, it's in the millions of dollars. And you can start small and grow from it. So that's the technology Hydrogenious out of Germany is providing. So that's a possible thought for growing an industry from scratch. I have a simple little slide that sort of gives you an idea of you basically collect the hydrogen into the LOHC and then release it at customers wherever the customer is. As I said, it's recycled and it contains 2 to 3 times more hydrogen than per square meter than highly compressed hydrogen. And I think once you do that and combine that with rail, you've actually got an ability to move hydrogen long distances, which is difficult when you have to transform into ammonia or liquid hydrogen, if that's your path, or trying to compress it because it becomes very expensive then to move it. So simply using rail as a cost, and let's just say it's from Dahan to Beijing, about 1,500 kilometres, it adds about 50 cents per kilogram of H2 to move to the end customer, wherever that is. Now, if as Mongolia has a wonderful natural advantage in terms of its wind and solar costs being world leading, that would make it very competitive in landing that cost at a customer, which would be competitive with what would be available to them locally. And that whole concept I've been running with for some time in WA. This is a map of the Midwest of Western Australia, and we're looking at establishing a demonstration project, particularly targeted the mining industry. So we totally concur with Anna's view of the world about the heavy haulage mining industry being the early adopters, but we also see it as being hydrogen being able to be used as a power source of last resort in the event that you do have disruptions in weather. As you know, renewables are renewables, but they need to be spread out over your demand profile. And batteries obviously play an important primary role in that. But at some point, you're never going to have a big enough battery to cover every weather issue. And if you've gone all in with renewable power, then you're going to still need a fuel backup. So this is what hydrogen can provide for you. So we're running with this in the Midwest. We're looking at trucking an LOHC product to one of the many mines that are in the area. There's over 1 gigawatt of off-grid power in this area alone, let alone all of the mobile fleet, let alone all the heavy vehicle truck support that goes to each of those mines that are all off-grid. So it's a great opportunity for us, we see, for that. But it has, I think it has definitely has, I guess, information benefits for what Mongolia might be able to do. And in that, we're even also considering exporting that as a second stage development by sea to Korea and Japan, because they particularly have a shortage of renewable resources, where we think even from all the way, thousands of kilometres away in WA, that still would make sense. So being right next door as you are within North Asia, I think Mongolia has an enormous natural advantage, even over Australia in relation to that. And with that in mind, we're actually also looking at developing a demonstration project. I think, again, one of the previous speakers said, getting a demonstration projects up. Early adopters can look, taste, feel, see how it works. We can learn the process. And one of the probably the easiest ways to do that is using some of the new fuel cell electric vehicle technology that's being provided. One supplier is a company called Hyzon Motors that has just come out with a 500 kilowatt fuel cell electric vehicle, electric truck, which can move 100 tons in a truck trailer combination, if that's what you require. Very powerful, a range of over 600 kilometers, and would be, our initial calculations would be very cost competitive with that. So to start with, we would look to establish an electrolyzer, just a 500 kilowatt electrolyzer, container based, attach it to a grid at a location where it's sensible to support that truck's movements, with a view that over time to then build out a renewable capability to feed that electrolyzer. We're looking at a single H2 production point at this point, and we believe the performance of the vehicle is actually similar to Euro 3 standard specifications. So Mongolia, a bit like Australia, is a very large country. Trucking support's very important, and being able to then start to show some of the major users of trucks around the country that this is capable and possible at a cost competitive rate, I think is going to be important. And it also has the other benefit of really taking back control over your energy systems. You're not having to import diesel here, in that you've actually create your own fuel for your own applications. And I think that's quite an exciting proposition looking forward. So that's a taste, I guess, of what's actually happening here in Australia. And I think also that demonstration project Mongolia, I think, has a lot of legs, and we're looking to progress that later this year. That was all I had there, Neil.
Thanks a lot, David. That was great. I'm aware we're running a bit behind, but I think that's down to the enthusiasm of the presenters, and hopefully the audience can bear with us. We have one final speaker in the hydrogen section. Her name is Caroline Burley. She is an advisor for hydrogen and low carbon heating in the UK's Department for International Trade. So thanks, Caroline, and it's good to see Global Britain is making its way to Mongolia, and hopefully this will be one of Brexit's finest hours. So over to you.
Hi, my name is Caroline Burley. I work for the UK's Department for International Trade, also known as DIT, and I sit within the sector team for hydrogen, carbon capture, and low carbon heating, where I focus on the UK's export capability across the hydrogen value chain. So the idea is to ensure that the UK supply chain is not only equipped to satisfy domestic demand emanating from pilot projects, for instance, but also to leverage opportunities in the hydrogen economy across the globe. To give you a brief overview of the topics I will address, I will give an introduction to what hydrogen is. I will speak of the UK's growing hydrogen export capability and also break down the value chain into its different subsegments from upstream to downstream and list a set of UK companies involved within the respective segments. I will also showcase some of the export projects that UK companies have already been involved in and finish off by explaining a bit more about what DIT's trade offer is. To give you an overview of the hydrogen economy and why hydrogen is such a critical element in today's clean growth and renewable energy debate. Hydrogen is a clean, safe, and versatile energy carrier which has been hailed as one of the solutions to decarbonize hard-to-abate industrial sectors. It is the universe's most abundant element, only found combined with other elements such as water, and must therefore be split from them to become pure hydrogen that can be applied across various segments as seen on the left-hand side. Now, the issue so far has been that hydrogen has traditionally been produced using fossil fuels such as coal and natural gas, and therefore has been responsible for around 830 million tons of carbon dioxide per year. However, it is now more vital than ever to achieve our net zero targets in the UK that we produce this hydrogen without a carbon footprint or with a lower carbon footprint, either through green hydrogen produced via electrolysis or blue hydrogen produced via steam methane reformation and added carbon capture technologies. The hydrogen produced can be transported over long distances, both via pipelines and road transportation via dedicated trucks. And it has a high energy density, which makes it suitable for long-term storage, which is good news when it comes to countering the intermittency of renewable energy. Hydrogen is required as a clean feedstock in industry, so it has been used for decades in industries such as steel manufacturing and oil refining and chemicals manufacturing, and the UK in fact has a long track record of using hydrogen as a feedstock in its extensive chemicals industry. However, what we're striving towards now is to use low carbon or entirely green hydrogen instead in these processes moving forwards. And to give you an idea of the conducive environment that the UK has developed for hydrogen projects, we are aiming for 5 gigawatts of hydrogen production from now until 2030, and the UK already has 18 gigawatt of projects in the pipeline at the moment. Moving on to the UK's growing export capability in the hydrogen sector. On the left-hand side, you can see a display of the Energy Industries Council members that fall within the hydrogen-derived category. So this refers to either those companies that are already directly active within hydrogen in some shape or form, or those companies that have so-called derived capability, which means oil and gas companies, for instance, that have the transferable skills through decades of operating in harsh offshore environments to move into the hydrogen market. Now, the UK has been consistently within the top 10 countries globally for hydrogen technology patent rates. And in a recent survey, over 66% of UK hydrogen companies surveyed already export goods and services to the growing global hydrogen market. And the companies operating within this segment in the UK range from micro spin-offs, SMEs, to large multinational companies. And I cannot talk about the UK's hydrogen capability without mentioning our UK hydrogen strategy, which was published last month, so in August 2021, and is an extension of the Prime Minister's 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution. And it sets out the framework and the policy and action steps of how we will deliver our ambition of 5 gigawatt installed low carbon hydrogen production capacity by 2030. Some of the measures included in the UK's first ever hydrogen strategy are a consultation on the design of the £240 million Net Zero Hydrogen Fund, which aims to support the commercial deployment of new low carbon hydrogen projects across the UK. Collaborating with industry to develop a UK standard for low carbon hydrogen, which will give certainty to producers and users that the hydrogen produced in the UK is consistent with our net zero targets, while supporting the deployment of hydrogen across the country. A consultation on the preferred hydrogen business model to provide long-term revenue support to hydrogen producers to help them overcome the cost gap between low carbon hydrogen, which tends to be significantly more expensive at the moment, and more carbon intensive hydrogen and other conventional fossil fuels. Also, it outlines a twin track approach to support multiple technologies, including green electrolytic and blue carbon capture enabled hydrogen production, and it commits to providing further detail in 2022 on the government's exact production strategy. It also includes a review to support the development of the necessary network and storage infrastructure to distribute the 5 gigawatt or more hydrogen that we intend to produce by the end of this decade and beyond. Also, it commits to working with industry to assess the safety, technical feasibility, and cost effectiveness of blending 20% hydrogen into the existing gas supply. And this could deliver a 7% emissions reduction on natural gas without undertaking major changes to the existing networks. Another point I'd like to highlight is a commitment to launch a hydrogen sector development plan in early 2022, setting out how the government will support companies to secure supply chain opportunities, skills, and jobs in hydrogen. So this is by no means a final set in stone document, but rather a living, breathing document with 3 different consultations that are currently underway and will close on the 25th of October. And we are seeking plenty of input from industry and other stakeholders to ensure that we set out the right framework to create a thriving hydrogen economy in the UK and ideal conditions for exports and investments. Moving on to the UK's capability across the hydrogen value chain, I will delve deeper into each of the segments from upstream to downstream applications over the subsequent slides, and also list an area of companies that are involved in the segments. However, before I do so, I would like to highlight some of the domestic pilot projects. And I think this is also important from a trade perspective, as these projects are the future blueprints in the hydrogen economy that can be replicated in overseas markets as well. So we have the Acorn Hydrogen Project in Scotland, which is being led by Pale Blue Dot, a Sturga Group company. And the concept of this project is to produce blue hydrogen, which also involves the sequestration and storage of the ensuing carbon dioxide nearby offshore. We also have the Hydrogen to Humber Salt End project led by Equinor UK, which is similarly revolves around the production, the central production of blue hydrogen, the distribution of said hydrogen to various industrial players across the region, and also, again, the sequestration and storage of the ensuing carbon dioxide nearby. We have on the green side the Dolphin project, which is being led by ERM, Environmental Resources Management. And this project consists of the co-location of the electrolyzer to produce hydrogen on the offshore wind turbine. So it's a very novel concept. And we also have the Gigastack project, which is being led by ITM Power. And this consists of showing that green hydrogen will not only be vital in the deployment of the hydrogen economy, but also cost competitive compared to blue hydrogen. We have HyNet on the distribution side and various others that are seeking to utilize existing networks to distribute hydrogen. And also Hy4Heat, which seeks to prove that hydrogen can be safely and conveniently used in existing networks and appliances. So moving on to the first component of the value chain, blue hydrogen on the upstream side. So the blue hydrogen subsector focuses on steam methane reformers or autothermal reformers and carbon capture technology. And blue hydrogen is produced by splitting natural gas into hydrogen and carbon dioxide, either through steam methane reforming, SMR, or autothermal reforming, with the carbon dioxide being captured and then stored. And it is essential to highlight that the hydrogen produced through SMR or ATR is only to be labeled as blue if there is a carbon capture technology, either pre or post combustion, linked to the process. Otherwise, it cannot be referred to as blue hydrogen. It will be simply the gray hydrogen that we've known over the past decades and that is so emissions intensive. And blue hydrogen is considered fundamental in kickstarting the establishment of a hydrogen economy in the UK and beyond. So to give you an overview of the UK players active in this segment, we have generation technologies provided by Hydrosun and Johnson Matthey's proprietary low-carbon hydrogen technology, which, to my knowledge, captures up to 95% of carbon emissions in the hydrogen producing process, and this is the highest rate on the market at the moment. We also have carbon capture solutions provided by Carbon Clean and TP Group, and on the developers and consultancy side, we have various familiar names such as Equinor UK, Petrofax, Direct Group involved in the Acorn project, Progressive Energy involved in HyNet, and so forth. And I'm aware that there's quite a bit of information on these slides in terms of the different companies involved, but you will be able to obtain the slides from your local advisor after the presentation and click your way through the hyperlinks in your own time. Now, in terms of gaining a first mover advantage with blue hydrogen, unlike many competitor countries, the UK is pursuing opportunities in blue hydrogen. So if you look only over to our European neighbours, you'll see that they are committed quite exclusively to green hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is not really considered in their hydrogen strategies, whereas the UK is betting on a combination of both blue and green hydrogen as an essential way to deploy the hydrogen economy and achieve its net zero targets. Now, this allows us not only to gain first mover advantage in this critical sector, but also to leverage the UK's unique geological advantages, for example, the depleted oil and gas fields, the salt caverns for storage, also the expertise that has already been acquired across the offshore oil and gas sector, as well as create blueprints across the pilot projects that it is conducting that can then be replicated abroad. Moving on to the green hydrogen segment of the value chain, which is centered around electrolyzers. And green hydrogen is produced by splitting water through renewable energy powered electrolyzers. This can be generally wind or solar energy. And this produces only hydrogen and oxygen, so there's no CO2 involved as a byproduct. And there are two main types of electrolyzer technologies, alkaline and proton exchange membrane electrolyzers. And alkaline is considered the mature technologies that has been around for decades, and proton exchange membrane electrolyzers are considered the next generation of technology, and they are more able to cope with the intermittent nature of renewable electricity. So on the manufacturer side, we have ITM Power, providing PEM electrolyzers already on a global scale and involved in the Gigastack project. And they also recently opened the world's largest electrolyzer factory near Sheffield in the UK with an annual output of 1 gigawatt, and they are aiming for a second. Then we have providers or manufacturers of catalyst-coated membranes, catalysts and catalysts and coatings, including, again, Johnson Matthey and also TFP Hydrogen projects and others. On the developers and consultancy side, you can see that we have some familiar names that we've already seen on the previous blue hydrogen slide. This includes Petrofac, for instance, that is also involved in Australia's largest green hydrogen project, the Arrowsmith project. We also have environmental resources management again, Penspin, and Innovin, which is an INEOS subsidiary, a large chemicals manufacturer. In the hydrogen storage segment, which is an essential step in the hydrogen supply chain, we again have a whole range of UK companies active in that segment. We have H2Go providing hydrogen storage modules, Cubogen as well. We have Arcola Energy and Luxfer gas cylinders providing storage solutions for vehicles specifically. And we have solutions and integration engineers such as McDermott International and consultancies specialized in hydrogen storage such as Hydronor. Moving on to the distribution segment of the hydrogen value chain. The UK is currently establishing valuable expertise through several hydrogen blending pilot projects across its gas networks. The UK also has capability in the design, engineering, integration and operation of hydrogen refueling stations, related components, as well as hydrogen distribution as a service. So distribution can be done via dedicated pipelines or even retrofitted natural gas pipeline, via refueling stations to end users across the transport sector, or also via freight transport on the road in dedicated trucks. ITM Motive, which is a subsidiary of ITM Power, owns and operates various hydrogen refueling stations across the UK. We also have Octopus Hydrogen, which is offering hydrogen as a service. So they procure green hydrogen from producers across the UK and deliver it to off-takers in need of their services. On the components manufacturing side, we have hoses and piping from Hydrosun and Parker Hannifin. We also have a number of consultancies and developers active in that field, including Progressive Energy, which is involved in a major UK project at the moment, and hydrogen refueling solutions from the likes of BOC and CMB Tech. Moving on with the final segment of the hydrogen value chain, which is downstream applications. The UK has capability across the downstream segment, from innovative fuel cell technologies to capability across all modes of transportation. In the heat and power generation segment, Worcester Bosch and Baxi are manufacturing hydrogen boilers. Baker Hughes are well known for their hydrogen turbines and compression. And in the engineering consultancy domain, we have Costain as well. In air transport, ZeroAvia completed the world's first hydrogen fuel cell powered flight in September last year, which is a major step in the decarbonization of the aviation industry. And on the road and rail transport side, we have Alstom providing hydrogen trains, Wrightbus providing double-deckered hydrogen buses, Ulemco, which provides dual fuel technology for commercial fleets. So this allows business owners to basically decarbonize their fleets without having to entirely replace them. JCB last year in summer launched the world's first hydrogen excavators, which is also a great step in the decarbonization of the construction industry. And consultancy Element Energy is involved in various hydrogen transport projects across Europe. Fuel cells are the central component of the downstream applications of hydrogen, and the UK has many innovative fuel cell providers, including Intelligent Energy providing PEM fuel cells, AFC Energy providing alkaline fuel cells, Ceres providing its proprietary steel cells, which are solid oxide fuel cells, and Adelin providing microtubular solid oxide fuel cells. We also have companies active on the integration and systems engineering side, and catalyst, membranes, and coatings producers as well, such as TFP Hydrogen projects. Now I'd like to briefly showcase some of the export projects that UK companies have already been involved in to date. We have the blue hydrogen and ammonia facility in the United Arab Emirates, which is led by ADNOC, and the company has appointed Wood to carry out the pre-FEED study of the ammonia project, with expected startup in 2025. The Oyster project, which has received funding from the European Commission, also involves companies ITM Power and Element Energy. They have formed a consortium to provide both electrolyzer systems and technical project expertise, respectively. And a project I briefly mentioned before is the Arrowsmith Green project, which will be Australia's largest commercial-scale green hydrogen complex. And UK company Petrofac has been contracted to perform both the FEED study and also the EPC design, cost, and schedule estimation. And this project is expected to produce 25 tons of green hydrogen per day once completed. So again, a major win for one of our UK companies. To conclude, just a few words on how my team at DIT can support you and your company overseas. We have an extensive list of up-to-date investment opportunities and pilot projects within the hydrogen industry that you can consult if you are interested in foreign direct investment. We also have an extensive network of stakeholders in hydrogen companies that we would be happy to introduce you to if you are, for example, interested in partnering with one of the companies you've seen on previous slides. And we also introduce UK companies interested in exporting to new markets to our overseas posts in their respective markets, and they are then able to introduce them to their respective local contacts. Please do get in touch with your local trade advisors if you have any question on the material discussed, and also to obtain the slides. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Caroline. That was great, very comprehensive, an amazing depth of hydrogen expertise in the UK economy there. I know we're running pretty late. The panel session next is Mr. Byamsakan, who we heard from earlier, also David Paul, also Dr. Yondongombo, who I'll introduce as well. But firstly, Mr. Byamsakan wanted to make an announcement. So Byamba, over to you.
Thanks, Neil. And again, this was probably the most comprehensive green hydrogen kind of one-on-one Mongolia session that I've been to. And this is good to see that on one side you have various studies that are being done, which will impact, hopefully impact on the policy making side. But also you have the private sector already being engaged, and that's really key to kind of moving this forward. And from our discussions, I think the one key kind of takeaway for me is hydrogen, particularly green hydrogen and electrolyzer investment and prices. If you look at in the next 10 years, I think what happened in the wind and solar business, if you date back kind of 12, 13 years back, and we all thought it was very expensive. And then, of course, you had the China market that opened up, and with all the demand and the developments in technology, now we are, after only a decade later, we were able to say, look, these are the cheapest sources of energy. I believe that we are heading in that direction on the electrolyzer part. So green hydrogen is something that Mongolia can really get on fast and now. And I think we'll be able to develop good policies on one side, but also develop good projects on the other side. And with this in mind, I just want to say that David Paul, whom you heard earlier, and Neil Young, and a few of us who are in the sphere of green hydrogen business and hydrogen business in general, we are launching the Future Energy Mongolia Hydrogen Alliance, a business alliance, and this process is ongoing. So we are the founders of that alliance, and of course I welcome those participants who are hearing this to get in touch with us if you're interested to be part of the business alliance. And I think it's important for the private sector to have a number one, good understanding of the market, and I think we can do that through the association, and also we can also impact good policy making through working with not only the government but also the IFIs. And earlier you heard Shannon saying that ADB, as part of its continuation of into the so-called Northeast Asia Supergrid, or the Power System Interconnection Program, they will look into hydrogen as well. And I understand that, again, GIZ has been very generous with the study that was presented earlier. And I think other international as well as bilateral institutions are joining hands. So again, I just want to say that the Future Energy Mongolia Hydrogen Alliance is founded, and we are looking for like-minded business supporters and business partners.
Excellent. Well, thanks, Byamba, for that. And I'll now go to some of the other members of the panel, but to conference organizers, if we're running beyond time and everyone's getting desperate for a beer, and I know I am, please interrupt. But firstly, I'll introduce the last member of the panel, Dr. Yondongombo, a true veteran of the energy sector in Mongolia, with veteran meant in the best possible way. I've known Dr. Yondongombo for over a decade. His experience in the sector extends from coal to gas to hydro to hydrogen. His foreign counterparties have been Russians, Koreans, Australians. His experience is wide and deep. There are a few topics set out in the agenda for the panel discussion, but maybe I'll throw over to, I think, one of the most interesting ones for Mongolia, and that is how coking coal and hydrogen will exist together. Will one overtake the other? What might the time frame be? David Paul has gone on to this earlier. Maybe I'll throw over to you, David, first, just for some additional thoughts on that.
Sure. I guess to put it in perspective, right now there is no commercial alternative for producing steel than by using coking coal in a blast furnace environment. About 70% of the world's steel is made in blast furnaces, which is the most efficient process of doing that. So there's no actual commercialized technology at the moment. But recently, the first steel produced from green hydrogen in Sweden was delivered to Volvo, and they're making a big song and dance about that. There will be, at some point, some pricing differential between steel that's produced from green sources or emissions-reduced sources and other sources. It will become important from a marketing point of view, which may create further economic imperatives to change. There are technologies to use hydrogen in both electric arc furnaces and also in direct coal replacement. You can even, at this point, with some minor modifications, change blast furnaces and remove what they call PCI coal, which is used pretty much as a fuel with hydrogen gas directly into a blast furnace. So that could reduce emissions by 10% straight up. Now, the thing about steel industry, like any other capital-intensive industries, is that the fleet needs to be renewed. So as long as the technology is available, it's competitive. When that fleet, when a steel plant comes to its end and can be replaced with a new technology, then that will happen. But if the technology is not ready to go, then it won't happen. So it'll push the time frame down. And the lives of these steel mills are usually 30 years or thereabouts. So I guess what I'm saying is now is that there's no threat right now. You can see some, in 10 years' time, development of technology will be such there'll be some interest in changing blast furnace technology to a hydrogen emissions technology. But certainly the IEA, in order to properly decarbonize the industry, they're predicting that technology will be available from 2030 onwards, and that you'll then see a gradual reduction in coking coal used in blast furnaces. That blast furnace technology will be replaced. But even so, even under the IEA Net Zero 2050 program, they're still saying there's probably about 30% of steel still be utilized, still be made using coking coal.
Thanks, David. That was very comprehensive, and I think very, very relevant to Mongolia's transition on this front. And that I'll now go over to Dr. Yondongombo. Yondong, what do you think the key policy issues are that the Mongolian government needs to address to deal with the threats and the great opportunities that we've been talking about here with respect to hydrogen?
За баярлалаа. За юуны өмнө бүх элтгэгч оролцогч нартай энэ орооны мэндийг хүргэе. Бараг бүх асуултанд хариулсан ийм сайхан илтгэлүүд тавилаа. Тэгэхээр би Зүгээр өөрийн зүгээс бас чухал юм болов гэж үгүй гэж бодож байна. За нэгдүгээрт Монгол улсд бол ус төрөгч бас огт үйлдвэрлэдэггүй гэвэл тийм биш л дээ. Ус төрөгч бас нэг тийм онцгой чанартай бодис байгаа. Ус төрөгчийн дулаан дамжуулалт бол ердийн агаартай харьцуулахад 7 дахин их, дулаан шингээлт нь 14 дахин их. Тийм учраас эрчим хүчинд генераторын хөргөлтөнд ус төрөгчийг ашигладаг. Тэгэхээр Улаанбаатарын 4-р цахилгаан станцд ус төрөгчийн аж ахуйтай ус төрөгч үйлдвэрлэдэг. Тэр байтугай бидний өнөөдрийн ярьж байгаа энэ электролизийн аргыг хэрэгжилж ус төрөгч үйлдвэрлэдэг. Тэгэхээр бас тодорхой хэмжээний ус төрөгч электролизийн аргаар үйлдвэрлэх, түүнийг хадгалах, ийм дамжуулах багч гисэн ийм туршлагал Монгол улсад байдаг юм аа. Зүгээр энийг бас цааш нь хөгжүүлэх талаар бас ер нь хэрэглээ тал нь ихсэх юм бол 4-р цахилгаан станц бас бодмоор юм байна гэж өнөөдөр бодогдлоо. За түрүүн нэг 3 өнгийн ус төрөгч ярьсан зүгээр яг үннийг хэлэхэд бол 3 өнгийн ус төрөгч биш 6 өнгийн ус төрөгч байдаг. Тэгээ энийг би өнөөдөр нэг нарийн ширийн юмыг задлж яриад яах вэ? Зүгээр миний бодлоор бол түрүүн Каролинагийн илтгэлд гарсан шүү дээ. Юуны хөх ус төрөгч чиг эхлээд одоо ингээд бариад авах юм бол ер нь тодорхой хэмжээний одоо туршлага суух юм аа. Энэ нь бол бас нэлээд туршигдсан дэвтэрч байгаа технологи гэж. Түрүүн тэр саарл ус төрөгч буюу одоо хүрэн ус төрөгч гэж зарим тохиолдолд нэрлэдэг. Тэгэхээр Монгол улс бас хүрэн нөөцний ихээхэн нөөцтэй учраас энэ төрлөн ч гэсэн байхгүй байж болох ийм талтай юм. За тэр юун дээр металлургийн хувьд бол би зүгээр яг металлургийн мэргэжлийн хүн биш. Гэхдээ ер нь бол цаашдаа ус төрөгч коксчдаг нүүрс коксыг бүрэн орлоод явах байхаа гэсэн ийм бодолтой байна. Энэ ирээдүй бол байгаа. Гэхдээ нэг холж биш. Одоо түрүүн бас хэлнэлээ 10 жилийн дотор ийм асуудал бий болох болов гэж энд үл итгэлтэй байгаа. Тэгэхээр зүгээр зах зээлийн хувьд бол мэдээж хэрэг Монгол улсад бүх боломж нь байж байна. Нар салхины эрчим хүч нь байж байна. За ус бол асуудал байхгүй. Ягаад гэвэл хэдийгээр бид нэр усыг задлж ус төрөгч гаргаж байгаа ч гэсэн ус төрөгчийг хэрэглэнэ гэдэг чинь хэрэгэлсэн усаа буцаагаад байгальд нөхчнө гэсэн үг. Ягаад гэвэл ус төрөгчийг шатаахад бол шаталтын бүтээгдэхүүн ус болдог ийм учиртай. Тэгэхээр Монгол улсад өнөөдөр юуд дутаж байна гэхээр түрүүн Анна Нильсон хэлсэн эдний судалгаанд ч байна лээ би өчтөр эдний судалгааг авч үзсэн. Үндэсний стратегтэй болох асуудал маш чухал. Өнөөдөр Япон, Австрал, Герман за тэр байтугай Оросын холбооны улс энэ хавар ус төрөгчийн стратеги боловсруулж батлаад ингээ хэрэгжүүлж эхэлсэн байгаа. Ер нь Оросын холбооны улс дэлхийд үйлдвэрлэж байгаа ус төрөгчийн 15 орчим хувийн за ер нь болж игэл 20 орчим хувийн одоо хангадаг ийм улс болно гэсэн зорилт тавьсан юм байна. Тэгтэл яг одоо ногоон ус төрөгчийн хувьд бол Монголын нөхцөл бол харьцангуй их тохиромжтой болцоотой гэдгийг саяын илтгэлүүд дээр бүгдээр энд нэрлээ. Тийм учраас Монгол улс ус төрөгчийн стратеги түүний дотор ногоон ус төрөгчийн стратеги маш богино хугацаанд боловсруулж хэрэгжүүлж эхлэх нь зүйтэй гэсэн ийм л одоо зүйл хэлмээр байна да. Баярлалаа.
Thanks, Jonathan. That was most comprehensive and very interesting. Now, I think in terms of the panel, Mr. Byamsakan had to move on to something else. So I'll maybe throw something back to David, Paul. David, we're Australian companies. There's a lot of movement in the hydrogen space in Australia. Do you see the potential for other Australian companies to want to bring money and expertise to Mongolia on the hydrogen front?
I do to a degree. I think it's where it's complementary with their current businesses. I can see that being the case. But I have to say that it's a new industry, obviously, very new industry, and there's lots of places to place your bets. So if you're an Australian local company, you will probably, and you've got your first project, say you're starting something from scratch, you probably want to do it close to home, and you probably want to do it with the sort of policy and funding support that the Australian government, both federal and locally, are giving. So I think that's one thing. So Mongolia actually compete with that, and as we just heard from the UK and what China's doing, it needs that government support. Whether it's Mongolian government or Mongolian government plus Korean, Japanese, China, Russian, it needs that support to be able to kick off, get through the risky part of starting up projects to kick the industry off. So I think that's there. But I also think in terms of miners, be it local or foreign invested miners, it's very important, I think, to start a decarbonisation strategy, and it's going to be very important. And I think they're the low-hanging fruit. I think they're the ones who'll be the first early adopters, and I think and they could be Australian, and they could well be American, Canadian, English. So I think they're probably going to be drivers of this development in the future.
Thanks, David. I'll maybe take one of your points there and throw it over to Yondom, maybe as the last issue. Yondom, I know you've dealt with the South Koreans and the Japanese over many years. What do you think their appetite might be to get involved at a government as well as industry level in these sorts of early stage activities, but which could be very large in the future?
Ер нь Японы компаниуд эхнээсээ ашиг сонирхлоо илэрхийлсэн байгаа. Зүгээр энэ дөрөвдөхөд Kawasaki гэж компанийг та нар бүгд сайн мэднэ. Өсвөрчийн тээвэрлэлд маш их анхаарч байгаа. За өсвөрч үйлдвэрлэх тал дээр ч гэсэн бас сонирхолтой байгаа юм байна лээ. Тэгэхээр энэ компани бол одоо бидэнтэй хамтарч ажиллая гэсэн эхнийхээ энэ хүсэлтийг төлөөлөгчөөр дамжуулаад хэлсэн байгаа. Солонгосын компаниудын зүгээс бол одоохондоо бол хүсэлт ирээгүй. Гэхдээ энэ өнөөдрийн одоо бидний хийж байгаа энэ хурлын дараа одоо хандаж эхлэх болов гэсэн ийм итгэл найдвар төрж байна.
Well, I think that's a good point. I know KOGAS in the last few days announced hydrogen strategy, and I know that KOGAS has had various experimental projects in Mongolia before, so that could well be an area there that we see some movement on in the months to come. But I'll maybe hand back now to the conference organizer. Obviously want to thank our panelists and our speakers, and thanks obviously from myself to the conference organizers for asking me to talk and moderate this session. So over to you, conference organizers, and thanks again.
За, ингээд өнөөдрийн хурал маань ингээд инфо дуусгана. Ингээд та бүхэн цаг цав гарган оролцсон та бүхэн маш их баярлалаа. Маргааш дотоодын сэргийгдэж мөчний асуудлыг ярилцах болно. Маргааш өдөр 2 цаг хүртэл ингээд өнөөдрийн энэхүү хуралдаа төр завсарж байна. Маргааш 2 цагт уулзъя. Илтгэл тавьсан бүх хүмүүстээ маш их баярлалаа. Баяртай.
Баярлалаа. За баярлалаа.
Баярлалаа. За баярлалаа.
Сайхан боллоо шүү.
За